What's up, guys? We are live. So the day is finally here. We're going to be debunking the Rollo Tomassi video. So I'll give you a quick summary of events. So basically what happened is I challenged Rollo Tomassi to a debate. And he wouldn't do it. I asked him politely, blah, blah, blah. I was trying to get him on debate. So I made a post, saying like, hey, I publicly challenged Rollo Tomassi to a debate. And he responded briefly in the video saying, I'm not going to debate this guy because he's friends with John Anthony and he's disgenuine. So he made a lot of bullshit arguments, which I then made a video responding to, basically, dismissing all the initial arguments I made. And like a big one was that I'm just friends with John Anthony. And because John Anthony is a proven bullshitter, that means that I am not a good person to debate with. Okay, interesting strategy since you're friends with Modern Life Dating and Modern Gains and pretty much all the scammers. Like I would never go after a guy for like their associations, at least not typically. Like my initial arguments have nothing to do with his friend circle, even though his friend circle is like way more shady than mine. Okay, so moving on. So what happens after that is I made a response video and I pointed out why the argument was bullshit. And I said, because he sent this thing, well, you have to give me specific things that you disagree with me about. So I made a video where I talked about specific things that I think Rollo is wrong about. I didn't attack him personally. I just talked about his concepts that he's wrong about. And then he responded by making a over 2 hour live stream. So the initial video I made, I believe, was like 15 minutes. He needed 2 hours to respond to me, which I found very interesting that he would spend 2 hours literally just talking about me and my video rather than just come on and say that to my face directly. Like, if you're going to dedicate 2 hours of your life to talking about me, why not just talk directly to me? We can have like a conversation, man to man, right? And just debate these points. So, yeah, I found that pretty funny. So in this video, we're going to be debunking all of the nonsense that Rollo said in his 2 hour live stream. After that, we're going to be debating any Rollo fans. So if you disagree with what we have to say, then we will debate you. And it's going to be a respectful debate. We're not going to attack you personally. You can keep your face anonymous if you like. All we ask, we have one request, is that you watch this first. And actually listen. So if you disagree with the arguments we make, I'll be happy to debate you. Just don't ask us literally the same things that we just disproved, because that's just going to be very repetitive for the audience. So yeah, that's going to be the first thing. But first, we're going to go through this 2 hour live stream. Now, I would have much liked to do this in a much more short and succinct way because I know not everyone has 3 hours. So I would have preferred if Rollo's response video was like 20, 30 minutes. Then I could do a video, make it 40 minutes, and it could be much more short and succinct. But we're going to have to go through the whole thing. We'll do it at 1.25 the speed just to make it flow better. And Kevin's going to be joining me to help clarify any things that I might have missed. So thank you for coming on, Kevin.
You're welcome, man. Happy to be here. It's a whole bunch of BS that he's it's funny, dude. He put both of our faces in the thumbnail and he didn't even address me once or say my name once. Like, it's funny, dude. Like, I mean, he's afraid of both of us for sure, but yeah, anyway, I have my thoughts on that, but he's yeah. I think we should just get right into it. There's a lot to cover.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I do think and when we say afraid, we don't mean like physically, like we're gonna beat him up. Like if I saw Rollo on the street, I wouldn't like fight him or anything like that. Like, I would just be like, yo, dude, let's do a debate. Come on, man. What are you afraid of?
Yeah.
But I think he's afraid of legitimately of having a debate. Because why else would he spend 2 hours talking about, my content instead of just having a conversation with me face to face? It's just silly. Okay, so a few things before we jump into the live stream. I want to give you guys a little preview of what you're about to see. There's going to be 4 elements that you're going to see in Rollo's response video. One is going to be a lot of straw man arguments. So basically, this means, for anyone who's not familiar, is arguing against things that I don't actually believe in. So a straw man argument example would be if I say, me and Kevin are talking about, let's say, Bitcoin, and Kevin says, yeah, Bitcoin is actually, a good investment opportunity. So then I make a straw man argument and say, Kevin says that you cannot lose money on Bitcoin. No, that's not what I said. I said Bitcoin is a good investment opportunity. Right? So it's an example of that. Then the second thing you're going to see is moving the goalpost. So an example of that would be, if I say my initial argument is, going back to the Bitcoin thing, yeah, you guys will guarantee to make, triple your investment in Bitcoin in the first year. Then you call me out on that, and I say, well, what I said is that, some guys make money on Bitcoin, right? I'm moving the goalpost, right? I'm changing my initial position to better suit my argument. The third one is going to be misinterpreting studies and sets of data. So First of all, studies itself can be biased. I'm not even going to make that claim. I'm just going to point out that you can take a set of data. Two people can look at the same set of data and have completely different interpretations, right? Because a lot of the stuff he's saying, there's no like actual study that looked at that. It's just he's taking data about like, let's just say, dating habits of people, right? And then using his own spin on it. So you're going to see a lot of that. I'm going to specifically point out. And the fourth thing that you're going to see, and this is going to be nonstop, is Rollo being extremely triggered and butthurt for 2 hours straight. I didn't think it was possible for a person to be just this level of butthurt for 2 hours straight. And then he's going to make the argument that the reason he's so butthurt is because people like me, and me specifically, we are killing people. My content, I'm trying to get Rollo taken down, and I am literally responsible for people being killed, and Rollo is just trying to save those guys. Let's take a second and think about that real quick. I'm responsible for people being killed. Okay, all right, interesting argument. And then he's just, has a savior complex. He's trying to defend everybody. So he's your friendly neighborhood Rollo. He's just your best friend. He's trying to protect you. Super silly.
Yeah.
So you're gonna see a lot of that. He's also keeps making the one accusation that worked for Anthony Johnson. So yeah, I'm gonna get more into that later. But he basically has this conspiracy theory that I'm a secret agent for Anthony Johnson, who's the 21 Studios guys. Because I'm speaking at 21 Studios this year, I must be working for 21, and Anthony Johnson must have put me up to this. Okay, interesting. We're going to kind of get into that a little bit more. But the first thing I want to do before we jump into the video is I want to disprove a common talking point that I see. Rollo never says this exactly, but all his fans do. And it's the argument that I'm just a clout chaser. So he says, well, you're just chasing clout. The reason you're saying this is because you want his clout. Okay, let me quickly dispel this once and for all, because this argument is just getting it's very dumb and it's very repetitive. So we're gonna share screen. We're gonna pull up my channel actually. So 1 second, bear with me, guys. Chrome tab, new tab. Okay. So we're gonna take a look at my channel. We're gonna take a look at my most popular videos. And we're going to sort these by most popular. Okay. Is this showing up on the screen? Yep. Okay. Mm-hmm. Perfect. So let's take a look at my most popular videos. Now try to see if you can find a pattern. These are all about texting. They're all either about Tinder, texting, or their demonstration with a girl. We keep scrolling down. Whenever I talk about another content creator, it's nowhere near on the list. Like literally, these are all, it's just the same pattern. We're going down, down. We go 1 year back. None of these, like we've gone through 50 of my most popular videos. None of these involve another content creator ever, simply because my audience doesn't really want to see that shit. I mean, that's like something, I've known about for a while. In fact, every time I make a video criticizing Rollo, criticizing someone else, I lose subscribers because there's going to be a certain subset of devoted, fans. They're like, oh, Alex, you're just being a hater. I'm done. I've had literally people write in the comments, I used to be a fan, but now I'm unsubscribing. So from a clout perspective, it's a very bad move for me to be talking about Rollo. If my goal was clout, here's what I would do. My only goal is clout. 1, make back-to-back text game videos, right, which are proven to work and proven to get me views. 2, have my girl be in every video, because every time I have a girl in the video, I get more views. And 3, I would play nice with every content creator. Just play nice with everybody. And then once I get enough clout, they would all want to do collab with them. Because when you're nice with people, they generally want to collaborate with you. If you notice how Rollo's circle is just all enablers, right? Like it's like kind of like a really odd assortment of people. He's got like Modern Life Dating, who's just like a fucking giant bridge troll. Then you got Donovan Sharp, who's like just also like pretty bizarre, but I definitely will give him credit for debating you, Kevin. And then you got like Myron Gaines. Like it's just like a very odd assortment of people, right? But what do they have in common? They're all enablers. So yeah, the clout chasing thing is very dumb. And it's hopefully I thoroughly disprove that.
Well, I want to add something to that too, because I find it really interesting. You can't, when you have a word, you can't have the opposite meanings applied to the same word. Okay, so what would be in these two different scenarios? This would technically be a clout chaser, according to fresh and fit fans and guys who simp for the red pill content creators. So if you basically just simp for somebody, for a bigger creator, because you want to be on their good side, and you're always making videos and stuff praising them, that's clout chasing, right? You're clout chasing. You want to gain access to their audience. You want to gain curry favor with those guys. So that's going to be clout chasing. All right. So that's one form. And technically the complete opposite of that would be doing the opposite of going after popular people at your own expense and doing that. So, but they also call that clout chasing. So you can't have both at the same time when they're direct opposites of one another, right? Because one form is clout chasing where you're just like trying to, be like, oh yes, this guy's content's so great, all these other types of things, hopefully gaining access to their audience. That's clout chasing. But then also doing the exact opposite of saying like, oh, well, here's these popular guys. I know they fucking suck. I know their audience is going to troll me, but I'm going to make a video about them anyway. That's also clout chasing. You got to choose one, bro. Right. So from my perspective, if you're trying to gain clout, like you do what Modern Life Dating does, where he has a companion podcast to the Fresh and Fit podcast. So like while the Fresh and Fit podcast is going, he's leeching off of their viewers by having a companion podcast. And it's different if he's actually being critical of them. Instead, he's just like agreeing with them the whole time and having like very minor disagreements, It's like, oh, that's clout chasing, bro. Right? Where you stay on somebody's good side, even if you fundamentally disagree with them. And this is one of the reasons why I have such a problem with Rollo now. He's such a hypocrite because Fresh and Fit espouse the ideas of the beta provider and the opposite of alpha fucks, which he always talks about in his book. And yet he simps for them because they're very popular and he wants to gain access to his audience. So who's the actual clout chaser here, yo? It's just classic psychological projection where you start to project how you actually feel onto other people and then blame them for it. It's kind of your way of alleviating responsibility of your own guilt for doing something wrong. It's just psychology 101, and these guys are just perfect examples of that. So,
yeah,
anyway, that's ran over about clout chasing. Go ahead.
Well, two things I want to add to that. So, I've noticed a lot of guys in the comments, they're making excuses for Rollo. Because again, as I said earlier, he's going to make a 2-hour video talking about me. But he's not going to just spend the 2 hours just talking to me directly. So a lot of guys are trying to make excuses. Well, he has more clout than you, so maybe you need to get more popular. Okay, let's quickly dispel that. Rollo has something like 130,000 subs. I have just about coming up on 74,000 subs. If you include my TikTok, which has about 55,000, it breaks even, right? Maybe he has a little bit more clout than me. Who gives a fuck? I've had people on my channel who are way more popular than Rollo. I've had on misuse, who has over 1 million subs. I've had on Sarah J, who's a mainstream porn star who has like millions of followers on Instagram. I've had on Elliot Hulse, also fairly mainstream fitness guy. So I've had on people way more popular than him. I've also had on people way less popular than him. Like, for example, Kevin. When I met Kevin, he was at 4,000, 5,000 subs. I didn't give a fucking shit. Imagine like if I was like, Kevin, I'd like to talk to you, but you're just not popular enough for me. So I'm going to need you to work a little harder before we can have that conversation. No, like my thought process is, okay, if someone's interesting, I'm going to have a conversation with them, right? I've even had on people who don't have a YouTube presence because I thought they were interesting and have value to add. Can anyone really deny that me debating Rollo would not add massive value, at the very least entertainment to the community? Like everyone wants to see that shit. Everyone. Like that would be a fucking epic thing, right? To watch that happen, two ideas clash. Maybe at the end we'll reach some kind of conclusion. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll bro out then. Probably not. But so I just want to quickly dispel that notion. There doesn't need to be this perfect magical lineup in subs where he's 130, I'm 129,000. We can finally do a debate. No, it's pure nonsense. Also, there's not really a substantial difference in clout here, as I said. Once you take a look at my TikTok. I hate talking about this stuff because it's like, I don't know how to even, you would rarely ever see me on this channel talking about clout and my popularity. It's just, I don't know, I just find that shit so middle school, high school. Well, I want to bring this up to just kind of
Well, we're also going to use Rollo's logic against him because he always says, oh, I have a moral obligation to objective truth. It's like, okay, bro. So if we actually have a moral obligation to objective truth, then you should be morally obligated to actually talk to people who disagree with you in order for you to compare ideas and to see actually if your ideas hold weight against scrutiny from other people who are on your intellectual level. Right? I think the issue is he thinks that we're beneath him. That's literally what he thinks. He actually thinks that anybody who disagrees with him must be this, and that. Right? He automatically, the entire time, he just strawmans us into being like, oh, these blue-pilled, purple-pilled guys. Anybody who has a logical disagreement with me must be the enemy. Tribalism is the number one issue that is in the manosphere, and this is why people are being so stupid with this shit. You know what I mean? And he's contributing to that. So,
And in the end, he's literally going to say that me and people like me are responsible for men killing themselves, and he's trying to save those guys. Okay, okay. I don't even think I need to really debunk that because it's just so ridiculous. But the one last thing I want to cover before we jump into this, a lot of people are asking, like, Alex, why do you do this? Right. So they're like, why don't you just focus on what you're good at, text game, Tinder, whatever it is. You stay in your own lane. Some of them would be like, dude, you're right. I agree with you. But why don't you just focus on yourself? Let him do thing. And, that's, we can just, everyone just stays in their own lane. Let me explain why I don't buy into that. I am, for better or for worse, I'm a member of the manosphere, right? I'm a content creator in this community. This is a community that's, taken me in a way, right? Have fans in this community, right? I feel like I have an obligation to point out the bad ideas in this community because that's the only way this community is going to grow and evolve. If everyone just kind of keeps to themselves, doesn't call out the elephant in the room, then this community will never evolve because certain percentage, and this is what I think frustrates a lot of people. They're like, this guy said this guy said that, this guy said this. You have 20 pieces of competing information. You don't know who to listen to, so you just go off basically who you like more or subs. Well, this guy has 300,000 subs, so he must be correct. And in the end, how does that benefit you? You just find out that you're following the wrong guy, then you just waste time in your life. Now, with the Rollo fans, some of them, not all of them, but some of them, they become bitter, butthurt, and resentful. If I can, prevent that from happening by objectively pointing out why his ideas. Now, there's a big difference between him himself and his ideas are wrong, and also point out when someone's being a hypocrite. I feel like I have an obligation to the community to do that. Like, secondly, it's just kind of fun. I don't want to just do videos on text game. Like it's fun to point out the bullshit. I think it's also important. So there's basically two reasons why I do it. But yeah, still at the end of the day, 98% of my content is still based on giving you guys practical, no bullshit strategies on how you can improve with your text game, Tinder, with girls. But a small percentage of my content is calling out bullshit ideas. And again, I feel like I have an obligation to do that. Other content creators choose not to do that. That's their choice. But I think it's important.
For me, I will fully acknowledge this. That's most of my content. I mean, the mission of my channel now is redeeming the red pill because there's a lot of good ideas. And the red pill isn't just Rollo, right? The red pill is a mindset of seeking the truth, no matter how uncomfortable, right? And so just that idea and that metaphor is so powerful and it's been bastardized. So because I'm trying to redeem it, the way that I redeem it is by pointing out the BS and debunking it. So yes, that's the mission of my channel, which is fine. And the overall mission of my channel is to try to make you as strong as a man as possible. Rollo talks about predictive frameworks all the fucking time. The most predictive framework for you to have success in your life, especially with women, is to be the best man that you could possibly be. And that's going to predict the most things within your success within your dating life, right? I truly believe that Rollo and unfortunately these grifter sphere guys, they profit off of keeping you weak. And we, by actually giving you practical, actionable advice and showing you what not to do, we profit off of making you strong. And that's a big difference because he gives beta male prescriptions. We give alpha male prescriptions, except Rollo just says that, I don't get prescriptions at all. Yes, you do. You give beta male prescriptions for beta male dudes. Congratulations. Now, granted, look, we acknowledge that at least for me, I acknowledge the vast majority of guys who watch probably aren't in that alpha category. Again, I don't necessarily 100% buy into those terms, but if you use alpha as kind of like a placeholder for like the top 20% of guys that get 80% of the women, right? But you can get into that top 20% if you put in the work and you have the right guidance. And a lot of that has to do with, one, knowing the right things to do, but also equally knowing the things not to do. What are the things that low quality, low value beta male men do that you are currently doing that you need to stop? In order for us to be able to do that, we need to point to examples of what that is. And some of the best examples you're ever going to see are guys in the griftosphere, manosphere space, right?
The last thing I will add on this is look at the scientific community. So if someone has a bad scientific theory, like for example, the Earth revolves around the moon, when a bunch of other scientists say, hey, actually, that's not true, would they be called a hater? Oh, he's just hating on this guy's theory. You have your theory that the Earth revolves around the sun. We have our theory that the Earth revolves around the moon. Well, everyone just focus on their own theories. No, the scientific community would never evolve that way, right? It would just be like, okay, who the fuck do I listen to, right? Because if you're the average guy, you're not an expert in these things. Now, listen, if you're a guy who has game, Or if you're a woman, like pretty much every time a woman, like I've had chicks look at Rollo's videos, so like, wait, what? This guy's an expert? This guy doesn't know shit. Like this guy's cringe as fuck. Okay, the average guy, to them it might be confusing. So it is important for people who are considered, experts or content creators, whatever, to actually, call this shit out. Like again, like the pickup community should be more like the scientific community where we try to grow and evolve, and not like this weird tribalism where it's like, when anytime you criticize someone's ideas, you're being a hater. Like I don't buy into that at all.
I want to add one more thing, and then we'll get right into it. This is the last thing, I promise. Okay. First of all, somebody says Rollo has an IQ of 200. No, he doesn't. But anyway,
no, this guy's
maybe 120. Which is still pretty good, but no. Anyway, so when it comes to the scientific community, when it comes to the philosophy community, like philosophy, for example, it's a historical thing of somebody making a certain claim philosophically, and then another person giving their take on it or having an opposition to it. And then the next person that has an opposition to that, and then it builds over time, right? They have a certain treatise that somebody that's like groundbreaking, and then people kind of dissect it and have more ideas over time. And then a new treatise comes out. It's the same exact thing with science, right? Basically what you do is you have these certain hypotheses that you derive from what's already established within the literature, and that builds upon itself over time. And the way that you do that is having a critical eye. The entire point of the scientific method is to try to actually debunk your own hypothesis, right? So then that way you know that it's probably most likely true. So that's what it's all about. It's about being critical. If you're actually trying to find the truth, you compare ideas and you debate. That is at the essence of finding the truth. And the fact that the manosphere, the griftosphere, actually doesn't want to do that, that goes to show you that they're not actually scientific. They're not actually trying to find the truth. They just want you to subscribe to their own truth, which makes them an ideologue, and that makes them dogmatic, and that makes them dangerous. And this is why the overall people that most lay people outside of the manosphere don't take the manosphere seriously, because they just look at it as a bunch of butthurt, whiny beta males. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, that's what it has become. It doesn't have to be that way. It can be something that people actually take seriously if the right people are in charge, and we call out the BS, and we don't just become tribalistic because we think somebody's our friend, right? If you're on a bunch of BS, you should be called out on it in a respectful way through debates, yes. Right? There's a reason that, like Rollo would say, oh, Jordan Peterson, he never wants to. It's because Jordan Peterson doesn't respect you, bro. He just doesn't, because your science and the things that you cite are whack, and they're cherry picked. And anybody who's even like remotely an expert, or actually, speaking of IQ, has an IQ over, I don't know, like 120 or whatever, can easily just fucking see that and debunk it. That's one of the main reasons Rollo doesn't want to debate us. He doesn't want to debate either of us because he wants to be the smartest guy in the room. He doesn't want to be, he doesn't want somebody to challenge him. He doesn't want to talk to somebody who might be smarter than he is. That's really all it comes down to. So anyway,
let me just add this one thing. You have a very good example. You say, I believe it's you. Would you follow a general into war if the general doesn't actually want to fight himself? No, you'd be what the fuck? Or I guess in the case of the manosphere, you make excuses for him. Why would you defend a guy who actually doesn't want to come through and criticize ideas? Look, if Rollo is so right, if I'm so wrong, then this should be a very easy debate for him. He should mop the floor with me, right? This should be a very easy victory. He can score points against the big bad guy who's causing guys to kill themselves and who's working for Anthony Johnson, right? He can destroy me in a debate, and that'll be the end of that. And that video will be popular, and I'll look like a fool. So why would he not do that? Just ask yourself this question: why would he not want to do that? You can make excuses for him, but at the end of the day, I think that fact speaks in of itself. It's not that he's too busy with his own stuff, because he just spent 2 hours making a video literally just about me and what I'm saying. So why does he not want to talk to me man to man and actually have a debate? Anyway, let's jump into this. So we're going to do this at 1.25 the speed, because this is very, very long. But there's going to be a lot of good gems along the way. Okay. I like the title. Destroys ignorant trills. Like, that's literally what I would describe Rollo as.
Anybody. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just projection.
It's on discourse.
Anyway, so one thing really quickly before we start, he played that video of him getting destroyed by Lawrence Southern. and then never addressed it. Usually what people will do is they will, when you put a video up like that, you expect at some point they'll address it. He didn't. That's his way of actually making sure he never has to address it, is he hides behind a 2-hour stream. And he knows that any of his critics actually probably won't watch the whole thing, and they'll just assume that he addresses that. He never fucking addresses that video.
I know.
Or even if he addresses it, it's like for a second, and he doesn't actually like talk about the points at all.
I think his strategy literally was, okay, I'm going to make this a fucking something that could be said in 20 minutes. I'm going to make it spend 2 hours. There's no way Alex is actually going to go through the whole thing and try to debunk the whole thing. What he doesn't realize is that, I don't know, is that
let's just bore everybody to death.
Yeah.
And then I don't have to actually address my criticisms.
But he doesn't realize that. I live for the shit. I'm just kidding. All right. Let's jump into this. Okay, so let me get past his little intro.
I'll try to be as silent as possible. I'm going to want to pause it like every 2
Southern
seconds.
thing. I don't know, quite honestly, and I don't even know where this came from. When I was talking to her, I didn't even get to see her because we recorded this
Pause it for a second.
on Discourse.
Yeah.
There's like an echo.
Is it on my end or
because
on
you
your
have
end?
it? Yeah. It should be on your end because I think there's because you have it on speaker.
Well, it's
so you could maybe turn it down on your end. So turn the volume down on your end, and then maybe it won't echo as much.
Let's try that.
That could help.
So there you go. You can ask her where it is. It was on her Twitch channel.
Let us know in the comments, guys, if you're hearing an echo or not.
That is a discussion that I had with Lauren. I'm using that as my preface today. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. And the reason I'm using that is because that was a direct engagement, a direct conversation we had because of Iron Rule of Tomassi number 3. You know what that one is. We're going to talk about that today, too. It's time to take some people to the woodshed today. And first and foremost, it's going to be our good friend. I think his name is Alex from Playing with Fire. I'm not even sure. This is the guy that
I don't know his name, but I'm going to make a 2-hour video about it.
Well, I've been asked to do lots and lots of different debates. Also, by the guy.
Just quickly point this out because it's a super obvious friend control tactic. He knows my name. What he's doing is he's making it seem like I'm not important enough to know my name, thus diminishing my work. So very obvious friend control tactic. If you're going to make a 2-hour video on someone, you probably know their name.
Guys from Coach Whitepill, whose name escapes me. I have no idea.
He doesn't know anyone's name.
How about we call you Dipshit? We'll just call you Dipshit today. How's that? First and foremost, whenever people want to debate anything that I have to talk about, usually it's based, and as I said before, it's based on belief versus empiricism. And usually it is a disingenuous challenge to a debate. Let me explain to you exactly what debate is. Okay. I don't know that anybody who watches this has any formal debate team training. Did you do debate team when you were in college or maybe high school? So if you know anything about debate, you also know what the logical fallacies are. I think there's like the 10 commandments of logical fallacies, right? There's a straw man and there's presuming the argument and ad hominems. That's what everybody loves, right? Because you just basically, shit talk your opponent and therefore you're right.
You just did that at the beginning, Rollo.
I know.
I don't have those set up right now. I probably could just go look up just the 10 commandments of debate, right? But it is usually surrounds a particular topic. That's why I laugh when I see the presidential debates, because they never debate anything. We don't know what debate is anymore. We know what debate is.
He's making this way more complex than it has to be. A debate is where you come on and we talk about what we believe in and we go over he's making this way more complex than it has to be in an attempt to get out of actually doing the debate. Like, oh, let me make this 100 times more complex than it needs to be. No, pretty sure everyone knows what a debate is.
Shoes. Because pretty much today you have access to information. If you want to know what the actual data is on any issue, I don't care if it's political, if it's scientific or whatever, you could probably go find that data on your own and form an opinion on your own. But that's not how we form our opinions. I've talked about this with Ryan on several different occasions, where I've said this before. It's like whenever I'm asked to produce the sources cited, or where's the science, or show me the study, show me the research. It's very easy to find those things these days. We have Google now. I didn't know if you know that, but we have Google right now.
Just one quick thing I want to point out. Look how angry and condescending he is to his own audience. Like, I could just never imagine myself talking to you guys like that. You guys want to see proof of my text game? Well, go on my website and find it. Like, he's just so angry and butthurt, and it's going to be the theme throughout this whole video.
He really is. And here's another thing, too. He was just like, oh, you can find the information. It's like, yes, but how do you parse through the information, right? Do you actually know how to read it? Do you know how to differentiate between a legit study and non-legit study? Do you know what a meta-analysis is versus a individual study? Do you know what p-values are? Do you know what confidence intervals are? Like Rollo actually doesn't know what these things are, which is why he cherry picks data. And any actual serious scientist wouldn't cite the same things that some of the same things that he does. Some of the things he does as cites are legit, but there's other things that aren't because he actually doesn't know the scientific method. He doesn't know actually how to differentiate. So no, it's not enough to just go to like the old Bill Burr skit, like go to imright.com and find a study that just proves the thing that you already thought and you weren't going to change your mind on. That's basically what Rollo's doing. He already has a certain narrative in his mind that he wants to prove, and then he tries to find studies and cherry pick data that actually fit that narrative, right? And that's why he's so deathly afraid to debate us. And in this particular instance, me, because I can actually call him out on that stuff and the fact that he doesn't understand bell curves and whatnot, right? And he doesn't understand that for a lot of times, like going off of the average, for example, isn't the best way to do things. But anyway, that's getting too bogged down in jargon. But no, he's totally wrong on saying like, oh, you can just look it up and find the information. It's like, no, most people don't know how to actually look at the information and see what's what, right? Like, how does it actually work? It's like with game, you know, if you figure out like what a neg is, like if you have no idea anything beyond that, you're just like, oh, I guess I should just insult the girl. It's like, no, you understand a neg actually isn't you being a dick. Like it's creating like a push-pull dynamic, right? Like it's more in depth than just like, oh, just be a dick to a girl and then she's gonna like you. It's like, no, it's way more complicated than that. And your idea of that's flawed in the first place. So it matters who is looking up the data and what kind of information and what kind of expertise do they have to actually come away from that study with the right information. Even Rollo himself isn't qualified to do that based on the things that he has found. But yeah,
also, just pay attention to how triggered he is throughout this whole thing. Like, if you truly believe that the other person's an idiot and then you're right, you probably shouldn't be this triggered. So that I just want to point that out. All right, let's jump into it.
Yeah. And primarily, we form our belief sets or our ideologies or philosophies, not based on, empirical data from meta studies over the course of 20 years, independently researched, independently funded, peer reviewed, and published in some major scientific journal. We don't go and to say, you know what, I think I'm going to start believing that now. We don't do that.
Neither do you.
But we should, but we don't. We're human beings. We form opinions based primarily on lived experience and the way that we've been raised and where we were raised and the socioeconomic status of how we were raised. Were you raised by a single mother? Your belief set's probably going to be a whole lot different than if you had an intact family, like a father and a mother. Probably going to be something a little bit different than that. I presume people are intelligent when they watch this show. I presume people are intelligent when they read my book. A lot of people say, well, Rollo, you use a lot of $10 words in The Rational Man. Like, yeah, I do, because I don't write down to my audience. I presume you're smart enough to get this. And if you're not, it's a prompt, right? It's a prompt to go and like Google that, figure those things out. Now, in book 4, in religion, I spent a good 3 years researching that, and sources cited, they're right there. There's an appendix, just like a good old scientific book, just like your textbooks. You think anybody really cares? No, all that does is shut people up. That's all it does. So we're going to talk a little bit about that today. But primarily, what happens is whenever I am challenged on anything with respect to either my book or my so-called philosophy, which it's not, and I don't know how many different ways I can tell you guys this, the Red Pill is a praxeology, not a philosophy, not a set of beliefs, not an ideology, not a religion, not a cult, not beliefs. It's about empirical data. It is, if anything, it is the belief, though.
No, it is about your interpretation of the data, which we're gonna, show is wrong in a good amount of the cases. That's the first thing. Second of all, again, I've pointed this out many times. Calling something a fact, saying, "Well, this is just science, it's a fact," doesn't make it science, right? Like,
yeah,
you'll never see me on this channel saying, "Guys, listen, you can't argue against my text game because it's fact, it's science, it's been proven." No, it's not. This is just something that's worked well for me. When I talk about inner game, I'm not going to claim that, okay, guys, being dominant, that's science. You can't. No, this is just something, again, that I found to be the case. So he's just being very intellectually genuine when he's saying, well, you can't even challenge me to debate because everything I say here is, science, is facts, right? No.
That's the number one way to make sure that somebody actually isn't seeking the truth, is they're saying, oh, well, I'm right, so why should I talk to anybody? I have objective truth. Dude, everybody thinks their truth is objective. Have you ever talked to anybody, even if they're deluded, and saying, like, oh, do you think what you believe is objective? Yeah. You talk to flat earthers. Flat earthers think that like based on objectivity, the earth is flat. It's not based on what they think is their subjective experience. Everybody thinks that their subjective interpretation is objective. The way that you actually make sure of that and test your subjective reality with other people's subjective reality, try to see if it's actually objective and rooted in objectivity, is by comparing ideas, is by having debates. What is the reason somebody wouldn't want to have a debate? They don't want to have their ideas challenged. It's as simple as that. Rollo, I don't have beliefs, Tomassi. When he talked, when he said that, that's when like I knew for a fact, like this dude is just an ideologue for sure. He literally believes he doesn't have beliefs. How the fuck could you say that? He's just like, oh, well, I'm just objective. I don't have beliefs. That is impossible. Everybody has personal beliefs and cognitive biases that they're not even aware of, right? The cognitive bias that Rollo's not even aware of, maybe he is aware of it, and this is all deliberate, is that he is biased toward whatever justifies his own truth in order for him to get book sales, in order for him to gain clout, because he just wants to be famous, right? Why else would he be in a space that he's not even involved in? Why would you? It's like if you're like a basketball expert, and not only have you not played in the NBA, you've never actually played basketball, right? Or you played like pee-wee basketball, and that's it. And that's pretty much the extent of Rollo's dating life. Like he was bragging on one of his streams. He actually revealed his body count. He said like, oh, I've been with 41 women. It's like, okay, so for the average guy, yeah, that's a lot. But for guys who are teaching this stuff online, especially if you're going to brag about it, you shouldn't be teaching this shit, man. That's just not enough personal experience to do that, especially if he had his rock star 20s. They must have been pretty uneventful rock star 20s, bro. Like an actual rock star would probably get like 40 girls a month. Like a month. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
what Rollo is, think about it like this. Rollo has been out of the game since before the internet was even really a thing. He is a keyboard jockey. He is basically regurgitating stuff that he reads from other people. That doesn't necessarily mean he's wrong. He could be correctly, but it doesn't mean he does not have the experiences to discern whether what he reads is right or wrong. So, yeah, I mean, let's put it this way. Let's say you have a guy who hasn't been to the gym in 20 years. He's a skinny weakling, right? He can't even like bench 20 pounds. And he is criticizing what some professional bodybuilders said. He's like, well, this guy's wrong because based on this study that I read. Right. Something is a little off about that picture. Like something just, but like with the game, for some reason, like he gets a pass. But with any other thing, like a homeless guy criticizing a guy who's rich, like it would never fly. They'd be like, dude, like, like no, like. But for some reason with game, like they give guys like this a path. Well, he's just a theory guy. Okay, that's a nice way of saying he's just a keyboard jockey. But anyway, let's keep going.
The belief, the scientific myth. That's what it is. If I have a belief, if I have a mission statement, it is an obligation to objective truth. That's what it is. And if somebody tomorrow says, hey, Rollo, you're completely wrong about alpha widows. You're completely wrong about the soulmate. Here we have it. Here we have data, right? That suddenly we've discovered where the soul is in the mind. And there's actually two perfect people out there for someone out there in the big wide world. Okay, fine. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take the notepad and we're going to erase this and we're going to put something else in there. Because in a praxeology and a scientific method, we write down our findings in pencil, not in pen. We reserve the right to erase this and come back to those and revisit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I already challenged, even before Alex challenged him to a debate, I challenged him to a debate on hypergamy. And hypergamy, and basically he said, oh, well, I'm not going to debate him because he has nebulous reasons for wanting to debate. And then after that, when Alex challenged him, he's basically like, well, if he had a specific topic that he wants to debate, then I'll debate him. But I'm not just going to debate him for whatever. So he said he used opposing logic with both of us because it's like whatever he could do to skeeve his way out of doing that. There are very, very legit criticisms of hypergamy, even though I largely agree with it. The way that he actually uses his way of saying hypergamy, he actually, because it's a new spin on the sociological term, I think it's sociological, of like marrying up. He says it transcends marriage, right? And then he has his own definition of it, which I think is fine, that he says toward women. But then he also says that men can't be hypergamous, right? Based on his own definition of hypergamy, it's where women will always try to look for the best option. Dude, men look for the best option too, especially alpha males. Alpha males want to date the hottest women. maybe it's just because for him personally, because he's a beta male, he's just going to date any girl that he can get his hands on, right? But actually, dudes who are high value actually do want to go for the highest quality women as well, and actually want to date high value women. You know, like they're not just going to go after some, you know, overweight bimbo who's like a 2 out of 10 because men don't have an attraction for, as Rollo says. It's absurd. So he just says this shit, but he doesn't actually back it up. Actions speak louder than words. You can say that you have a moral obligation to objective truth, but if the number one way to seek objective truth is through rational discourse and debate, and you don't do it, I don't give a fuck what you say. Actions speak louder than words. His actions go completely in contradiction with the values he supposedly holds. But actually, he says he doesn't hold values. He doesn't have beliefs. He's just like he's just an automaton robot that just like, you know, just looks at objective truth and that's it. Give me a fucking break, bro.
On top of that, to quickly add to that point, is Rollo shadow banned me from his comment section. So I've never shadow banned anyone who wasn't spamming. That's the only time I shadow ban people if they're spamming. So why would he shadow ban me unless he's afraid or doesn't like what I'm going to say? Like, yeah, doesn't make sense. Also, let's take a quick second and take a look at this very nice image that we just accidentally stopped on. Like, just take a quick look at this guy and tell me, I don't really like to do these kinds of attacks, but this one's just too good to pass up. Take a look at this guy and just tell me if you think he really understands women. Yeah.
Those things. So that's number one. You don't get to do that in a system of belief. You don't get to do that. You get to say this is right and this is wrong. Rollo's a bad man. He's a good guy. He saved my life. Right? That's a judgment call. That's an opinion. I'm happy to. I'm glad when you love me, and you know, if you hate me, fine. I want to hear about it. That's fine too. But that's not a debate. That's not an argument. So when I ask for specific.
Yeah, real quick. I have never once criticized anyone based on morals or ethics. That's not an argument I ever use. If you watched me once, you would know that. So all my points had to do with things that he said that were wrong. It was never like Rollo's a bad guy. You know, he's a bad human being. No, that's not an argument I would ever make.
Specifics, and not just from douche nozzle from playing with Fiverr, not from these guys from White Pill Coach, whatever the coach is these days. No, that's not what it is. It's usually, I want to get you on here so that I can talk shit about you so Anthony Johnson can get some people to come to his convention in October, which is when all this usually happens, right around September. This is the third year in the row, by the way. And let me, if you guys are watching, I'm sure you will, because I've used your picture in the thumbnail here. You're being used. You're being tooled right now. Go ask MGTOW Dictionary. He was tooled too. You're probably on the payroll, but I can't say that for sure.
So here we have conspiracy theory number one. I am probably on the payroll for the 21 convention. This is all a deliberate act. Glad you called me in the act, Rollo. Fuck. I'm caught. This is the dumbest argument ever. PWF, I mean, I'm going to just quickly dispel this for the 1% of people who would actually believe this. PWF is quite profitable as a business. I don't really like to brag about it, but you know, I really don't need to take money from a YouTuber to make critique videos. Like, that's just the dumbest argument ever. Yeah, anyway.
And what is he talking about on the payroll? Like, I never even talked to the guy. Like, I was in part of a group chat for a second where he was talking, and we didn't even directly address each other. Oh, you know what? That's where that random $2,000 a month that gets deposited into my bank account comes from. I never noticed it before. Let me look at my bank statement. Oh, there it is. There it is from 21 Studios. That's my Rollo cut for the month, and I get paid based on each video. So Rollo, I get paid $125 every single video that I do. Fresh and Fit. Oh, that's why I make a lot of content on them. I get $200 for them.
I mean, this is what he legitimately thinks. And let's just take a second and think, why does he believe that? I think it's legit because he just can't imagine anyone not disagreeing with him if they're not being paid, because he's so right that the only reason someone might criticize him is because they're getting paid to do it. Like, talk about a God complex, which you're going to see a lot of in this video. Like, that's the only reason. He sounds like a flat earther right now. Yeah, he sounds like one of those people. Sorry, go ahead, man. No, I was just saying that's like the only reason someone would criticize you is just because they're getting paid. Okay.
Yeah. It's the same conspiracy theory of guys being like, oh, the reptilians are secretly living among us, and you know, the gray aliens, they're secretly controlling society. And, adrenochrome, that's how all these Hollywood celebrities are staying young. They suck the souls of young people to keep themselves young. It's like it's the same logic. He's basing off of nothing. And this is the guy that's supposed to have a moral obligation to objective truth. How the fuck is this objective? He's basing this off of fucking nothing. He's like, you guys are clearly on the payroll. Meanwhile, I've never even met Anthony and I've never even talked to him. So, like, is that objective? Is that objective, Rollo? Is that your moral obligation to objective truth? Okay, bro.
It's pretty funny. You're going to see this conspiracy theory is going to keep saying over and over again. But this is going to be a pattern you guys are going to see. Rollo is going to take something like a fact. For example, the fact is that I'm going to be speaker at the 21 convention this year, right? Like, I've publicly announced that many times. It's not like a secret. Yeah, it's a great opportunity for me. Why would I not go? I was invited. So that's a fact. But then he's going to make his own interpretation. Because I'm a speaker at 21 convention, it means that I'm getting paid by Anthony Johnson to criticize him. And that he's going to do the same exact thing with the data when he makes his arguments. Well, because, this study says this, that means that this must be true. So if you, logically, we know, this is pure nonsense, right? So why would the other stuff not be pure nonsense as well? His logical conclusions. All right, anyway, let's keep going.
100% sure, but I do know that you guys have definite ties to the 21 convention. In fact, all I have to do is go and look at your channels and look at the imagery, and I look at the titles, and I look at the subjects, and I go, yeah.
So this is the quality of the data that Rollo is going to present to you guys all the way through. Because I am going to, on the website, because I'm speaking at the convention, that means I must be getting paid by Anthony Johnson to criticize your shitty work.
He's working for Anthony. He's on the 21 convention, right? I think Alex is even a confirmed speaker right now. Go ahead. That's your groove, man. Go check it out. There's your plug. I can give you a plug on the Rational Mail. So when I do get challenged, when people actually come and I go, oh, you know what? He's right. We need to actually have a debate. We better have a topic. Okay. So what do people do? The first thing people do is they go, oh, well, he's got these. This sounds like a philosophy. This sounds like a list of things that he's saying that people and men ought to do. So what do? They fixate on the 9 iron rules of Tomassi. The 9 iron rules of Tomassi.
It's only the main thing that you're known for. I mean, sorry for fixating on the one thing that you're literally associated with.
I actually developed way back when I was a moderator on the social forums. And it wasn't one thing that you will not find, if you go to the social forums right now, and you go and you look for a post that I did that collects all of the 9 iron rules of Tomassi, go check it out. sosuave.net/forums, I think it is, whatever the forums is. Go and search my name and go look up 9 iron rules. You'll find them individually, but you will never find a list of them. And as a matter of fact, I made it very specific back in the day, back in 2005, 2004, when I was sort of putting these things out there, that I intentionally didn't string them together because I didn't want people to think that these were in some way a list of things to do. This is not a prescription, but it's the closest thing that people can talk about and think.
Why do you call it the iron rules? Why do you call them what does iron imply, guys? Iron means something that's strong, ironclad, When somebody says it's an ironclad agreement, that means it's very strict and very straightforward. So if you call them the 10 general rules or the 9 general rules of Tomassi, right?
My 9 general rules for life, not the 9 iron rules.
Yeah, the 9 suggestions, right? Why is it the iron rules? And also, if you look it up, guys, rule, he says, I give these rules, but I don't give prescriptions. One of my subscribers sent this to me, he screenshotted it. Rule, the word rule, if you see the dictionary, there's a synonym of rule as prescription. Okay. So that's why we always bring it up, because he always talks about it. And it is the number one fundamental critique that we have. If you say you are out for objective truth and you only talk about descriptions, you don't give prescriptions, and yet at the end of your book, you have something called the 9 iron rules of Tomassi, which you could pretty much call the 9 iron prescriptions of Tomassi, we're going to call that out. Okay. So yes, that's why people always talk about it, because you're a massive hypocrite for saying these things, because you say one thing, you do another. Anyway.
This is a nice little early preview of how he's going to move the goalpost. So he's going to basically change his position to better suit the argument, because if he can make the point that, well, I never actually said that you guys should do these things, that these are actual facts, these are just my ideas of life, it's very hard to argue against that. Everyone's entitled to have their own ideas, right? So yeah, this is a nice little example of moving the goalpost, which we're going to see time and time again.
think is a description or a prescription. It's not 12 rules for life. It is the 9 iron rules of who? Of who? Of who? Tomassi. Not you, not white pill, not red pill, not this. These are the 9 iron rules that you should follow and you'll live a great life. That's not what they are. They're suggestions.
Then why do you publish it for people to follow? It's just only your rules. Just keep it to yourself. Write it on a whiteboard in your room and keep it there. And don't share it with anybody. Don't sell it for money.
This would be like, you know, I have a lot of videos on text game, obviously, and someone tries my text and they're like, yo, dude, your texting doesn't work. Like, whoa, dude, you thought it was going to work for you? No, these are just the texts that have worked for me for time to time. I never said that they're going to work for you, but yeah, you said that, you know, that like this is your good text game. This is what you should do when you're texting a girl. Yeah, that's what I do when I'm texting a girl. I never said it was going to work for you. Or you'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, but it is not. You will never find me put a book together that is 9 rules for life. You will never find me do that. You will never hear me go, oh, here's the plan for your perfect world. I have done show after show after show saying it's on you. You have to create your own life. You have to be the one who takes these tools and takes this material, takes this information and leverage it to your best advantage. I can't tell somebody who lives in Mumbai or Japan or Russia or wherever who is maybe not 50 some odd years old, maybe he's 16 years old, maybe he's 26 years old. It would be foolish for me to say, one size fits all. Here it is. Here's your magic pill. Follow these steps and everything will work out perfect. I won't do that because I have more respect for my audience and more respect for my readers than that, than to try to sell you sweet sunshine, which is exactly what most of the...
It's funny. He's like, I have more respect for my audience, yet I'm going to be extremely condescending towards you throughout the whole video.
These guys are doing, particularly in the quote unquote white pill right now, whatever it is. As I said before, it's just a purple pill. Matthew Hussey, Evan Mark Katz, Mark Manson, name everybody from RSD more or less. Name the guy, and they've got some Gumroad course that you can go pick up for $47.97 or whatever it is. And what you will do is you'll download it, you'll read the first couple of chapters, and you go, and move on to the next thing. That's what they want you to do. That's the plan, right? Of the guys who have picked up, say, like the 12 Rules for Life from Jordan Peterson, how many of those guys are like, well, you know what? I'm going to go back and try to understand rule number 4 or 6. Yeah, it really improved my life. Did those 12 Rules for Life prevent him from, what happened to him? I'm not wishing anything bad on him or anything like that, or his wife or his daughter or anything. I understand his circumstances. But go look at what...
It's funny that he's criticizing. If you guys are not familiar with the Jordan thing, I'll try to sum up real quick. Jordan, his wife got a very serious form of cancer. Obviously very devastating. I believe he truly is in love with his wife. And he went to a doctor. He said, I'm having panic attacks. I'm worried. They gave him clonazepam, or I think one of the benzodiazepines, which are extremely addictive. If you're not familiar with that. And they didn't warn him about the side effects. They said, just take this as needed. And then Rollo, just like millions of people across the world, got addicted. I mean, not Rollo, Jordan got addicted to Xanax or whatever it is, or Klonopin. And then, when he was getting off, it was a hard time. But now, as far as I understand, he's like clean and sober. It's an extremely addictive drug. He wasn't seeking it out. His wife had cancer. So, I'm just really not a fan of, you can criticize Jordan's ideas, but, he doesn't directly say it, but it's kind of, implied, I feel like. So, I just want to point that out.
Go look at the material. In fact, I'll just back up off of that because go look at the material that
I'm gonna back off it because I realize I'm talking out my ass.
Vox Day has done about Jordan Peterson. He says he can do it he can outline that way more than I can. But again, I'm not selling you a plan. I've never said I'm selling you a plan. But that's what people fixate on. They want 9 iron rules. They want to say, okay, what are the 9 iron rules? We got him. We can get him on this. Okay, let's talk about that. That's exactly what Lauren Southern was trying to nail me on, which was the 3rd iron rule of Tomassi, which I'm going to get to here. In fact, let's enumerate a few of these things, because the first thing anybody wants to talk about is, well, I agree with a few of the things he says, but these are where he's wrong. And damn near every single time they want to have some sort of critique, it's usually a straw man. It's usually here's what I got out of that. You can tell. I can tell. I've been writing about this stuff for almost 20 years now. It'll be 20 years next year. I know what I wrote, man. I know what's in the book. And I can tell when you didn't read it. I can tell. And it's not just them. I mean, the guys I'm going to talk about today. It's not just them. It's everybody. I know when you didn't understand it. The number one,
I read his book back to back 3 times. And I've also read his second book, Preventative Medicine. I've read them multiple times. So yes, don't use this argument of you guys didn't even read the book. I read it so well. I read it so much, guys, that any one of his audience, I can explain the book way better than all of you. I can.
Call this a coincidence.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, call this a coincidence, but every time we pause, it's like the most awkward, weird image of Rollo.
Well, that's just how Rollo permanently looks. You know, you have a still image of him at any time. Like, we should play a game of that. Let's see if you, whenever you pause him while he's speaking, if he actually looks like a normal human being. I don't think he does.
I don't
Skeletor.
I don't like making these arguments because I don't like attacking people as them, but I do think it's somewhat relevant to point out just how angry and butthurt he is throughout this whole video. Like, you should not be this triggered and this angry, you know, when you're making a video about another content creator. Like, look at me. Do I look like I give a shit? He's going to make a lot of claims in this video. He's basically going to call me a tool.
Well, the reason he is because he's scared of you. That's it. You're going to have an emotional reaction toward things that you have an emotional investment in. He has an emotional investment in being
an emotional reaction.
Yeah, well,
I don't give a.
Yeah, you know, go ahead. But one more thing. I was going to say he has an emotional reaction to this because he has an emotional attachment to being the smartest guy in the room and to being right and to not being challenged, right? He's the godfather of the red pill. Anybody challenges him on the red pill, and then he's going to get triggered, especially if somebody competent like yourself or somebody competent like myself. So that's why he gets mad. He makes critique videos all the time of, you know, feminism and actually specific people. You don't see him get fired up like this. He's getting fired up like this because we are attacking his ideas, that his life's work, which is inherently flawed, and he's scared of us, which is why he's having an emotional reaction. And that's why he doesn't want to debate us either, because he's afraid that he's going to lose, which he will.
And it's a shame because I think the community would really benefit from that. Like, they would really benefit from watching, you know, two opposing viewpoints being, you know, discussed and debated. Like, that would be very beneficial for my audience, for his audience, for the whole community. But yeah.
We're going to get to, actually, you know, let's just go systematically here. I'm going to, if you are wanting to get the 9 Iron Rules, you can go to, you don't even have to buy the book, man. It's not like, I'm not even trying to shield my book. Hey, yeah, please buy the book, right? Go pick it up, and don't get a pirated copy that's been promoted out there. Don't do that. But if you want a good, I would say probably about 80-85% of the material that's in my first book, it's freely available on my blog, man. Always has been since 2000, for 10 years. It's been freely available. So what are you going to do? Okay, let's go look for the 9 Iron Rules. Okay, great. Each one of those 9 Iron Rules, by the way, I have collected them on my best of year 1. So you can go and look them up. They are also collected in the book here too. But if you look how the posts were spread out when I was blogging back in 2011, they're not all listed one after the other. And there's a reason for that, because I'm not selling you my program for your success. I've said that. I don't know how much more clear I can make that. So anyways, if you go to the Rational Male and you go at the very top there, you'll see that there's it says the best of the Rational Male. Go to year 1, and down at the bottom there, right on the middle of there, scroll down a bit, and then you'll see Iron Rules of Tomassi. Okay? The first one is frame, and usually nobody has a problem with that one. Frame is something that a lot of guys sometimes they might be a little quirky about it. Now, have I done 9 Iron Rules on this channel? Yes, I have. I believe I did it way back in the day with Pat Campbell. So I'll link that at the end of this video, so you can go look at that if you want. And I go into more detail about all of them. And again, it's hard to enumerate and describe everything and my reasoning behind writing all of this. So you have to actually go read it. You have to be intellectually, you know, don't be a lethargic. Okay, go and read this stuff. Actually read it, because what most people do is they go, oh, he said, you know, what's number 1? Frame. Frame is everything. And that's why I started with that as number 1, because frame is not my term, by the way. It's a psychological term. It's a sociological term too. Frame is something that psychologists have noticed since, gosh, back in Freud's day, I think. I forget who came up with the actual concept of frame. But frame was something that the early pickup artists and now sort of the latter day gamers also recognize.
Get to the point, Rollo. Jesus Christ.
And not just them, but like guys who are, you know, selling you the masculinity training, and guys who want to tell you how to be a better patriarch, or guys who want to tell you how to be a better dad. Frame, yeah, frame is everything. Frame means something, that's for damn sure. Women want you to have a world into which that they can enter. That's number 1. And most people don't have a problem with that. In fact, they embrace it that much more because, oh, Rollo Tomassi said frame is everything. They'll chew on that because it's sort of an endorsement for whatever their program happens to be after that. That's number 1. Now, number 2 is going to be, actually, number 2, I think I'm going to let Alex explain what number 2 is or what he thinks is number 2. So let's go in here.
To some specifics that Rollo is wrong about. So let's start off with his book, The Rational Man. There's 3 rules that I definitely disagree with. Iron rule number 2, never reveal your number of sexual partners or explain detail of past lovers. I would really love to see Rollo cite a study that this is based on. Like, oh, we asked 1,000 men and we saw that the ones who shared their lay count had a higher divorce rate. Like, no, he's just purely pulled this one out of his ass. And again, this is opinion, which is he's wrong about, because I've told God knows how many girls about my past sexual history and my clients at, and it's never been an issue. Again, you don't want to be on the first date bragging that you fucked a lot of girls or coming off as too timid, but once you already hook up with a girl, especially if it's a girl you're dating, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, it's probably better to be transparent and straight up, because that builds trust and you want to have honesty in a relationship. So yeah.
Okay, so he's presuming a lot here. So let's go. Well, okay, let's go and read the actual rule. Okay, awesome. Here. Iron rule of Tomassi number 2. Let's move over here. So this was from a post that I wrote called "How Many You've Been With How Many Girls?" Okay, this was Iron Rule of Tomassi. Okay, I wrote this. Remember, these were from back in the day. A lot of this stuff was primarily from.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yo, guys, in the comments, let us know if how the audio's coming out, because if there's an issue, we need to fix it. So just let us know, good, bad, whatever. Because I don't want this audio to suck.
Sometimes it's fine, other times it's not.
That's odd, because I have everything the same. Let's just keep going and while the guys respond.
Yeah.
Around 2003, 2004, 2005, somewhere around there. Okay, so that's where this was developed from. Iron Rule of Tomassi: never under pain of death, honestly or dishonestly reveal the number of women you've slept with or explain any detail of your sexual experiences with.
I think I summed it up pretty fucking well in my video. Like, he's not saying anything that's different than what I said.
With them to a current lover. That's what the rule. That's the primary rule there. I enumerate a little bit more here. I actually put in some conversations here, but primarily what was going on at the time of this writing was that far too many guys thought that that was a form of game, and they still do kind of today. Maybe not. They do it in a different way. That understanding the mentality is still the same. So when a guy sends a dick pic to a girl, that's kind of on the same side. They want to like escalate sexual.
No, it has nothing to do with sending a dick pic to a girl who didn't request a dick pic. Is not the same as sharing your lay count when asked by a girl. It's completely unrelated things.
But it comes off as creepy, and then on top of that, there's a dick pic out there, and that girl can use that as blackmail on you. Okay, it's similar to that. However, at the time of writing this rule, guys were going and saying, "Well, what do I do, Rollo, when a girl asks me how many chicks I have ever slept with?" Okay, it's one thing to answer that honestly, and again, I will strongly disagree about this whole thing about, oh, you got to be honest in a relationship. Yeah, okay, fine, but women do not want 100%.
He's saying, I will strongly disagree with the fact you have to be honest in a relationship. So what will be the opposite? So what will be following that? So you should lie in a relationship? I mean, okay, he's on kind of slippery ground right now.
Open disclosure. They don't want full disclosure. They want to play the game. That's why you don't reveal your number. Keep her guessing. Let her imagination do the lifting for you. That's why you don't do that. It's an honestly, that
you really don't need to do that. Like, you can just be upfront, unless that number is embarrassing, unless it's like 1 or 2. Then yeah, just you can do that. What he says, but you really don't, especially once you've had sex with a girl. Like it's like a booty call or something like that, which is usually when that question will be asked. You really don't need to do any of that. Like, you can just be honest. Like, it really is not going to hinder your game in any way. And again, Rollo would know that if he actually went out there and had talked to girls, had some experience. So he's just purely talking out of his ass right now.
According to the old school PUAs, that was a shit test, and that was a shit test you could leverage. So you would say, well, how many girls have you really been? Right. And so you go, well, tonight. It was an opportunity for cocky and funny, but also it seems as if you're leading with your notch count. Remember what we?
Yes, only if you're the one that's trying to brag about it, right? So if the iron rule was don't brag about your lay count, I wouldn't be criticizing it, right? He said reveal, keyword reveal, never under the penalty of death, right? Reveal your, the number of girls that you've slept with. Reveal implies that, someone is asking you, someone's trying to get the information. So yeah, just clear example of moving the goalpost. Yes, you should not be bragging about your lay count. You should not be leading with that. But if a girl asks you about it, it's not a big deal if you tell her. It's certainly not under the penalty of death. Again, if the iron rule was, generally speaking, it's not a good idea to share your body count, okay, that's one thing. When it's never under the penalty of death, reveal your past sexual experiences, that's a different thing.
Say, don't lead with your wallet. Don't lead with your notch count. And that's what guys were doing back in the day. That's what that's for. That's why you don't do that. Well, hey man, I've had 300 chicks. That means I'm a stud, so you should bang me. Next, scientifically speaking, here we go. You want your data? Here's your data. Okay.
Oh, this is good.
Men tend to overestimate and overestimate the interest of women, and then they also tend to exaggerate their lay counts. Lots and lots of research on that. Men tend to overestimate and over-exaggerate their sexual prowess. Look it up, asshat. Look up David Buss.
Okay.
Yeah,
So the data he's citing is that men tend to overestimate their lay count. So it doesn't say, the data isn't men should not reveal their lay count. It's men tend to overestimate their lay count. So thus, he's making a very big logical leap and saying because of that, that means that you should never reveal your body count. No, those two things are completely unrelated, almost entirely unrelated. I'm not disagreeing with the fact that men generally tend to overestimate their lay count. I haven't even seen the study. That makes sense to me. That's like something I can definitely see happening. That does not mean necessarily that men should not share their body count. Two things are largely unrelated. So you can see.
Also, yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt you. One more thing.
Let me just add one last thing on that.
Okay.
Yeah, so like you kind of see how even though he claims it's all data, it's all science, it's largely his interpretation of the science. That's the problem. It's not, I don't have a problem with the data or the science. I have a problem with his interpretation of the science. And you can see in this one, it's a huge fucking leap. Like this is an enormous leap that he's making, which he's wrong about. All right, go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, like, this is something that Rollo does often. Is he's like, I'm gonna debunk this right here, and then he will have like he'll nitpick one certain thing and then say like, oh, well, this makes sense of like the whole thing overall. I think technically it's called a Mott and Bailey logical fallacy, where you will have one thing, you'll conflate one defensible idea and one indefensible idea and justify because one of them actually makes sense and say, oh, well, the overall thing must make sense. So what he's saying here is basically, okay, well, I have the data, here's the data, but then the data just states a descriptive claim of like, oh, well, men tend to over-exaggerate their lay count, sure. But the thing that we're trying to talk about is, you know, should you ever reveal your body count? So if he had data that showed that women overall had less sex with men than less sex with men who reveal their body counts than sex with men who never reveal their body counts, that would be legit. That's not the data he's citing. He's like, here's the data, and then he's talking about shit that nobody cares about, right? Like, like you said, you and I could just intuit that, use our intuition to say like, yeah, that's probably true. Men probably in general over-exaggerate their lay counts, and women probably over-exaggerate it the other way, saying it's lower than it actually is. Fine. Okay, that's great that we have data on that, and we already all kind of knew that. I already was aware of that data. Your entire justification of never revealing your body count is based off of that? What about that justifies that?
And then you're going to call it science. You're going to call it, you're call it praxeology. You're going to say you have no beliefs.
Exactly. That's his personal belief based on that data set. That data set that's objective. His personal belief is based on that. That's why he's so full of shit when he says, oh, I don't have any beliefs.
It's so intellectually disgenuine is to pull some data that's unrelated and say, well, because of this data set, and most people, they're going to be like, oh, well, he's citing data, so that means he's right. No, he's citing unrelated things and using it to prove his point. So it's very intellectually disgenuine. We're going to take questions at the end for sure. I just want to quickly address this one because, well, honestly, it's kind of bugging at me because it's very flawed. This guy Alex playing with fire, solid lays, but most of his lays are from overseas. So that is not true at all. Vast majority of my lays are in America. That's where I spent most of my life. I have traveled. I've gone laid in other countries, but most of my lays are in America. I would say probably well over 85%. Plus, he's Miami, which gets flooded with new Latinos. That's true. So it's easy to lay them because they get Americanized. Yes, but I've only lived in Miami for about 3.5 years now. So by the time I moved to Miami, I was already at like, I don't know, pretty high lay count, like 200 to 300 or something like that. So before that, I lived in Texas. I lived in California. I lived in Boston. So yeah, that's just not really true. All right. Anyway, let's get back into this.
Look up the studies of David Buss. Look at the studies of Marty Hazelton or Gangstad or I want to say, gosh, Rolf. I'm not really sure. But David Buss's department has talked about this all the time. Go get this book. It's a great book. It's called Men Behaving Badly. It just came out this year. It's by David Buss. All in there. I'm not going to go do that work for you.
So basically what he's doing is he's flooding you with information so that, because he knows no one's going to actually do that. No one watching this, less than 0.001% who watch that video are actually going to get that book and look at the data. They're just taking your word for it. Okay, some unrelated data does not prove your point, man. Like completely unrelated things.
If you want to come at me, you go and pick that shit up. I'm not going to go and put scientific links for you so I can do the heavy lifting for you because you're disingenuous. So
I'm the disingenuous one because I'm the disingenuous one because I'm the one that's citing completely unrelated studies to prove my point, to prove my opinion, which I then claim is a fact. Interesting.
There is that aspect of there is actually a scientific aspect of it. Guys believe, I think particularly more beta male guys, but they tend to exaggerate or they tend to think that they express or overestimate or overblow their sexual prowess, that in some ways is a form of game. That's what that rule was about. Next.
This one is just pure nonsense. Rule number 4, never live with a woman you aren't married to or intend to marry in 6 months. So the logic is that, oh, well, if you live with a woman, you can still fall under common law marriage, which you become legally married, for all legal purposes because you're living together. Except what he forgets is that common law marriage is really only a thing in 8 states.
Nothing to do with common law marriage.
And usually it doesn't kick in until 3 years, 5 years, right? So in most states, common law marriage isn't a thing. I would make the argument that it is much better to try out living with a woman before you actually commit to marriage because you
Okay, that's exactly why I wrote the rule out, and I'll explain here in just one
want
minute.
to see how you guys live together. You don't really get to know someone until you're living together for an extended period of time. Me personally, I don't know if I'm ever going to get married, but if I do, I would never consider it unless I live with a woman for at least a few years. I want to see how we do when we're in close proximity with each other, whether she changes, whether anything changes, and then I might consider marriage, but not the other way around. It's just silly.
Okay, sounds like logic, right? Well, let's go look at the rule. Number 4? Was that it? Let's see. I believe that was. Yeah. Notice how he skirts number 3. We're going to come back to number 3 because that's what.
Because I don't have an issue with it. I don't skirt it. I also skirted number 1. I skirted your other rules. When I don't have an issue with something, I didn't say it. Like, how's that me skirting? It's not something I disagree with.
Lauren.
No, it's
Lauren
because
Southern was talking about. This is number 4. What he was just calling. Okay, so this is from a post called "Shacking Up," written October 6th, 2011, almost 10 years ago. Okay, so here it is. I was going to put it on screen, but I think I'll hold off here. Iron Rule Tomassi, number 4. Never under any circumstance live with a woman you aren't married to or are not planning to marry within 6 months.
So I summed it up pretty much perfectly. Like what he's saying is like, let's look at the actual rule. The actual rule is literally exactly what I said. But okay.
Now what he fixates on here is the marriage part. I'm not advocating marriage. And if you read the rest of the fucking post, you would understand this. But you don't, because you are deliberately misdirecting and trying to reframe this as something that it is not. Disingenuous.
No, I read your shitty post, man.
You are utterly powerless in this situation. Never buy a home with a girlfriend. Never sign a rental lease with a girlfriend. Never agree to move into her home. And absolutely never move a woman into your own established living arrangement. That's the rest of this. I adamantly.
Right, but you have iron rule number 4: never live with a girl who you don't intend on marrying in 6 months. That's the actual rule according to you. So just because you have other shit later on the post that you're right about doesn't make your actual iron rule, which I'm criticizing right in of itself. That's like I have a very long post. In my first post, I say. The best opener is when you say, fuck you, bitch, right? Like something like that. And then in the rest of the post, I talk about good text game that actually makes sense. And then you say, yo, dude, I tried your fuck you, bitch opener. It didn't work. Well, if you actually bother to read the rest of the post where I talked about the text game, right, but that doesn't change the fact that the actual, the topic, the main focus of the post was wrong just because you got other shit right.
And I want to say another thing too. It's like, sorry, one more thing. It's like,
go ahead.
What if you live in a really expensive city, like you live in New York or something, right? Or San Francisco, and you have your girl and both you and her have pretty good jobs and you just want to split the rent and you live with each other and that's it. And let's say to top that all off, you guys are in an open relationship or it's one of those where, she's fine with you seeing other girls and then you can bring other girls back for both of you guys to have fun with, right? At that point, is it still stupid to live with each other? Like, there's so many different exceptions here. Again, if it's like Rollo Tomassi's suggestions for the average dude, fine. The iron rules, especially he uses words like never. They're very, very strict. basically implying that there's no exceptions, right? With the verbiage that he's using. And even just the way he's talking about this here, there's definitely some great exceptions to which it makes sense to do that, So
let me just quickly address this thing. Like I said, title or the name of rule is clickbait. You're debating the rule title, not the rule itself. No, the actual rule is that. What follows that is a description, elaboration of other things that he thinks are related, or the description of the rule. But the actual rule itself, which Rollo pulled up, it's not like I didn't pull it up. Rollo pulled up is what I said it was, right? So I'm criticizing the actual rule. I'm not criticizing the title of the article. I'm criticizing the rule. Okay, wait, see that, and then let's get back into it.
Mainly opposed to the shacking up dynamic. It's a trap that far too many men allow themselves to fall into. My fervor against this isn't based on some moral issue. It is simple pragmatism. If you live with a woman, you may as well be married, because upon doing so, every liability and accountability of marriage is then in effect.
Well, it's not really true. If you're living with a girl, it's not the same thing as being married to her. For example, the thing ends. That largely will depend on the state you're in, but it's really not the same thing. But okay, that's a small point.
You not only lose any freedom of anonymity, you commit to legally being responsible for the continuation of your living arrangements, regardless of how your relationship decays. I should also emphasize the point that when you commit, and it is a financial commitment, to cohabiting with a girlfriend, you will notice a marked decrease in her sexual availability and desire.
Yeah, only if you're a beta male. Like, maybe it happens to occasional alpha male, but no. I've lived with a girl for a period of time. My ex-girlfriend Maria, and no, there was absolutely no decrease in sex. If anything, we were just having sex all the fucking time. So yeah, I'm sure some guys will get that. Doesn't mean that's like a rule. Again, if he said some guys, when living with a girl, they start experiencing less sex. Okay, I'm not gonna take an issue with that. But men, when living with a girl, to experience a decrease in sex, like as if that's like the case for every guy. No, I'm gonna take an issue with that, because it's not the case for a lot of guys. Like look at John Anthony, for example. I know it's like a favorite person that people love to talk about, but at the end of the day, he lives with 3 girls and he constantly has fucking orgies with them. So there's no decrease in sex there. I mean, that one is just largely nonsense. Or it's not largely nonsense. It's nonsense for some guys and true for other guys.
The single most common complaint related to me in regards to how to reignite a woman's desire comes as the result of a guy having moved into a living arrangement with his LTR, his long-term relationship. Which is exactly why I chose to do that exact thing that I'm saying is cause a problem, which is why I chose to get married and live in the same place as my wife. Interesting. That competitive anxiety and its resulting sexual tension that made your sex life so great is removed from her shoulders, and she can comfortably relax in the knowledge that she is your only source of sexual intimacy. Putting your name on that lease with her, even if it's just your name, is akin to signing a policy for her. I, the undersigned, promise not to fuck any woman but this girl for a 1-year term. That's where that is, and that's what that was all about.
Not necessarily. It really depends on the dynamic you have. If you're in an open relationship, or you guys have threesomes or foursomes or whatever the fuck it is, then no, it's absolutely not the case. Really depends on the dynamic of your relationship. Could be true, could be completely false.
Not about marriage, not about common law marriage. And you know what? Had you read that, you would understand that. But you're not going to talk about that. Oh, I disagree.
Yes, I'm not going to talk about the thing I agree with you on. I'm going to talk about the thing I disagree with you on, because the title of the video is specifically things I disagree with Rollo on. So again, you have a Rollo article. The topic, the subject of the article is the rule, which is the thing I take issue with. And just because you say things later on in the article, which I'm not going to disagree with, because actually, you're right about that, that makes my initial argument disgenuine. Again, like, you're seeing the logical problem here. He's taking something that he knows that I'm not going to take issue with, because he's basically correct about that. I don't really like his wording. I think there's exceptions. I'll not take a big issue with that. I'm going to take issue with a thing that is just not true, which again is his rule, which never live with a girl who you don't intend on marrying. That's his actual words in 6 months. No, I disagree with that. Right? Again, so faulty logic, faulty argument
about this. Now, do you understand why I don't do debates? Now do you understand why I see if you have any kind of if you're disingenuous about your intentions? I know who you work for, man. I know your whole grift. I know your whole shill.
Here comes the conspiracy theory. Choo choo.
I know all of it.
Tin foil hat Rollo coming up.
I know who you work for, man. Myself.
Rule number 5: never allow women to be in control of birth control. It's basically saying that,
slight misinterpretation by me. He says never in control of the birth. I say birth control. Okay, so I'll just call myself out on that.
Woman might deceive you, so she's gonna pretend like she's on the pill, but she's actually.
I'm sorry, that's not what that says. Can you please read that again to me?
So you can get pregnant with your child, right? And there's some examples of NBA players.
No, but that's what you mean by that. Like, again, I'm taking what you said and I'm expanding on it. If I'm wrong about my characterization, then that's on me. Then maybe I was wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong about this one at all.
You're hooking up with ratchet chicks, and then they pull that shit on them. Okay. What kind of girls are you hooking up with? Because no woman who's actually has shit going for her in her life, who has good self-esteem, who's not ghetto as fuck, is going to do that. Doesn't even enter her mind. She's not thinking, okay, how can I pull one over on this guy and get myself pregnant with his child? Yeah, there are some gold diggers and really ratchet girls who will pull that shit, but you shouldn't be with those girls in the first place. Like, how little trust.
I see. So now we're gonna jump into the equality woman missive here, but that's not what this is about. This is not about having control. This is what he's referring to as well. You shouldn't worry about that if you're in a good, loving, trusting relationship. Okay, is that the goal? Because I see a lot of booze in the back there, and it seems to me like you're more about game and pickup than anything else.
His argument is because there's alcohol in the background, because that's the apartment I moved into, and the mini bar makes a nice little scene. Thus, okay, interesting.
And also,
So
Rollo, that's the thing that he's a part of. Apparently, his actual job, which I don't think he really has anymore. But anyway, he's like, oh, I have like poor girls who like pour alcohol and shit. So you're part of that fucking industry. Sorry, are you also a pickup artist then because of that? Like, what the fuck is this dude talking about?
I just love his logical leaps. Like, oh, because I'm speaking 21 convention, that must mean blah blah blah. Oh, because I have bottles in the background, that must mean blah 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 blah. Now, he's actually somewhat correct. I am, generally speaking, much more about hookups. That's what the majority of my content is about. It's not because I have bottles in the back. That's absolutely nothing to do with it.
Yeah, RSD was that way too. And RSD was always had an anti-alcohol position, So, but they were literally call themselves pickup artists. So just because that's just a weird false stereotype that people have. Like, pickup artists are these guys who just want to get girls drunk all the time so that they can do things for them. Oh, actually, Rollo, one of your friends does that, Fresh and Fit, where they try to get the girls drunk so that they do stupid shit on their podcast. And yet you still simp and show for them. So you're very selective with your insults when it comes to alcohol. You're just trying to find things to nail Alex on because you really don't have much of an argument. So you're just like, oh, look at that alcohol in the background.
But what he's doing is just funny because he accuses me of being disgenuine. What he's doing is actually being disgenuine. So he's saying, oh, well, you're talking about relationships. I'm not actually talking about relationships. I'm saying that ratchet girls. So he's completely miscategorizing what I said. I'm saying that if you're hooking up with a ratchet chick, doesn't mean dating, hooking up, having one to stand with a ratchet girl or gold digger, then yeah, you should be in control of the birth. You should make sure you have a condom on. You should not trust her when she says she's on the pill. But if it's a good girl, who's not a crazy chick, who's a normal girl, who has normal self-esteem, then, it's really not much of a concern. Probably you want to develop some trust with her. So probably the first time you probably do want to wear a condom, but so he's miscategorizing my argument on purpose. And it's funny because he accuses me of doing that.
Coming from you, Alex, sounds a little strange.
Finally, he's learned my name. Half an hour in the video.
But yeah, well, whatever you can come up with that is on your phone that you're reading from that script, whatever that is, let's keep going.
You have in your relationship that you literally can't trust your girl to take the pill. If you have that little trust for the girl that you're seeing, then you shouldn't be seeing her in the first place. So this one also, you're talking about plus what? Like, you're never going to have sex without condom. Like, you're always going to use condoms, or just because you can't trust your girl to take the pill. And yeah, it's just super paranoid and super silly. All right, so those are the big ones with it.
All right, so let's go back and read Iron Rule number 5, which he misquotes deliberately. Iron Rule of Tomassi number 5, never allow a woman to be in control of the birth.
So I got one word wrong. One word. I said control, the birth control. One word, which I'm deliberately wrong about. Literally one word, which is largely relevant. Birth or birth control, basically the same shit.
Okay. Why is that? How many guys in the MGTOW community, well, they'll be happy to tell you about that. They'll be happy to talk about this. How many guys in the MGTOW community say that? And you've probably heard them say this. I've said it myself. Once a sperm leaves your body, you are 100% powerless, right? Even I don't have it queued up, but I have discussed the.
You're not 100% powerless. Like, for example, you come on a girl, you can convince her to get, plan B. Yes, you can't force her to do it, but you're not 100% powerless. You're maybe largely powerless. That's a small thing, but I'm just going to clarify that.
Cases, I believe, I want to say it was in Arizona. It was this couple who were trying to they're doing in vitro fertilization, I think. And during the process of that in vitro fertilization, they froze the sperm, froze the egg, and they broke up. They divorced. Well, the woman still wants to have a child. She still wants to have a baby. Well, guess what? Female judge says, yeah, you can use your ex-husband's sperm to fertilize your eggs, have those kids, and guess what? He's paying for birth. He's paying for 18 years for the kid.
Okay. Can you
It's-
pause this for a second?
I will.
Sure.
That is such an absurd example.
I know.
So when it comes to in vitro fertilization, that's literally an act in which you are trying to have your eggs be fertilized because regular methods don't work. You've already taken the action to try to become pregnant. And a lot of times when you do in vitro fertilization, like there's embryos that have already been fertilized, right? So he's saying, okay, once the sperm leaves your body, you don't have control. Literally in that scenario, he had control of where his sperm went. He actively chose to put it within an in vitro fertilization, method.
Oh, it's a good point.
And then after that, he changed his mind afterwards. So more so, it's that dude's fault for making a decision and then reneging later on. How about you don't do it in the first place? That's what Rollo always does. Is he does these like absurd examples to try to justify whatever argument that he has. That's a way different thing than saying like, oh, well, I like blammed inside of some girl and I don't know what to do now. To actually, argue Rollo's point for him. If you wanted to actually have a legit argument, that's the worst argument you would ever use. Anyway.
Yeah. Well said. Well said.
Put that gladly. I will gladly put that link in the description so you guys can.
It's funny how he will gladly put links that he wants to, but other ones, I'm not going to do the heavy lifting for you.
Yeah, exactly. The actual few scientific evidence things that he has that we probably agree with, he'll put in the chat.
Well,
one instance, man. So that's number one. So does it not seem? I realize that it sounds like, well, that's psychotic. Why would you do something like that? Well, because that's the degree of control that you have to have. There's only one line of defense between you and an unwanted pregnancy. This is I wrote later on in this. I'm not going to read the whole damn thing, but let me just read parts of it. It says, I always have protection. I'm Rollo Tomassi, number 5. Always have protection. I've had far too many guys hit me with the argument that they implicitly trust their girlfriends to be on the pill or whatever, and that she doesn't want kids, only to be an unprepared daddy 9 months later. After the accident, the only accident they had was not being in control of the birth themselves. In fact,
you said you always use protection. Do you use protection with your wife, Rollo? Like, do you wear condoms when you have sex with your wife? It's a legitimate question. Like you said, you always use protection. So do you use condoms? Like, have you ever had? Well, I think he has a child, so clearly he's had unprotected sex at least once. Or was that like?
His wife is probably post-menopause because he's old and she's old, and not an insult to her, but yeah. No. I mean, hey, Rollo, you never know. She might you might blam inside of your wife, and she might actually like try to suck out your juices out of her pussy afterwards, and then she might bring it to an in vitro fertilization clinic, and then have your sperm impregnate like her friends, and then all of a sudden you're going to be liable for child support. You never know.
We'll use the condom.
Yeah.
I'd argue that men need to use extra caution when in an LTR, since the ease of getting too relaxed with her is present. That's what it says. Accidental pregnancy is practically a cottage industry now. Go look on. I wish I had forums for you, but there are forums right now that are specifically set up for women's forums, so that women can find a way to trick guys into thinking that either.
This is the problem I have with a lot of the red pill stuff. They use these extreme examples to make guys paranoid and shit. Like, yeah, there's a small percentage of women who probably do shit like that. It's not the majority of the women. It's not even half. It's not even like fucking. It's not even 25%. Like, extreme example to make the guy paranoid. Right. So what is the solution? Like, let's say you're in a relationship, you're in a loving relationship, you're always going to use condoms. You're never going to experience. I think one of the best things about being in a relationship is getting to fuck your girlfriend raw. It's fucking awesome. Like, that is one of the key things. So you're never going to do that because you're paranoid. Like,
they're the daddy, or that they should commit. Well, we've been together for 6 or 8 months, and he's got no sign of commitment. I need a fake pregnancy test so I can get him to commit. I need to give him a scare. There are black markets for positive pregnancy tests right now. Nothing illegal whatsoever.
Well, just one thing. If the rule was you should be careful when considering to, give surrender control of birth or whatever, I would have no issue with that. I agree with that. But never allow the woman to be in control of the birth. Like, you always have to, no matter what the situation, which is what never implies. No, I'm not taking issue with that.
About that. I got one here. I got pregnant. You can have mine. Trick him. That's what I'm talking about. That's why this is a thing. That's why this was a rule. And again, this is a rule. You don't have to follow it. I'm not saying this is
which is why I call it the iron rule.
These are the 5 rules.
Not the general suggestion or my tips. The iron rule.
The
You
iron
don't have to
rule.
follow it. This is like it's such a case of moving the goalpost. Well, I never said you have to follow it. Okay.
For life. You can. I can't actually go and say, I can't be with you in the bedroom and say, you better wrap the rascal.
Thank God for that.
I can't do that. But I can at least say, hey, here's something to think
I can't think of any way to get my girl's vagina drier than having Rollo be in the room.
about. This is not an ideology. This is not a cult. These are not the things you have to memorize and read back to me later. These are suggestions. These are things to give you something to think about. Accidental pregnancy is practically a cottage industry now for a woman without an education or even with, and without means, an unplanned pregnancy may be a pretty good prospect, especially when every law and social expectation weighs in her favor. Am I wrong? Am I wrong in saying that you should be a little bit cautious? That you should.
That's not what you said, though. No one's just, again, moving the goalpost and making a, what's it called? I forget the term, but yeah, that's a clear example of moving the goalpost. If you had said that, if that was your iron rule or your iron suggestions, you like to call it, I would take no issue with that because I agree. You should be careful, right? He's moving the goalpost to suit his argument. That's not what the iron rule is, according to you, not even according to me.
You have at least some concern for being in control of that birth. Because ever since 1965, ever since the sexual revolution, ever since the advent of hormonal birth control, women have had unilateral control over the human reproductive process. How many shows have I said exactly those words? Doesn't matter, because this is all I care about and I care to think about, right? Okay. Here we go. You asked for it, you got it. These are professional mommies. Okay. When I counseled in Reno, I knew a guy who married his woman after who had 3 children from 2 fathers who he himself had impregnated with the 4th. She was what I call a professional mother.
That guy's an idiot.
Is it wrong to be cautious about those things? That was when did I write that? Gosh. That was again, December 6th, 2011. 10 years ago. Maybe we should be less cautious now, guys. Maybe we should just, you know what?
The complete straw man argument. Obviously, I'm not arguing that you should not be cautious, but like this is like the epitome of a straw man argument. And again, he accuses me of being disgenuine. Okay.
It's fine. We should trust her. It's fine. Go ahead.
Because that's clearly what I was getting at.
Nothing's going to happen. Trust her implicitly. She must not be a quality woman. Great as that is so unfalsifiable. I love that. That's another thing people hate on me for. Rollo doesn't believe in a quality woman. No, I believe this. Trust women to be women. That's it. Understand their nature and trust women to be women. Not saying that you shouldn't be in a great relationship. I'm not saying you can't love, be in love, or any of that other good stuff. I've been married for 25 years right now. This ass hat. Well, that disqualifies you from anything.
Well, hang on one second. Let's take a.
Great. Well, you're talking about.
Guys are saying that there's a little bit of an echo, so I want to address that.
Yeah, there's an echo.
How significant is it?
It's pretty bad. It's pretty hard to listen to be honest. It goes in and out. I think if you have headphones, that'll definitely make it go away. It's more so the echo happens because it's picking up the sound from your end and also from the system.
Okay, let's see if we can fix that. So, is it better now? Or can you barely hear him?
It's kind of hard to hear.
Okay, let's quickly address this. Hang on a second, guys. Let me think.
So while Alex is doing that, I'll give a little bit of input of what Rollo just said. So these guys do this a lot. It's like, oh, well, I'm not saying don't look for a high quality woman. Just expect women to be women, right? Dude, you I mean, what are we supposed to take away from when they say shit like that? Like if you're using logic, like you can use that as the same justification for another form of bigotry, which is racism. You could say like, oh, well, I'm not saying that, Asians are inherently low quality. Just expect Asians to be Asians, guys. You know what I mean? Nudge, nudge. It's like, come on, man. What the fuck you say? This is why people like automatically dismiss manosphere ideas as like misogynistic and shit, even though there's a lot of good here as well. It's because you use rhetoric like that. And also to Rollo's second point, when he was saying, oh, well, because I've been married for 25 years, does that make me unreliable as a source of information? Yeah, it does. Okay. Especially because the sexual marketplace has changed so much since the 80s, bro. We have something called the internet now. We have something called social media now, right? And we have something called dating apps now, which has changed fucking everything. Yes. So what happened and worked for you in your rock star 20s and 80s, in which you have bedded 40 whole women as a rock star, yes, it's going to be different. We need to take what you say with a grain of salt.
100%. Keep going. I'm just getting this.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll just talk to Chad a bit here. So I saw people look, because this is what happens a lot of times when people don't have an argument, they just start attacking your character, your legitimacy, and whatnot. So they keep attacking me and Coach Whitepill, saying, you guys just fled to Vietnam because you struggle to get laid, and like,
can you tell me if this is better?
In the beginning of like early 2000s, the NBA famously issued this. I guess it was a.
It's way better.
Yeah, that sounds better. Okay, so we can.
No, I don't want to. What was the point you had?
No. So I was gonna say, like, dude, it depends. Like, this is how you know people don't travel, right? You're gonna have certain expat communities, like where I live in. We freaking call it Cracker Town. Even in my stream yesterday, I had one of my friends come over, and she's from to join us on stream, and she's from Canada. And yeah, I date Vietnamese girls too, but I didn't date my first Asian girl until I came out here when I was 26. The vast majority of girls I hooked up with are from the U.S. I hooked up with way more girls from the U.S. And usually the girls I hook up with are also fellow expats who are from the West, and backpacker girls from the West as well. It's just such a dumb argument. And I think because people just assume, like, some of these guys actually do go out, and we actually make fun of them in our community here and other expat areas I've been to, where like you'll have some weird, creepy dudes come here, and then they'll just live outside the expat zone so that they can like live with a bunch of like these poor girls, and it's become their sugar daddy. So I understand why some of you guys think that I live that way. I don't know why. I'm fucking 27. I don't need to do that shit. I'm not some old creepy dude like Rollo who would need that to do that to get laid. But if you guys actually traveled outside the US for once, you would understand what that is, right? But anyway, I could do a whole other thing on that. It's just, I want the chat to focus on the actual matter at hand. Stop trying to do ad homs toward me and toward Coach Whitepill and toward John Anthony, who's not even here. He's not even here. Yeah, like we haven't mentioned anything. That people are just talking about J-Molv in the chat. It's like, what? Like, focus on the topic at hand, guys. Like, how about you attack Rollo or even Alex or me? Just keep it the conversation to them. Leave Coach Whitepill out of it. Leave J-Molv out of it. This has nothing to do with him. Okay.
Right.
Anyway, let's focus, chat.
And we'll debate anyone who wants to come on the end. So I just made some adjustments. So let's see if it's better, guys. I want you in the comments to let me know if it still sucks, and we'll get it going. If I have to, I'll manually turn off my speakers every time the video plays. It'll be a pain in the ass. So hopefully we can get around that. But if not, we'll do that. So let's see how it is now.
Public PR release or something like that.
Is that better?
Player saying, like, if you're on the road, make sure you wear a condom and you flush the condom. Because what was happening is there was such a high incidence of women on the road, on those road games, who wanted to bang an NBA player, and you know what they were trying to do? They were trying to lock down an NBA player with a baby. Wow. Where has that happened recently? Oh yeah. Brittany Renner. Maybe we should have said something to PJ Washington about it.
Brittany Renner is like the most, like, PJ Washington is an idiot for not recognizing that. I'm not going to critique, him as a person, but he's an idiot in that situation because she's so obviously a fucking, professional goal.
Yeah, that echoes back, by the way.
It is.
Yeah.
Is it
headphones? Are you anti-headphones? Or do you
No,
not have any?
I'll get the headphones. All right, let's.
I think that's the only way to change it or to fix it, honestly.
Okay, let's. Is it when I talk as well now?
No, it's not when you talk. It's when Rollo talks. There's an echo. Okay. So for you, it's fine. It's more so because there's a system audio that they're listening to, and then also it gets the feedback from your side. That's why.
Okay. Well,
that could be. Hold on, Alex. That could be something you could do too. While Rollo's talking, if you mute yourself, the echo will go away. So you could do that as well.
Yeah, that's just gonna be a pain in the ass, but we'll do that. Let me see. Okay, we'll do that for now. Let me get headphones. This is like the story of my life. Like, always tech issues.
It's all good, man. Happens to me too.
Well, I'll just turn off my audio. Wait, I'm not gonna touch the Rollo one. I'm gonna turn off. I'm just thinking, what am I turning off exactly? Oh, on my end, I'm turning off the. Okay, I think I understand now.
Mm-hmm. All you have to do is mute yourself while Rollo's talking, and then unmute yourself when you talk.
No, it's okay. Trust her. You're married to her, man. Why would you? Why worry about it, PJ? Just go with what Alex is telling you.
But can you hear him in that
Yeah.
one? Oh, you can hear him.
That sounded good.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Now we got
To do. Yeah, just go. In fact, PJ Renner's in the perfect position according to this asshole. Right?
the problem is I can't hear anything, so I can't. Fuck.
Well, you can mute yourself, can't you? Like I saw you mute yourself a while ago. So like if while he's playing it, if you mute your own microphone. Yeah.
This shows you guys how bad I am at this shit. Okay, let's do it. Now.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, we should have trusted. Well, she's ratchet. Well, yeah, he should have known that, and he should have seen that. Sure, that we can backwards rationalize that. Now it's unfalsifiable. Sure. Now that you're screwed, now there's a kid involved in all of this, and that's another thing. There's a child that's involved in all of this as well, or maybe multiple children, or maybe children that aren't even yours. That because you married that girl and you actually had another kid with her, now you're on the hook for not only your own kid, not only alimony, but the kid from like two or three, other kids from two fathers, and you're on the hook. And you're footing the bill for all that. Mr. Superhero, you're the dad that stepped up, man. How awesome is that? So do you not think that Iron Rule of Tomassi number 5 at least is somewhat of a cautionary wisdom? Is it? Because maybe I'm off base here. All right, let's continue.
Quickly address this. So again, clear example of him moving the goalpost. No one is saying that you shouldn't be careful. We're saying something like literally verbatim, never allow the woman to be in control of the birth or whatever. That is largely paranoid and wrong because you're never going to have sex with a girl without a condom. That's what that implies. So we're not saying you shouldn't be careful. No, I agree. You should be careful. You should be cautious with this stuff. You're not going to see me busting into fucking Brittany Renner, raw. Like obviously not. So yeah, complete example of moving the goalpost. Okay, I get into it.
There's other ones that I sort of disagree with. For example, frame is everything. Whoa. I think it kind of overblows that one. But these are the 3 big ones to take issue with. Now let's go outside his book to other things that he says. So one concept that Rollo talks about a lot is the wall. He says that women, once they hit, right around the age of 30, basically their sexual appeal significantly goes down.
Well, no, that is not what I say. Stop putting words in my mouth, retard. Okay, that's not what I said. And anybody who's, I've got a foot. You want? I'll put a little tag here in just a minute. For the wall, I've done a full episode on that. Had you watched that, you would know what a moron you are. Okay, so what do I say about that? Well, right between the ages of 29 and 31, that's the epiphany phase. Had you actually read the book, you would know that. It's in the book. In fact, that's also in book 3 as well. I've talked about the epiphany phase there. Or no, book 2. Book 1 and 2 are all about that. In fact, I even put the essay called The Wall that I based that episode on. That's also, I believe, in book 2 is what's in preventive medicine. So, it's not, and I said this, I don't know how many times. I don't know how many ways to say this, because clearly you don't know my work. You don't know my book. You don't know anything about me, but you're happy to put words in my mouth. So here's the deal. Whenever I've talked about the wall, I said the wall is not a physical thing. The wall is a mental thing. That's why I peg it right about 33 years old. Some women actually hit the wall a lot earlier than that. Some hit it later. A rare few hit it later.
Now let's look at my statistics.
So really quick, if you could pause for a
73%.
second.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I have this
United
fucking.
States alone, I presume you live in the U.S. and not Brazil or something like that.
I won't fucking stop playing. Rollo's like stuck in my head. God fucking damn it! Hang on 1 second.
And
I'm trying to figure out where it's playing. Like it stopped. It completely bounced off the screen. Now I can't like turn it off.
You can argue about BMI and all this. Okay, that's fine.
Get rid of those guys.
I believe in you.
The fact remains is that most women.
I don't fucking see this window. I'm using like my roommate's Mac too, which I'm not familiar with.
Well before 30, a good proportion of them, a good percentage of them do. But that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about the epiphany phase. The epiphany phase is when women come to the realization that they have to cash out of the sexual marketplace because they ain't getting any younger. Now, I'm going to show you some science that backs that up here in just a minute too, because we're going to talk about standards.
Yeah, fucking pause it for some reason. I don't see the goddamn window.
So, the wall is not a physical.
This is ridiculous, dude.
I have said that and said that and said that.
It's so much easier if you were just actually come on.
Mute yourself for a second until you, because I want to. Address with.
All right. finally turned him off. All right, now we're gonna reopen the window. God damn it! It's like he's fucking stuck in my head. Like I was trying to. This is pretty funny because I was literally trying to like pause it, and the window bounced, and it like wouldn't pause. I'm like, God damn it! This guy's like literally speaking to the microphone. You know how this problem could have been avoided if Rollo would just come on for a debate. Now we have to deal with all these technical issues. All right, let's pull this up again. Bear with us, guys. It's just like a pain in the ass to do it this way, but you live you learn. All right, so we're gonna go pull up this thing. Bear with us. Rollo, Tomassi. All right.
Versus.
All right, we're gonna share the screen. Back to screen.
There you go. I got like EMP'd or something. It's like everything went to shit all at once. Like I lost connection and then the whole, whatever. But yeah, I'm back. We're good. But yeah, while Alex is, did you fix it? You good?
Yeah, we should be good.
Okay. I think you have to fast forward it though.
Yeah. We're definitely not going through the whole thing over again.
Yeah. Luckily, he does timestamp these, so that's good. The wall. Yeah.
Now there's a little audio echo on your end.
There is on my end.
Yeah. Did you change any setting?
No, I don't think so.
Because now it sounds like really off.
It's like echoing.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot of I don't know how to explain. There's a lot of like background noise or something like that. It's like like the mic is buzzing. Maybe you're just
it might be my fan from far away because it's
no, it's not that.
Right,
Something with the thing is I just think it's set too loud. Like maybe you could just turn it down a bit.
Let me hold on.
Yeah, static feedback. That's the term. Someone said it. Someone said, I think there's a problem with the audio. Rollo's voice sounds very whiny and gay.
Does this sound better? Am I okay?
It's better.
Still bad.
Let's just get into it.
Okay.
Know my work. You don't know my book. You don't know anything about me, but you're happy to put words in my mouth. So here's the deal. Whenever I've talked about the wall, I said the wall is not a physical thing. The wall is a mental thing. That's why I peg it right about 33 years old. Some women actually hit the wall a lot earlier than that. Some hit it later. A rare few hit it later. Now let's look at, you want statistics, you want science? Here we go. 73% of the population in the United States alone, I presume you live in the US and not Brazil or something like that, but 73% of the population in the United States is overweight. And a full 40% of the women in the United States are termed morbidly obese. Now, you can argue about BMI and all this other. Okay, that's fine. Put it in the comments. You can have that conversation too. But the fact remains is that most women actually hit the wall, if you want to call it physical.
Okay, let's just quickly point this out. I said the wall is not a physical thing. The wall is not a physical thing, but yet he's citing a study that's talking about your body mass index. But I guess body mass index is not a physical thing either. I guess your BMI is a mental thing.
Well, he was about to say, like, if you could play it again for like a few seconds, he's about to say like when he thinks the actual physical wall is. I want to hear what he says.
If you want to define it physically, they're probably hidden well before 30. A good proportion of them, a good percentage of them do. But that's not what I was talking about. I was talking.
No. So hold on. Who are we talking about? If we're talking about when do fat chicks hit the wall, nobody cares. Like those aren't the types of girls that we're going to be trying to have sex with anyway. If you're like a high value guy, or maybe because he's talking to a bunch of beta males, the beta males will actually want to have sex with overweight girls. No, we're talking about high quality girls, dude. And yes, by you saying, because he was saying earlier, he was saying like, I'm not saying that it's a mindset thing. It's not a physical thing because women realize they aren't getting any younger. What does that imply? How do women come to the realization that they're not getting any younger? Maybe because their looks are starting to fade a bit, and the feedback that they're getting from men isn't as positive as they used to be because they know that they don't look as hot because they're aging, aka the wall, right? And I agree with you, Alex. It doesn't necessarily mean that like we all think as soon as a girl hits the age of 30 that she's just like tanking downhill. But that is what Rollo believes. I think in general, everything being equal, sure, like a girl is not going to be as physically attractive at 21 as she is at 31 if she took care of herself the same way. It's just that typically that doesn't work out that way because you tend to develop something called character as you age, and you tend to develop something called self-discipline as you age. So typically a 31-year-old will be able to be like more disciplined than a 21-year-old, for example. So it ends up evening out a lot of times. But I will say, everything being equal, a 21-year-old girl is the same version of her at 21 is going to be hotter at 31 because you start to decline physically. It's the same thing with guys too, right? You start to decline physically as you age. You're not going to be in your physical prime when you're 21 the same way you are at 31. Like, look at athletes, for example. So Rollo's trying to say, like, all right, well, here, the wall is just a mindset, but also here's why the wall is also physical. It's like,
yeah.
Man.
And he's saying that I got his concept completely wrong, but it sounds like the one thing I got wrong is the actual age. So instead of 30, it's 23. Okay, if I got that wrong, then I'll admit it.
Apparently,
I was wrong
apparently
that.
women hit
women go downhill at 23 instead of 30. Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong about his argument, but I'd say I got it completely wrong. If anything, that like makes it kind of worse. Like they're going down at 23. I would take even more issue with him saying women go downhill at 23 and him saying women go downhill at 30. So that almost like proves my point in a way. So yeah, he's just like, Alex is completely wrong.
And who honestly thinks, like, if you buy into the idea of the wall, who honestly thinks the wall is mental? Whenever somebody talks about the wall, they say it as in like, oh, look at this girl. Like, she used to be hot, now she's not. She clearly hit the wall. You're not saying like, oh, look at her mindset. Her mindset shifted so much, guys. Like, you clearly tell she has a toxic mindset now, and that's why she hit the wall. No, you say a girl hit the wall when she used to be hot and now she's not. It's the wall. It definitely is a physical thing. And the mindset change is a reflection of those physical changes. I actually didn't think he believed that. That's such a dumb argument to say, oh, the wall isn't physical. It's like, yes, it fucking is. Whenever anybody uses the term the wall, it's implying that they're less hot than they used to be.
He's trying to hardcore move the goalpost. Like, whoa, it's not a physical thing. It's like a mental thing. Like, you can't really argue with that. Like, yeah, again, try to move the goalpost to win the argument. But yeah, he's saying I'm the one that's just genuine. It's pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said, Alex, you haven't read enough of his stuff to do a critique. Dude, I spent a shitload of fucking research on this topic. And honestly, when the rules are like, Iron Rule number 3, and then it says what it is, like, how much really do you have to go through? But I actually did a shitload of research on this. I talked to Kevin about it, who's read the book, 3 times cover to cover. I've talked to a bunch of people about it, get their perspective on all my arguments. So there's a lot of research, way more than I would actually like to do. Like, fucking for 3 days in my apartment, it's just like you just hear Rollo's annoying voice in the background. All right, so Iron Rule number 4. So yeah, I'm going to dismiss that argument.
Talking about the epiphany phase. The epiphany phase is when women come to the realization that they have to cash out of the sexual marketplace because they ain't getting any younger. Now, I'm going to show you some science that backs that up here in just a minute too, because we're going to talk about standards in just a moment, because that was about a hot topic for you as well. So the wall is not a physical thing. I have said that and said that and said that on Rule 0. I've said that on my blog. I've said that in 2 books. I've said that in at least 2 episodes of this show that I can remember. Do your goddamn homework. You're going to come at me, come correct.
Don't really need to do my homework in this situation because you literally just said, well, it's not 30, it's 23. That's when the woman declined. So you're disagreeing with my argument, but 30 seconds ago, you literally said that.
Well,
so
he was also just, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, like, the one thing I was wrong about is it's not 30, it's 23. So, okay, I'm in full responsibility for that. But that sounds like that's really my only mistake with this argument right there. Like, that's really the one thing I got wrong.
Well, he was also saying, like, oh, well, women hit the wall when they're fat. If anything, they hit the wall when they're fat. So a lot of women hit that before they're 30. Okay, so that's implying then fat. Guys, getting fat, I don't know if you knew this, but getting fat, it actually changes your physical appearance. And I didn't know if you knew this either. It actually changes your physical appearance for the worse. All right? I don't know if you knew that. So if that's the case, that he acknowledges that possibly you could be hitting the wall when you get fat, that's implying that the wall is something that's physical, right? The wall literally is something that's physical. And also, just besides Rollo, let's be honest, guys, when we use the term so-and-so hit the wall, are we talking about their mindset? No, we're talking about how they look, okay? When you see a girl that used to be hot back in, she was like the hottest girl in high school, and then you see her 10 years later on your Facebook, and you're just like, damn, this looks like a completely different person. What do you say? You say, oh, she hit the wall. You
but mentally, she's a different person.
Yes, but mentally,
physically,
she's in a great place. So therefore, she didn't hit the wall. Come on, guys.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
So when I talk about the wall is not a physical thing. Can be, but it's not exclusively a physical thing. It's a mental thing. When women get to about 32, right after the post-epiphany phase, right around there, that's when they realize, that at least on some level, most, maybe not as many as I'd like to believe, but most women come to the conclusion that they finally begin to acknowledge that they can't compete at the same level in the sexual marketplace that they could when they were 23. There's a 10-year difference between the peak sexual market value and where they are at 33.
He just debunked himself. Why do they realize that they can't compete the same way when they were 23? Maybe because they're not as attractive as they used to be. That's why. It's not like men are going like, oh, it's because their mindset changed. That's literally it. So he's debunking himself right now. Why do people take Rollo Tomassi seriously? Do you not see this? Do you not see this cognitive dissonance, this just him contradicting himself with every single thing that he says?
Oh, I like this comment.
And also,
Oh,
good. Rollo
I was
seems
going to say, I like
like
this comment. Dude who's never argued face to face with a man, only on the internet. Probably a big element of truth there.
Yeah. He's never really argued on the internet either. When he does, he loses,
Yeah.
he loses to a girl.
And they start to realize, you know this, that women, go look, I'm fresh and fit, go look, Kevin Samuels, go look,
echoey again.
Red Pill Weekend, I don't know what the hell it is, whatever the show is that holds quote unquote old women accountable. That good template, that good YouTube blood sport template. Look at all the women that are 34 years old. They're very upset. You know why? Because they realize that they can't compete with their 24-year-old self.
Oh, let me see. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn off my audio. Hang on.
Oh, that's fine.
That's not going to happen. And their expectations and their standards and their pickings for the men that they think should be the ones that they get. Like they only want the best, right? But those guys should be, there should be offers of marriage left and right, and it doesn't happen. It's not happening for them. And they begin to acknowledge that they can't compete in the sexual marketplace like they used to when they were in their mid-20s. That's the wall. Not this bullshit. Not about nothing physical. Although, I mean, like I said, it can be partially physical. It's mostly mental. You can have a very good-looking girl.
Yeah, again, like I said, he's like, oh, the reason that they realize they can't compete in their early 20s anymore.
Why?
And the reason that they can't is like, why? It's because it's physical. And then after that, he's saying it's not physical.
Because their mindset has gone down to 30, because their mind is no longer capable. Like, you just call a spade a spade. It's a fucking physical thing. Like,
yeah,
again.
On, man. No, their mindset. My name's Rollo Tomassi. I'm a sapiosexual. I'm just only attracted to intelligent women. I don't care about looks. I only care about the mindset. Sure, Rollo.
You can have
whatever justification you need to
America,
bang ugly girls. Sorry, go ahead.
Model at 35 years old. She's still hitting the wall. Not here, but certainly up here. I ain't getting any younger. My eggs are drying up, right? Not that that's what she's actually cognitively thinking, but on a limbic, like sort of hindbrain level, there's an acknowledgement right there that but that's when you hear women say, my biological clock is ticking. Yeah, actually your biological clock was ticking back when you were 23, but now 10 years later, you're beginning to acknowledge it because you realize that your options in men is starting to dry up. That is the wall. Because the guys that they want to get with, those high value men that Kevin Samuels always talks about, they're not as forthcoming as they were when you were 23 years old. And now they're beginning to realize that is the wall.
Why? Because you're not as hot as you used to be.
I mean, in the
AKA
1800s, maybe.
Physical. Damn.
But now, at least in major cities, chicks who are in their 30s are hot as fuck. They take good care of themselves. I live in Miami. There's some hot ass 40-year-olds that are better looking than 20-year-olds. So humans naturally decline with
no
age, right? As we get older, we generally look worse unless we take good care of ourselves.
What does Rollo believe? All right, hold on, pause for a second. I'll tell you, look, I don't know your position on this, Alex, but I believe, of course, there's going to be some 4-year-olds who are hotter than 20-year-olds. But typically those 40-year-olds, they would have been hotter when they were 20. It's just that maybe they were like stupidly hot when they were like 23. And because they're stupidly hot, even though at 40, they're less hot than they were, they're still going to be hotter than most 20-something-year-olds who are like average looking, right? But that's not technically their prime. Like, it's very rare that a girl will be in her prime at like 40 unless she was like overweight her entire life and then she lost all the weight, and then that's like kind of her glow up. But physically speaking, she's going to be in her sexual prime. Even just little things like the way her skin feels and stuff. Like, I know personally for myself, you know, I'll hook up with a girl who's like 29 or 30 and in very good shape, but they just like feel different than like a girl who's like 22. It's just a little bit different, you know? So I think for sure a girl's going to be in her physical prime in her early 20s. Definitely, regardless of whether she like works out or not. But I mean, assuming that she doesn't get fat, right? But we all know like some of those like lazy girls with great genetics that are just hot no matter what in their early 20s.
Right. No, I'm not. I would agree with that. I mean, there's always exceptions. Like, again, like if the girl is go ahead.
Plus, you work out and you can. Sorry, I froze up again for a second there. But yeah, no. So yeah, no, we're good. We're good. My internet's just bugging today.
Like this, Rollo's a godfather of moving goalposts. No, I mean, I would agree with that. Obviously, there's of course exceptions. Like, like if the girl was a little overweight, or maybe she got titty job when she's older. Now she has nice tits. So I do think there's exceptions, but generally speaking, yeah, you would be right with that. I'm not disagreeing with the concept that humans age. That humans look worse as they age, right? I just think it happens with men and women. So I think with this one, I will fully admit, I think partially I might have misinterpreted what he was saying, but it sounds largely the thing I was wrong about was the age at which the physical decline starts to happen. So yeah, this one's kind of like a clusterfuck.
So you see an example of a girl who maybe gets married young, and she's just average, and then her husband cheats on her, they get divorced in her mid-30s or even early 40s, and then she starts going to the gym, she gets a titty job, and now she looks a lot better. Also, Rollo uses...
Okay. Even with that, she gets into the gym, she looks a lot better. She's even maybe if she's 40, maybe if that magical outlier, that 1% woman who actually does that, who goes from fat to fit, suddenly she's competing in the masters category at Fitness America, right? 40 years old, and she actually turns into a hot miraculously. She still cannot compete with her sisters who are 23 years old, still in the sexual marketplace. You know why you don't understand that? Because you think that it's
boom. Stop it for a second. I'm sorry. Like I said right there, he just said himself that the wall is physical by saying if the girl gets all fit and whatever at 40, she can't compete with the girls who are 23 because she's not as physically attractive. And yet he says the wall is just mental, guys. The wall is just mental. And the reason the wall is mental and not physical is because of all these physical differences.
No. It's the girl
that's 40 has with the girl that's 20.
With those bodybuilding chicks, it's a mental thing, bro. Like, he's the epitome of a flip flopper. He's just flip-flopping.
So
all
walking contradiction.
Bro. Flopping away.
It's about the mental. It's about understanding. It's about the. You want to know why? Why is it that cougars, like quote unquote cougars, go for the young guys and for a while, and then they start looking for a guy who is sort of economically attractive. They're looking for a guy who's older than them in the long term, assuming they want anything that's long term. Because because guys of that age realize that women who are older tend to be easier. Hell, I'm guilty, man. When I was in my 20s, man, there was at least a couple of women who were much older than me. I'm not gonna throw numbers out there. Much older than me. They're easy, man. It's easy pickings, man. That's why guys have preferences, man. Oh, I like a girl with a little more meat. No, that's because you were sexually successful
out here banging grandmas
prior to, getting with somebody who was like hotter. Oh, I like girls who are fat. Oh, well, if that's your preference, it's certainly a lot easier to get with that than it is somebody who's got, you're getting with a 9 or a 10. But that's neither here nor there, because when that woman gets to be 40 years old, she's still 40 years old up here, not 40 years old here. I mean, she can be as hot as you think she magically can be. Again, those women are rare, few and far between. Statistics disagree with your assessment there, Alex. Statistics show 73% of the U.S. population is overweight, and a full 40, actually more women are morbidly obese than there are men. Can it happen? Yeah.
Okay, just want to point out this another example.
Verifiably false.
of him taking a statistic that's unrelated and
73% of the U.S. population is not overweight.
Yeah, that sounds quite off. But even assuming that
ahead.
is the case, it doesn't say that 73% of older women are overweight. So it just sounds like the population overall is an aggregate. So again, taking some data and trying to twist it to suit his purpose of a mental. I thought this was a mental thing. So why does it even matter if they're overweight? I mean, the contradictions just like no bounds.
There are rare exceptions where it can, but again, it's up here, not here.
The concept that men age like fine wine, right? That men.
I'm sorry. I got it. If you're going to air quote me, then I expect a fucking cite a source to cite it. I have never, ever said those words. Those words have never come out of my mouth. You will never hear me say men age like fuck.
Okay, just quickly want to address this. So there's a partial mistake on my end here. Rollo probably has never said that. What he heavily implies it in the things he does say, and it's something I've heard Fresh and Fit say a bazillion times. So I think that honestly, in his defense, I probably just got those two mixed up because I've heard it a bazillion times on Fresh and Fit. That's the expression they use. He just implies it with a lot of I don't think anyone can argue that Rollo doesn't imply that men age like fine wine, but it's an expression. So if he's never said it, then I will admit that I got that part wrong. But I think it's still heavily implied through his work. So just want to point that out.
Guys, by the way, hold on really quick. One more
please. Cite your sources, please.
Okay, so when it comes to because somebody's saying in the chat, and I looked it up, it's true. Technically speaking, using BMI, 75% of people are overweight in the U.S. But guess what? If you have a BMI over 25, you're considered overweight. I have a BMI over 25. Right?
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I do. Do I look fucking overweight to you guys? No, it's because they don't calculate in muscle. So that's why fat-free mass index is the best one. And they group in fit people who have a BMI over 25 simply because they're fit and they hold a lot of muscle. And they group them into people who are overweight. So that's why those statistics are actually skewed. I would argue that, but yeah, regardless, unless you're like a steroided up bodybuilder, if your BMI is over 30, you're definitely overweight for sure. But
this is just another example how
it's going to be skewed.
Yeah, how like you can take statistics, like people, overblow that. Oh, well, he cited a statistic, right? But first of all, it matters what the statistic is, and you can see that this shit can be very heavily skewed based on your, based on your interpretation. So, Blue Pill Unplugged. We'd love to see you come on the live stream afterwards and debate us. Your fucking daddy Rollo won't do it, but maybe you will.
Yeah.
If you're going to ask me to cite sources and give you all this scientific information, which I'm about to do here in just a minute, then I expect the same from you.
I've never said that.
But I know what he's going to talk about here.
Mute yourself.
Yes, they get better as they get older, or they get worse.
What's up?
Mute yourself so the echo.
Oh.
Okay. Here we go. What he's referring to is this. Take him out of there for a second. Again, my infamous sexual market value graph was from 2012, 2013, somewhere around there. Again, this was my speculative chart, which actually has been borne out again and again and again by all kinds of different data. This was just me sort of like getting a feel for things. Again, if you read the post that this is from, I can even give it to you. The post that this is from, by the way, is called Final Exam, Navigating the Sexual Marketplace. What I was doing here when I did this was I was giving sort of this mock address for college graduates, because I think I did this in May of like 2012 or 2013. And I put this out there, and it was just sort of tongue in cheek at the time. I go, this is actually not a bad graph. And later on, more and more people who took me to task and said, where's the data? What's this based on? Over the course of about 8 or 9 years, then more of this data flows in. I've got all kinds of confirming evidence for this right now as far as the sources cited. But this is really what he's talking about, okay? Right here at the top there, on the peak, at the very top of the blue bell curve right there, that's right around 35, 36, 37 years old. That's where I usually peg men's peak sexual market value. Why do I do that? Because, Alex, men are attractive for different reasons than women are. Sexual market value is evaluated differently by women than it is by men. I can prove that to you as well. Go look at a book called Dataclysm. You can look and see.
Quickly address this. So, element of truth here. First of all, that wasn't my argument, but it's not completely different though. Like he's making it seem like, oh, it's like these two different sets of criteria. No, attractiveness and your body, your fitness level still play a heavy role. But with men, also things like, your status, like your money, play on average way more of a role than for women, where it's largely, like your looks and stuff like that, your titty size and whatnot. So there's a lot of overlap here as well. They're not two different things. Like one set of criteria for men, one set of criteria for women. That's basically the premise of the whole black pill community. They're basically saying that, looks are the only things that matter. Now, I think they overblow it and they ignore the other stuff, but the truth is somewhere in the middle here.
How men find women attractive and at what ages. Lo and behold, those ages occur right around 23 years old. Imagine that. The peak value right at the middle of women's the peak of women's bell curve. And it drops precipitously after 30. Maybe that's when women want to cash out of the sexual marketplace. Does that not sound at all like logic? Does that not sound like, it sounds pretty convenient, I'll tell you that. But this is what he's talking about. And you guys already know this. I've used that graph so often, it is a permanent fixture in my overlays in StreamYard now. So that's what I'm talking about. Now, the reason for this, I've never said men age like fine wine. No, but we do have a longer burn sexual market value because the things that make a man attractive and arousing in the long term are far more.
So what he's saying is, I never used that quote directly, but I implied with my word. Okay. I guess I'll partially accept responsibility for giving him this, quote that.
Can you play this really quickly? I want to see what he says next.
Mm-hmm.
The next 5 seconds.
Longer lasting, the far more durable than women's perishable sexual market value, because men find women valuable via availability, fertility. Is she hot? And is she ready to? And is she ready to go?
Oh my God! He's literally just made that argument again for
95.
us. Can you pause it? He literally just said, because using his own graph, right? What is the wall? If you look at his own graph, after 23 women for him on his graph, they take like a nosedive down in terms of sexual market value. Why? He literally just said because of decreased fertility, and which is realized through their physical attractiveness. And he also said physical attractiveness as well. But guys, the wall is not physical. The wall is not physical. It's all up here. Even though a woman's SMV goes down strictly because her looks go down, because her physical looks go down. But the wall is not physical at all, guys. It's just a coincidence, right? Jesus, man. I know I'm harping on this so much, but like Rollo's so confidently contradicting himself. Like, we have to address it, because if you're not really trying to think and look for it, of these contradictions, you're not going to see it. He's contradicting himself so fucking much. And also the graph itself is weird. What? So at 23, you just take a nosedive down. So based on his graph, a woman is like 50% less attractive. No, more, I think like 75% less attractive at 29 than she is at like 23. Like, what? It's not that much of a nosedive, bro. But anyway.
And now you guys are seeing the fucking nightmare it is to actually try to figure out what Rollo is all about, because he literally contradicts himself in the same video. Imagine, he's been doing this for 20 years. So imagine going through 20 years worth of videos, which I was doing. And then he says this in one video, says that in video. Another issue is he constantly talks around a point. So he will take him 2 hours to explain something that should take 5 minutes. So that becomes the issue of like, okay, well, what is this guy actually all about? What does this guy believe in? Oh, wait, he says he doesn't believe in anything. Like, this becomes the issue. A man who stands for nothing probably isn't, like, has nothing. Like, what's that expression? A man who stands for nothing isn't a man worth listening to, or something like that. I forget what.
Or also, a man who stands for nothing will fall for anything.
Yeah, exactly.
That's another one as well. Yeah, and that's basically his whole audience, and that's why it's important to actually have a somewhat of a belief system or some sort of core values that you espouse when you give people prescriptions, what Rollo does, because this is inevitably what happens is basically you just get into these arguments and logical fallacies that make no sense because you have no moral thing to tie it to, So anyway, it's funny. The one person in the chat that keeps simping for Rollo says, this chat is getting stale. Y'all are a bit boring. It's like, okay. You're the one person who's actually here simping for Rollo. So go ahead. Sorry.
Men find women the most attractive. Go look up dataclism. All the data is there. Come correct. If you're going to come at me, I expect you to come correct. I expect you to have some kind of data sets, because when I talk about this, I say this, and he's making making the same mistake. And I don't know that he's like literally making the same mistake, but the mistake is that women and men are all looking for the same thing. Like we have co-equal mutual interests in relationships and breeding and mating and forming families. Like, and even if we did, we have 100% similar ways of.
Don't say that at all. Talk about putting words in someone's mouth. I mean, like he constantly accuses me of using straw man arguments, but that's basically what he does.
Arriving at that same goal that we believe is a mutual goal. We don't. We have adversarial sexual market or sexual or mating strategies. Go look up David Buss. Go look up God's Side. Go look up Steve Stewart Williams. Go look up any of these guys who are, studying the field. These are guys I read quite a bit. So when you throw stuff at me and say, well, the guys could be fat and slobs and yeah, they can, and they often are, but you have the potential to be way more valuable. And here's your good news. You guys wanted me to build you up. You want some optimism? Here it is, guys. You as a man, you're in a freaking great place because your potential will be more than what the average woman will. The average man's potential for sexual market value, for personal value, to be a high value man.
Just quickly, real quick. We got this guy. Rollo's only fault is a bullshit charge. Side that his icon space, low key. We all benefit from his advice. And then we got this guy.
He doesn't give advice, though. Hold on. He doesn't give advice. He doesn't give prescriptions.
Yeah,
advice is a prescription, isn't it? I thought he doesn't give advice.
Rollo,
what advice, Green? I thought he doesn't give advice, bro. Do you believe he gives advice? Let's see what Green says.
Rollo does
see him sit for his daddy somehow. Let's see the mental gymnastics, Green. I thought he doesn't give advice.
Your arguments so far should just showcase your lack of understanding of the red pill parasite. You're just embarrassing yourselves. Okay, so both of you guys are convinced I'm wrong. No problem. So you guys should have no problem coming on the live stream after this and debating me and proving why I'm wrong. So this is the challenge. I hope to see both of you guys there. It's going to be a good conversation. Yeah. Your daddy Rollo won't do it, but maybe you will.
I think we should try to do that soon if you want.
Yeah. We got like a solid.
Rollo's getting like so repetitive, it's like it's hard to.
Yeah. I'm like debating what we should do. I'll let the guys in the chat vote. So we got another like hour-ish of the video left, probably even more. We probably got, we're 2 hours in, so this will probably take us another 2 hours to get through the rest of this. Fucking long again, super long-winded. So we keep going through this point by point. I think we already just proved like pretty much the vast majority of this. Or we can have a debate. We can have whoever wants to come on, they can come on and we'll answer questions. So we'll let you guys vote in the comments. Let us know what you guys want to do. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm
gonna use the bathroom real quick while they decide.
Yeah,
right back.
I'll just keep going while you go to the bathroom.
That potential is not only higher, but it lasts longer than women's because women's primary agency is their sexuality. We see that all the time. Go look at data cleanser. The numbers are there. That's not because you're a bad person, woman, females. If you're watching this, women, I hate to be called female. Okay, women, if you're watching this, and you hate hate the reality of it. That's the thing. Why do women take their clothes off at every time they want to protest something? Why are they stripping naked at a BLM or an Antifa riot and parading in front of police officers? Because they know that if you want to get a man to pay attention, take your clothes off and he'll pay attention. That's why. It's really women's most basic form of overt communication. Strip naked. Look at all the protests. Look at all of the demonstrations. Look at go look on Twitter. Find any chick that is like stripping nude. There's probably she wants you to pay attention, whether it's on OnlyFans or whatever. But even in any context, women know that their only agency is their sexuality. Men, you have the potential to have so much more. And that's what I'm talking about. No, we age like fine wine. We're all the same. Fuck you. I've never said that. You will never hear that come out of my mouth. You know why? Because I don't give you prescriptions. That's why. It's up to you.
There we go. He does not give prescriptions. So none of this is prescriptions. He doesn't give advice. So what advice is there to even follow? I mean, he's just going on an anecdote right now, but completely unrelated point. Why do women take their clothes off? Again, so what he does is he takes incidents that are unrelated and uses it to his purpose. I'm debating how we should proceed. If we have, I think, 3 options. One, we just keep going as is. 2 is we do it 1.5 speed, so we can get through it probably a little faster. 3, we just jump to the Q&A. So let's see what guys are saying. They say, okay, let's take a look. We got debate.
Was there anybody who wants to debate us though? Because there might not be any.
Yeah, is there anyone who has? Is there any Rollo fan who's been in the comments who wants to come on? Anybody at all? Well, hang on. We're gonna actually. Infi is gonna help me fix the audio, so we might be able to. Oh shit! We might be able to do two things at once. Hang on 1 second. Bear with us, guys.
So if you want to come on and debate us about Rollo, I promise we won't shit on you guys. We'll only shit on you if you use stupid logic, and we'll throw it back at you, kind of like Rollo does. So
no, it doesn't work, man.
Yeah. So if anybody, of course they're scared. Sam Fisher, of course they're scared. If anybody actually genuinely wants to talk to us, then we will. And like you've seen in all the other debates, guys, we're always respectful. The only time it got like super heated with me in a debate is with MGTOW Dictionary, because MGTOW Dictionary is, well, that's because he's the way that he is. But everybody else, it's fine. I mean, I like rarely ever raise my voice because there's no need to. So
yeah, I'm super respectful. So we'll leave it an open-ended challenge. Let's just keep going to 1.5 for now. We'll make it an open-ended challenge. So if anyone during this time wants to come on, again, so if you're going to talk shit in the comments, then come on and say it like directly to us, and we'll have a discussion. Yeah. All right.
It would be foolish for me to say, oh, yeah, don't worry, man. By the time you get to be 36 years old, you'll be hitting your stride, and every chick will want to just tear, drop her drawers for you. No, you have to make something of yourself. Men must become. How many times have I said that? So to presume that that's what I'm saying is just dishonest, completely dishonest.
Vast majority of men actually go downhill. Like most men look their best when they're in college, and then after that they get fat, they get lazy and sloppy. Men only increase their sexual market value, or at least maintain it, if they take very good care of themselves, which the vast majority of men do not do.
Okay, yeah, you're right. 100% agree with that, but that's not what I'm talking about. It has nothing to do with it. Well, partially. You do have to stay in shape, right? You do have to be good looking. You do have to maintain your physique. But let's just be honest here. Again, 73% of the US population is overweight. Something like, I think it's 36% of men are obese. Yeah, you're right about that. But guess what? As a guy, women are not just, especially for long-term relationships, are not just looking for a guy who is the hot guy in the phone cannon part.
Okay. Major straw man argument. Never said that. Never said that at all. Obviously, there's more to attraction than just your looks. So that's a black pill argument. Not something I ever said. So yeah, another straw man argument. Do you have anything to add, Kevin?
yeah, actually, in my debate with Wee Waffles the other day, he brought up a good point of basically it's first of all the BMI thing that I said. Like by BMI standards, I'm overweight, right? At 6'2". Dude, I kid you not, at 6'2", 190 pounds, I'm overweight based on BMI standards. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's nuts. I did not know that.
That's like me when I'm lean. So like me when I'm bulking and I'm like 6'2", like, in the low 200s, I'm like obese based on BMI, even though my body fat percentage is still under 20%. So that's why it's not a reliable thing for fit people. Also, Wheat Waffles came up with a good point of like, well, it depends on which generation we're talking about, because like the older generations, the older you get, the more likely you are to become overweight. So a more accurate representation would be like, okay, what percentage of millennials, for example, are overweight? I actually want to look that up. You can continue it on. I'll talk about it later.
The data he's using is that let's just assume that this is legit and 73% of people are overweight. Let's ignore the problem with the BMI thing. Okay. It doesn't say what age. It doesn't say what gender. It's just 73% of the population. It doesn't say anything about the age, which is the real thing. So, and it's a physical thing. So you guys see like the major contradictions. It's like he's tying all these strings together, but argument 1 contradicts argument 6. So he's trying to like weave a web here. Anyway, let's keep going.
Party. Especially when he gets to be 36, 37 years old and he's hitting his stride. He's making his money. He's made partner in a law firm. He's made the most of himself. Again, maximizing potential. Men will have that value at that time, not because they just magically aged into it. No, yeah, they get fat, they get sloppy. Most guys, honestly, by that age, they're already married. They cash out because they never realize that by the time they get to 36 years old, that they're going to be in a much better, or have the potential to be in a much better position of sexual selectivity. But we don't want to talk about that because it's much easier to reframe and strawman everything that I talk about.
Right. So yeah, most men will go downhill, most women will go downhill, but the people who take care of themselves shouldn't really go downhill. And also, you have situations where a girl, for example, might gain a big following, like when she's in her 30s, right? She might have, whatever reason, then she has a lot of social clout, right? Which at least increases.
I thought we weren't supposed to be following ratchet chicks who get a greater following at 30.
Okay, quickly, want to dispel this. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? You can have a following for legit reasons. Maybe she's a successful news anchor. Maybe she's a successful actress. Maybe she's a successful, media personality. So just because she has a big media following does not mean she's ratchet. So again, this is like a major straw man argument that he's making. Yeah.
Maybe that's just
Social value. So small element of truth here, but heavily overblown.
not heavily overblown, heavily misinterpreted. In fact, heavily, deliberately misinterpreted.
Let's take the next one. Only women are allowed to have standards.
You're
saying that men get shamed for having standards, women do not. No, there's a very small element of truth here, but it's again heavily overblown.
Okay.
Women can get shamed too for having very superficial standards. A woman's like, yeah, I want to have a big dick, who's 6 feet tall.
Okay, but that's not what I said. That's not what I said. In fact, listen to that. Here's the pivot. Like what are you even talking about, dude?
So you have situations where a girl, for example, might gain a big following. So small element of truth here, but heavily overblown. Let's take the next one. Only women are allowed to have standards. He's saying that men get shamed for having standards, women do not. No, there's a very small element of truth here, but it's again heavily overblown. Women can get shamed too for having very superficial standards. A woman's, yeah, I want to get a big dick who's 6 feet tall and has a big man count. She'll get shamed by her peers quite often.
Very rarely. Do you even watch like Fresh and Fit? Do you even watch Kevin Sam? Do you even watch what's going on in the manosphere right now? Every chick that's on there is like, yeah, get the bag. Yeah, go do that. And
it's because you only have OnlyFans chicks on. That's like such a biased sample. That's one of the problems with the manosphere. Like, guys, women are all just clout chasing hoes nowadays. It's because you only bring on clout chasing hoes. So you think that all women are like that. That's how that's probably the number one way that I know these dudes actually like don't date girls in the real life, because they just see what's on the internet. It's like, especially this is one of the reasons, if you guys want actual evidence as to why it's a problem that Rollo isn't out there dating modern millennial women, it's because of shit like this. He genuinely thinks that women nowadays are just the girls that he sees on Fresh and Fit. He actually thinks that because he doesn't actually date like regular normal girls who aren't, clout chasing Instagram OnlyFans models. Not to say that that's necessarily a bad thing, but if you're saying, oh, well, all women nowadays are just clout chasing and all they care about is money and getting the bag, and yet the reason that you think that is because you're only around those types of women, and yet you paint women as a whole as a broad brush saying that they're all like that, you wouldn't think that if you were actually going out there dating girls who weren't OnlyFans models, right? Hot girls. Guys, believe it or not, there's tons of hot girls who aren't Instagram and OnlyFans models. Actually, in fact, most hot girls aren't. Okay. So, so that just goes to show you, like, the fact that Rollo hasn't dated any millennial girl, any Gen Z girl, right? He thinks that millennials and Gen Z girls are the girls that he sees on Fresh and Fit, and that's all of them.
Yeah, I think the term for that is sample bias. So he's looking at the girls that Fresh and Fit has on is a very select sample bias. First of all, they're only chicks who live in Miami, which itself is an echo chamber. But on top of that, it's a very select. You think like doctors, accountants, those chicks, lawyers, they're going on the Fresh and Fit podcast, especially
like
after
twerking their ass and being like, "Go follow my OnlyFans, go follow me on Insta."
There's the OnlyFans.
Like, no,
chicks.
not all of them are like that, bro.
Yeah, and yeah. Rollo would know that if he actually spent a little bit of time in the game. Okay, let's keep going.
Of course, you're
Now you're going to make them falsifiable by saying, well, they're just ratchet, low-quality chicks. Okay, fine. But the fact remains is that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how men are not allowed to have standards, not women's standards. I'm talking about men's standards. I'm about to show you what I'm talking about here in a second.
Because she's being superficial. Just like when a man says, oh, I want a chick with big tits or who's in really good shape, he might get shamed out. It's not the fact that he's a man. It's the fact that he's talking about superficial things. Now, of course, as a man, you should not give a shit.
Why is that superficial? Why is it superficial to want a chick with big tits? Why is it superficial to want?
Because the definition of superficial is focusing on surface level things. Like should we pull up the definition of superficial?
Bro, I was about to say
let's quickly pull
Rollo
this
doesn't
up.
know what
Existing or occurring at or on the surface. I believe tits are on this surface. I'm not saying it's wrong. I like big titties too. I love big tits. I love big asses. I'm not saying it's wrong.
It is by definition superficial.
But it is superficial. So if you're going to criticize me for using a word correctly based on its definition, like that's your argument, okay. Why is that superficial?
That's why it's hard to debate these guys. It's like they have their own meanings for their own words, and then they get mad when you don't use their definitions. Like, oh, why is I cannot believe that he just doesn't know what the word superficial means. Wow. And this is the intellectual of the manosphere. He doesn't know what superficial means. This is the intellectual of the manosphere, huh? This is the guy that has a 200 IQ, according to an earlier comment.
No,
Doesn't know
a
what
joke.
superficial means. Okay.
Yeah.
One woman that's hot. First of all, men don't have standards. That usually they'll take whatever comes their way. That's actually what I was talking about. He's trying to get to the. He's ham-fistedly trying to figure out what I talk about when I get into men don't have attraction floors. That's really what this kind of boils down to. But I did. I got a post for that. It's called. In fact, I'm going to show you that post. As a matter of fact, let's throw that one up.
I'm sorry. Can you pause for one more second? I'm sorry to do this again. When he says like men will just take whatever woman comes to them. Yeah, if you're a beta male who can't get laid. And like, are you joking me? Like, dude, I have rejected so many girls because they're just not attractive. Like, I don't even know if I could like get it up for them, you know? Like, look, they had the courage to approach me or whatever, but if I look at them objectively, they're like, I don't know, a 2 out of 10. Like, the answer is absolutely no. I think Rollo's projecting here because back in his rock star 20s, when he racked up a shockingly high body count of 41, he actually would bang any girl that was interested in him. So because he will bang any girl that's interested in him, he just assumes other guys do too. No, Rollo, no. Other men actually have standards. Men actually do have an attraction floor. My attraction floor, personally for me, is probably like anybody who's not at least a 7 out of 10. I wouldn't even give a chance, right? Rollo's attraction floor apparently is like a 1 out of 10. He'll bang them. He'll bang them if they want it, you know. So it's so funny. Like you can just start to see how people actually view the world because when they talk enough, you give them enough rope to hang themselves. He literally, Jay Mesa, yo, drop the StreamYard link. Do you want to debate Jay Mesa? Please.
Yeah, drop the StreamYard link, but first you have to kind of give us an idea of I just want to make sure it's not like a troll. So just like you want to debate, like let me get confirmation you actually want to debate. Like what exactly? Like just give us a very rough overview of what exactly you want to like debate us about. I just don't want it to be like a troll. That's I agree with pretty much everything you said. I don't have like too much to add to that. Yeah, I mean the whole attraction floor thing. He's going to cite later on. He's going to cite a study that's largely unrelated, and he's going to again make a very big logical leap, but we'll get to that.
Tab and the truth about standards. Wow, lo and behold, when did I write this? I wrote this on October 17th on 2019. Okay, I will put this in the description so you can get it. I'm tempted to read some of this. Okay, but let's see. I love this. But anyways, men's innate unconditioned biological imperative is unlimited access to unlimited sexuality, left to his own volition, and impaired by women's hypergamous filtering strategies. Men's innate drive is to opt for variety of sexual experience. Okay, that predisposes men to not having standards, particularly if they are the 80% of guys who are already in a state of sexual deficit. How many times did I quoted the data for the stats for male virginity from 2008 to 2018? Guys ain't getting laid. But when they do, they're happy as a pig in shit when they finally do get laid. Are they willing? Nobody's. Have you heard this term before, Alex? Nobody's ugly after 2 a.m. Do you think it's women that came up with that, or do you think it was?
I mean, is Rollo's real? Like, is he actually arguing that men will be happy just to bang anything? Sure, some men are. A lot of men won't. I certainly won't be happy. None of my friends would be happy to bang 1s and 2s. Like, his argument is that like pretty much every guy is content with banging anything that moves. Like, is that actually his argument? He's trying to find some data to support that. Okay.
Hold on. I'm pumped now. Okay, so Green, the dude that's been trolling us the whole time, says he'll get on, and also Jay Mesa. But I'd rather debate Green first. I mean, it's up to you, Alex. It's your stream, but I personally think it's time to.
All right, let's do it. All right, let's do it. Let's drop the link. Although,
all right, go ahead, Green.
Let me get the link. Una minuto.
Also, don't show your dick, bro. If you show your dick, then you'll be permabanned. But yes, Green. Please come on. Let's talk.
Right, let's do it. Please make your username when you come on green so we know it's you. All right, I just posted the link. Yeah, I gotta be anonymous though.
Yeah, you can be anonymous. I don't care. Yeah, we only need to hear your voice.
Well, while you do that, I'm just gonna quickly grab a drink.
Guys, I'm gonna call our shot right here, right now, before we start. Hopefully green. What do you mean? Is there a way? Green. Yes, there is a way. Your voice will be on. We'll hear you because we have our conversation, but we won't see your face. So there's no worries. Your webcam's not gonna come up. Anyway, I'm gonna call my shot right here, guys. So usually this is what happens: is when they don't have an argument, they just start agreeing with you. That's what happened with me and Donovan, by the way. Donovan just kept agreeing with me, even though it was against his values, right? And at the end, when I called him out saying, are you going to be different? He said no. So it's a similar thing. It's a debate tactic that these guys are going to do. Almost every single time I debate one of these guys, or Alex does, they like magically start agreeing with everything that we have to say. That's a way that people try to save face when they start losing an argument. So calling that right now. Let's see if Green starts to agree with us with a bunch of different things.
Let's pull up some of the stuff he said. All right, so I want to get back into his early stuff. Okay.
Well, now wait. Now he's making excuses though, because he's like, "Yo, I got to be anonymous though. Is there a way?"
All right,
like,
he's here. He's here. Let's add him to the stream.
Oh, he is here. Okay, right on.
1 second. Hang on. Let me adjust this. All right, cool. What's up, Green?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So yeah, I've been watching the stream, and there's two things that I wanted to mention. First thing was this: like, yeah, we're doing a reaction video on Rollo. But low key, everybody in the stream that's watching, and many people got red pilled by Rollo, and have learned a lot of information and red pill advice and the 9 rules of Tomassi, and a lot of stories that were in his books about female nature, especially female nature. We all benefited greatly off of this. So now this stream and a lot of going back and forth is taking away from everything that we learned from Rollo.
Okay, pause.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Can I say something really quickly?
Yeah.
So let me ask you this, Green. So if what he said, if the things he talks about in his book and the things he talks about in his stream inherently contradict themselves, don't you think that should call it out? Don't you think that we have a responsibility to actually call that out so that people don't start disparaging his own book?
Look, the thing is, when you write 3 to 4 books, when you stream almost every single day for an hour and a half, when you have many streams, when you've written hundreds of articles, there's no way that everything is going to be different, okay? That everything is going to be new and groundbreaking. Sometimes you will contradict yourself. Sometimes you will repeat yourself. There's no perfect way. But if you look at all of his information, and if you're in this space, you know what to take, what to use going forward.
No, that's not true. That is fundamentally contradicting a fundamental thing in philosophy called the is-ought gap. Just because you have a description of what to do does not give you the prescription of what you ought to do. Do you actually believe in that? So hold on, let me ask you this. Let me rephrase this because if that sounded confusing. All right. So 2 people can read The Rational Male and get different ways to interpret their lives, both negative and positive. Is that possible? Yes or no?
To an extent, yes.
Well, it's a simple yes or no question, bro. What do you mean to an extent? So
you're saying,
like I could read The Rational Male. I could read The Rational Male and then use it as a way to live my life great. And then a black pillar can read The Rational Male and use that as justifications as to why they should check out of the dating market. Do you agree that that's possible?
Well, my thing is, why is a black pillar reading Rollo Tomassi? If he's a black pill, why does he want to be red pilled? So whoever is reading Rollo's book is looking for answers on female nature, on what to do in a relationship.
Sure. And why would somebody look for answers on female nature? Maybe some people want to watch this to be able to improve their dating lives. Maybe other people will actually look at it as justifications for their nihilism with their dating lives, right? Especially, and Rollo acknowledges this himself. He says all the time that red pill guys come from a state of trauma, and so they read their book. They read his book in a state of trauma because they just got broken up with or they just got cheated on. So they already have a bad mindset, and then they're going in this book looking like, oh, here's feminine imperative, and here's women are this way and that. Do you think it's more likely to inspire hope when they go in with that mindset, or do you think it's more likely for them to check out and go MGTOW?
Okay, so it's Rollo's fault that people use this information badly?
No.
You had a positive reaction, but I had a negative reaction. So that's Rollo's fault?
If you're giving bad information, it is.
No, but you have a positive reaction, you said. You used it to learn female nature and better your life, but I had a negative reaction. So whose fault is that? Rollo's fault?
Well, it depends on how it's written.
It's not just depending on how it was written. It depends on what Rollo says, right? He says that he doesn't give prescriptions, yet he does. If the descriptions, if it's all it is just here's the statistics and that's it, then that's fine. But that's not what he does. He says, here's the statistics and that's it. And the reason that the statistics are this way is because there's this feminine imperative, this gynocentric social order. Also, here are my 9 iron rules of what to do afterwards.
Okay.
And there's no morality tied to that at all. This is just a praxeology, bro. He doesn't even know what the word fucking praxeology means, by the way. It's something that comes from Austrian economics, and he completely misuses it. But,
look,
yeah, anyway. So go ahead.
If you open a book, up a book and all you see are statistics and you're trying to look for red pill, of course you're going to get bored. You're not even going to go through a book. So of course he has to add examples and expand on statistics and expand on his experiences and things like that. The book has to be entertaining. It has to be entertaining in a sense where it has to keep the reader finishing the book. You know what I mean?
Rollo's job is to be entertaining, then he's failed miserably. Let me kind of just ask this question.
I don't mean entertaining as in like it's supposed to entertain people, but it's supposed to have that, like it's hard to explain. The book is supposed to be like you read the book and you get a lot of examples. You get the statistics.
I understand your point. The book has to be engaging. No one's going to argue that. Let me ask you this question. So let's say I'm all about fitness content, right? Let's say, I'm a fitness YouTuber. And let's say we're going to agree with your premise, for example. I'm not even necessarily agreeing with it, but let's pretend like your premise is correct. Let's say 70% of my fitness content is great. It's awesome. It helps guys, get in shape. It helps guys lose their, fat. Maybe even helps guys from dying from a heart attack at an early age. Let's say 30% of my content is dog shit. 30% of my content is wrong. Now, what would be so bad about someone saying, hey, Alex, I disagree with 30% of your content and here are the reasons. Is that, in your opinion, is that a bad thing? Because potentially, I could be hurting the other person 70%.
No, because you're giving your opinion and you're probably giving a way that you think could be better. So
exactly, which is exactly what we're doing in this stream. We're taking things that we disagree with and we're giving our opinion and we're breaking down the arguments. So, for example, I'd be curious if any of the arguments we made you disagree with, because it sounds like the argument that you made, you said you have 2 points, but the first point was that you disagree with the fact that because we're criticizing his ideas, but you didn't really give any way what we're about the ideas. You just said that I disagree because you're criticizing ideas, thus it's taking away from his general awesomeness. I mean, that just sounds like basically your argument.
Yes, that is my argument. Because here's the thing: while you are right that you can criticize and you are that is your you can do that, but the thing is now it's getting a little too carried away. Like Rollo's a boomer, he's married, he's this, he's old, he's this. First of all,
is that wrong? Is Rollo not married?
Well, he's married, but you got to realize this. His leg count, his game was from a time where there was no Tinder. Okay, there was no Tinder, there was no online dating.
Yeah, that's exactly our point.
Extremely unqualified.
Yeah, we're not just saying that to make fun of him.
If my medical advice, if my medical advice was from a time before, before they had MRIs and before they had like prescription pills, would you really take my like 1800s medical advice where I'm like, oh, you fucking broke your arm, we gotta like chop it off with a saw or something like that? No, you'd be like, your medical advice is outdated. Same exact thing. You're right. His dating advice from a time before Tinder was a thing. Thus, it's no longer relevant.
No, that's not true. That's not true because we have a lot of inventors in the past that they've invented many things that we use until today. New findings, new research that we still use. The thing is this: his advice was from a time where there was no online data and everything, and still it's so good that still so many millions of people became red pill. How many people became red pill through which content creator? You think of Rollo comes number one. In red pilling,
bandwagon fallacy.
So you basically are saying because let's just assume that he did help a lot of people. So because he helped a lot of people, thus none of his ideas are open to critique. Thus you can never criticize this guy because according to your premise, because he helped a lot of people, thus you can never question him. Like he's like a god. He's above approach because he's helped guys.
No. He's not above God. You can criticize him, but the thing is,
which is what we're doing.
When you take the criticism to a point where now you're taking away from his message, saying he's old, he's married, he's outdated, but yet.
But he is though. Are those things? Is he not old? Is he not married?
He is, but it doesn't negate the fact that he, even with all those things going against him, he still came out with some of the best red pill advice that.
That is your opinion.
That's your opinion.
No, Amazon says so. Amazon says so.
Oh, so because he has a lot of reviews from beta males, automatically he can make prescriptions.
So
for
you were
alpha
born an
males,
alpha male, Kevin? You were born an alpha male at the womb?
I didn't fucking say that.
Okay.
No, okay, hang on.
Why are you
What are you
saying
talking
beta?
about?
Back up here. So your argument is because he has a bunch of, he's popular on Amazon. That means that his advice is correct. You know who else is very popular? Oprah. The View. The View is definitely way more popular than the Rational Male. So do you agree, because The View has very good reviews, they're way more popular, do you agree that The View must give really good advice?
That's one. Amazon is one proponent. His channel, his following, his articles,
he has 120,000 followers on YouTube. Anthony Johnson has 300,000 followers. So Anthony Johnson fundamentally disagrees with a lot of Rollo's shit. So then Anthony Johnson, according to this logic, must be 3 times more correct than Rollo because he's 3 times more popular.
See, Alex, it's not just the YouTube viewers. It's the actual people that hit Rollo's name when they tell about the Red Pill Awakening versus John Anthony's name when they talk about Red Pill Awakening. You know,
I didn't mention John Anthony. I said Anthony Johnson. So they're different people.
Oh, Anthony Johnson. Sorry, yeah.
I know they kind of sound the same. Okay, but even assuming that premise is true, and trust me, I've done collabs with people way more popular than Rollo, that still doesn't mean he's right. That doesn't mean he's right about everything. And no one's saying he's wrong about everything. We're saying he's wrong about some things, and those are the things. So just because someone is, let's assume Rollo is the most popular author since the dawn of literature. Let's assume he's the most popular author. He's more popular than Napoleon Hill. He's more popular than fucking every other author, right? Than Chuck Palahniuk, whatever, all the famous authors. That still doesn't make he's right. There's a lot of really popular channels, millions of subs, way more popular than Rollo, which are full of fucking shit. That doesn't mean anything. And furthermore, to say that, well, because this guy is right, this guy's popular, you can never criticize him. So you can only criticize people who have like 5,000 subs because they're less popular than me. I can't criticize anyone, especially on their ideas, because they're more popular than me.
Well, no. You can criticize people if even if they're less popular, or more popular. But not everybody's right about everything. But when you come to space, when you look for the truth, he's the one who has some. Tell me a better book about female nature than Rollo's books.
Models.
4 books versus Models. Models is better.
Yeah, I would if I was recommending a book to a guy who's just get into the game, or like my little brother or something. If I had one, I would give him Models over the Rational Male all day, every day.
Okay,
or Mr. Nice Guy as well. I mean, he doesn't always just go into female nature and that's it. But yeah, to your credit, Green, there's really not that many good books just on female nature.
I'm not gonna.
But something that
Tucker Max book is pretty good. He wrote it with a research author, Tucker Max, and they wrote a book. It's all about that one's really good too.
Yeah.
So there are better books. There is not that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I want to pivot this a bit because look, you made your opinion basically saying, hey, because he's popular, that's justification for why his shit's right. Agree to disagree. That's something called the bandwagon fallacy. You're not going to convince us on that, but fine. But it is what it is. I want to ask you this, and I want to pivot this because it's really important, right? Because I want to ask you. So you said before, is it Rollo's fault if if a bunch of people read his book and get the wrong idea from it? So I want to ask you, do you think there's any responsibility on Rollo with how his audience acts with his information when it comes to his book? Is there any responsibility on him at all, or is it like completely out of his hands? We can't hear you, bro. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better. Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
So in his book, no, because in his book he talks about like this book should be intended for adults. First of all, people that are 18 or older to read. People that are looking like a book always gives a preface about what the book is about. So if you read the book and if you decide to do something bad with your life, you can't go and blame the author. I can.
Okay. Okay, so I'm glad that you said that. So let me tell you, I want to say a quick little story, but look, the red pill came from the Matrix, right? So I want you to imagine it as this, and I'm sure you acknowledge the red pill, for the most part, for most guys, is a very painful experience. I want you to imagine the red pill. I assume you've watched the Matrix, right? So, So I want you to imagine the scene where Morpheus gives a choice between the red pill and the blue pill. Neo is reaching for the red pill, and then before he takes it, Morpheus stops him and says, "Look, I'm offering you the truth, nothing more." Then Neo takes the red pill, and then after that, Neo wakes up and he sees all these machines around, and his eyes hurt and everything because he's using his eyes for the first time. He's like, "What the fuck is going on?" Then he goes down this tube thing, and then he's like floating around in water, and he has no idea what's going on. Now, remember in the movie, the Nebuchadnezzar came and saved him after that. All right. Mm-hmm. Imagine if the Nebuchadnezzar never came and he was just sitting there floating in darkness, not understanding what the fuck is going on. That's literally what Rollo is doing to his audience when he doesn't have the balls to give prescriptions, because he actually does give prescriptions, first of all. But by his own logic, he says he doesn't give prescriptions. Now, in the same way, wouldn't you say that it would have been really shitty for Morpheus to give the red pill to Neo, and then Neo wakes up outside of the Matrix, and then he's just sitting there alone, surrounded by fucking enemy robots and shit, and nobody's there to save him? Wouldn't you say that would be a pretty shitty thing for Rollo to do?
I would say in a movie sense, but that's not a real life example. That's not real.
It's a fucking real life example, you dummy. Are you joking me?
No,
it's literally the red pill. He calls himself the godfather of the red pill, aka Morpheus, you dummy. Are you joking? How is that not synonymous?
No.
Everybody settle down. All right, so let me kind of change gears for a quick second.
I just want to get back at that.
Please tell me how that is not directly analogous to one another.
Because the general person that comes on YouTube doesn't just watch one video, close their computer, and has no idea what the fuck is going on. The general person that comes on Red Pill and watches Rollo's video gets linked to everybody else, you guys included, everybody else, and gets all the information from everybody, and then realizes, okay, I'm going to take some of this advice, I'm going to take some of this advice.
Green, you're 100% wrong about that. There's huge echo chambers, and most guys are not picking and choosing. They're hanging out with their little fucking favorite content creators. So they're like, okay, the Rollo gang, the PWF gang. So there's very few people who are like, hey, I watch. There's some people who are like, yeah, I watch Playing with Fire. I fuck with Rollo. I fuck with John Anthony. They're the minority, not the majority.
But Alex, I am here, and I started with Rollo, but I am here on your channel.
Yeah,
so you're Rollo's fault.
Yeah, being extremely critical and talking a bunch of shit in the comments.
Well, hang on. You're the exception, not the rule. But anyway, I want to bring this back to your initial argument, which is how this all started. So tell me if you agree or disagree with this. So do you believe that Rollo is above reproach? Yes or no?
Above reproach meaning like criticism and things like that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, he's not.
Okay, so he's not above criticism. So then what exactly is your problem with us criticizing him in the street?
My exact problem was where the criticism goes too far, and we start taking away, and we start telling him like he's old, he's outdated, whereas he created information where a time where there was no YouTube, so he was one of the pioneers of the red pill. And even then, he still came on YouTube. Even after, he could have been outdated old guy. The guy that wrote the book Models, he's probably not on YouTube. All those guys that wrote those books are not on YouTube. But this Rollo guy came on YouTube. He built his subscriber up, and he's streaming every day. And still, even with his old ass, he's still producing good content and killing it in the game. So give credit.
Okay, hang on. He's killing it in the game. How can you explain to me how Rollo is killing it in the game?
By red pilling newcomers into the space.
That's killing it with your branding, killing it with your marketing. Do you understand what the game is?
The game starts with becoming red pilled first.
The game is your ability to talk to women and to sleep with women, gay women. That is what the game is. I think we got to be clear on the definition of what the game is. The game is not getting a bunch of followers, getting people to like your channel. It has nothing to do with girls. Explain to me how what Rollo's doing is helping him his game. It's good marketing to some extent.
Alex, through Rollo, I got red pilled. I learned female nature. Then I seeked out, PUA content, things like that. How I ended up on your channel. I'm subscribed to both channels. There's many tunnels you can go through in this red pill space. But a lot of people come through the Rollo tunnel first, like it or not.
I have no problem with that. Look, I'm not even necessarily hardcore disagreeing with your premise. Rollo is bringing people into let's assume the premise is true. Rollo is exposing the game, red pill, and all that good stuff to a lot of people. Great, that's awesome. That still doesn't mean I can't criticize things that I disagree with him on. And you agree with me on that. You're like, no, he's not above reproach. You can criticize him, but yet you say you have a problem with this live stream where we're criticizing him. And the argument that you made is because, well, we're going too far. So point out specific parts in this live stream so far where we've gone too far. Like you said, saying he's old, but that's just a fact. That's like saying, whoa, Rollo went too far when he said I was white. He's like, he said this Alex guy is white. Oh, he went too far. Well, it's the truth. He is old. So what else? Where else did we go too far?
So there was one thing on another stream that you said was like when Rollo, one of his rules, he says don't always be in control of the birth control, and then you said like, no, if you have to worry about it, that means you just have a bad girl. And you should be able to trust your girl and things like that. So that I feel like
that's not what I said. So that's not what I said.
Also, how is that taking it too far? That's just a fundamental disagreement. So I don't really understand. Because look, if you're making the argument that we're doing ad hominem attacks that actually have no merit in terms of the central points that we're trying to debate him or to debunk him on, I should say, then yeah, maybe that's fine. If I just randomly said like, hey, by the way, Rollo is a freaking stupid turd, cocky poo-poo, and so you shouldn't listen to him. Yeah, you would have a point. But when we make criticisms of Rollo saying, okay, he's married, he's been out of the game for a while, he doesn't know he thinks all millennial women are a certain way based on the biased sample size he sees from Fresh and Fit. Those are all very, very valid criticisms. So what is your issue with having those criticisms other than the fact that you simp for Rollo Tomassi? Because that's the only other reason I can think of. Because logically, it makes no sense for you to have a problem with us critiquing parts where he is logically incorrect.
I'm not simping for Rollo because I'm on this channel and I consume Alex's content and other content too. What I'm saying is that it's coming to a point where it is getting kind of ad hominem, and
examples, please.
What happened?
Cite examples of ad hominem attacks.
Yeah.
Okay, you're saying that he critiques Fresh and Fit girls, and he says, and he's saying that the girls are like this, but you don't realize that Fresh and Fit are interviewing him to critique only those girls that are on that.
Oh, wait, hang on. You kind of started to break up, man. Can you just repeat that and fix your audio, please?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's all.
You don't realize Fresh and Fit is something.
So you're saying that he was critiquing the bimbo girls on Fresh and Fit show, and he's saying that the girls are like this, and you're saying that okay, there are other types of girls too, but he was called on to Fresh and Fit to specifically critique those girls, so you have to take it into context.
I don't know if he was called on to Fresh and Fit to specifically critique those girls. He was called on. They do like basically every time they have a guest, they have they do one daytime interview with just the guest, and then they just do one with the chicks. It's basically largely a marketing thing. So he wasn't called on to critique the girls. Also, our initial argument had nothing to do with that. It had nothing to do with what his role was at Fresh and Fit. We were talking about that Rollo says women are like this, but his example is, well, did you look at Fresh and Fit? And we're saying yes, but that's a very small sample size, and there's a big sample bias because those are the chicks who are going to be, there's going to be very specific type of girl who's going to be going on that show. So what you're saying has really nothing to do with the initial argument. Also, I don't really see how that's going too far. That's just me disagreeing. Going too far would be if I said, listen, I doxed Rollo, or I said, listen, Rollo has a small penis, or, I went after him personally. Yeah, that would be going too far, and I would agree with that. But none of the stuff you said is in any way me going too far. And did you watch the stream where Rollo criticized me? A retard. At the end of the interview, I want to get to that, but he says that I'm really responsible for guys killing themselves. He's protecting guys from killing themselves, and people like me are responsible for killing for suicide. Is that not going too far then? Just because
he said that you're responsible for suicide.
Yeah. Well, let's quickly.
He does say it at the end, and while you're bringing that up, Alex, I want to bring this up to Green. So, like, first of all, dude, what you said there—that's not an ad hominem. I don't really understand how. Us talking about that is an ad hominem attack. I don't know if you know what that means. If you don't know what that means, fine. It is what it is. But also, if anybody is being disrespectful, Rollo has called Alex and Coach Whitepill. He conveniently leaves my name out. He calls them like fuckwits and or asshat, right? We haven't called Rollo that type of shit because we know it makes the argument look weak.
I mean, look, that's all for entertainment. Alex has said some stuff too, but that's entertainment. I get it. You got to spice up your stream.
When did we say it, or when was it? So if I call Rollo a beta male, I'll explain why he's a beta male. I won't just like randomly be like, oh, asshat, fuckwit, there it is, fuckwit. I don't say shit like that. I say, Rollo, you are objectively a beta male, and here's why. I have a descriptive claim of a beta male. right?
Wait, just hang on a second, guys. So actually, I have no issue with him calling me an asshat, where the fuck it is, when he can remember my name. That, in my opinion, that's not going too far. That's just whatever, him inventing. But what I think is going too far is when he accuses me of, being responsible for people killing themselves. So let's quickly listen to this clip. It's going to be 5 minutes, and then we'll get back into this debate because I think it's going to be very relevant. So I just want to play this.
Back in June this year.
So it was
6 years later
that
and I never met his wife before, but he was there, for George Gammon's thing, but he just happened to be there. I'm not going to name names, but I will read what I was given here. And she was like, and I got Sterling and everybody to back me up on this. She was like, very emotional when she gave me this, because she couldn't actually just say it. She wanted to give me the written note. So I'm going to read the note here. It says, Rollo, I'm a mom of 3 grown boys. Most of my best friends have boys. Delivered your book to my best friend's son, who was struggling with a breakup and depression. Saved his life in more ways than one. Since then, I have recommended your book to all of our sons to arm them with the knowledge and tools to succeed in reality. Sincerely, thanks. And then she signs it there. That's this. That's what this inspires. And I hate to, I almost hate to actually have to read that, but that's what these sons of bitches are trying to prevent. I said this at the, when I was doing my State of the Manosphere address in 2018 at the 21 convention. I mentioned that. I said, the thing that bothers me the most about the potential of having those, having the Manosphere shut down, or having, in this case, having guys like this try to shut it down, try to close it, try to find some way to review bomb my books, find some way to limit me, try to find some way.
Real quick. So he just made the accusation that I'm trying to get him shut down. That is a big ass fucking accusation. It gets worse, but I just want to quickly point that out.
And I think that I've probably more than risen above all that. But the thing that pisses me off, and if I seem a little pissed on this show today, this is why. Because the thing that pisses me off is that these guys need this. These guys are literally putting guns in their mouths. These guys are literally putting nooses around their necks. These guys are literally planning suicide because they still are going by the old set of books. She was one of 3 women, and I was surprised too, who came up to me and told me that they were giving their book to their son, giving this book to their son, because that's how impactful it was. And the thing that got me back in 2018 when I was saying this is that men might not have access to that. These guys don't want you to have access to that. The very sons of bitches who want to tell you that they're on your side and they want to help you and everything else, they're the ones who want to limit you from being able to save and change your life. That's why. The thing that keeps me awake at night is not, I don't, I make good money off of doing just my regular work, man. I'm glad I can do this. I'm glad I can do the thing. I'm glad I can do this show. I'm glad I can do, now I'm at 4 books. I'm the research and development department of the Manosphere. There's not one guy in the Manosphere who hasn't in some way used one of my terms or come up with one, or has in some way put their own spin, again, it's open source, put their own spin on something that I've talked about over the last 20 years. Don't appreciate that. But what they don't appreciate even more is the fact that this stuff saves lives and has been for a very long time. And they know this. They know this. And still, they have these petty bullshit. They have this petty nonsense because it's all about brand. It's all about ego. They're pathological personalities, and they've attracted other pathological personalities. That's what they do. They're nuts, and they attract other nuts. So when guys come out here and they try to make you into a straw man this or whatever else, and they, we're the white pill, we're going to move things on. Get the fuck out of here. Until you've got stuff like that, until you've got that shit right there in your face, until you can show me that you're taking guns out of people's mouths, you can go fuck yourself. That's why I'm pissed off. That's why this is like, I'm done with this shit. Oh, he doesn't want to debate me. That's not a debate. It's just disingenuous straw manning is what that is. And all of it is. Oh, he said this in his book. Fuck you. Read the book. I'll go and read it to you. That's the point of diminishing returns. I remember when I talk about why it's not a good idea to debate women, especially on Fresh and Fit. And I've said this before. It's you get to a point where it's beating up on children. It gets to a point where you're making your case and they're just not getting it. They're just repeating the same emotional pleas or the same disingenuous bullshit because they don't have a counter, or they've got to make up and fabricate something that you didn't say or make you out to be something that you aren't. And you know what the net result of that is? Is that guys are hurting. Guys die because of you, because of this shit. That's why. How many guys, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't read the rational mail. How many of those guys die because of you straw man shit like this? How many? That's what I asked. That's the question that I asked, but not of them, but of the fact that maybe that the man.
There it is.
Yeah, I think we got a pretty good gist of that. So guys die because of me. That, in your opinion, Green, that's not going too far.
So I think you cut off. You cut his clip off at the end. He said not because of you, because of the manosphere thing going on.
Let's keep going then. Hang on a second. Hang on.
Manosphere wouldn't be what it was in 2018. That's what keeps me awake at night. I might get canceled. It's not that personally I get canceled. Okay, I get canceled. I can snap back from that. But in the meantime, guys are desperate. Guys can't cross the abyss. Guys get despondent. Are you gonna be there? What are you gonna tell them? Probably the same shit. Probably the same shit that you're telling them right now. Most likely. So when you get to that point of diminishing returns, like with women, you just you can back up off of it, right? You can go, oh, who hurt you? Okay, I'm done. Forget it. I'm over. Done. You can pick up, walk away, and go back to your hotel room and have a Pepsi, right? But not with this. Not when you get to the point of diminishing returns with guys who want to make you into something that you are not. Guys want to stab you in the back for no other reason than they see you as a threat to the fucking brand of meat. That's why. And you know what? In all of that bullshit, guys are still hurting. Guys are still planning to kill themselves because they're still operating by the first set of books. And they come and they encounter you. Maybe if they're lucky, you'll say something or you'll come up with something. You'll be clueless as to what to say. And you'll say, oh, you'll mention alpha widows or you'll mention hypergamy or mention something that's in my book and you'll pretend it's yours. At least in that case, maybe the guy will not, be hurting. Maybe the guy won't put a noose around his neck. But you're a hindrance. You're an obstacle. Beware of human beings. Beware of obstacles impersonating human beings. And that's what you are right now, is an obstacle. An obstacle to other people's personal development. An obstacle to their success.
No, we're an obstacle to your success.
An obstacle to them rebuilding their lives in their all according to them, not according to you. I said this before. And I'll end with this.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
Yeah, not looking too good. I'm an obstacle to people being successful. I'm an obstacle to people not killing themselves. People are dying because of me. I mean, how is that not going too far in your opinion?
So what he was saying is that no, listen, hear me out. He's saying that his books ended up saving people's lives. Now he's saying where you're an obstacle is when you're making videos like about this going against him, it might change a young person that wants to commit suicide. It might change his mind, and he might not take Rollo's book and read it, and his life will become safe. Yes, did he exaggerate a bit? Yeah, I think that was a little more exaggerated.
Just
in what? Wait, so hold on. Yeah, so yeah, just a bit, right? Yeah, he's literally saying that we kill people. So like, hey, listen to me and don't listen to these guys critiquing me because if you listen to him instead of me, you'll probably commit suicide. That's literally what he's saying. Kevin, you don't have a problem with that?
Kevin, look at the bigger picture. He saved lives of young men.
How?
His mother wrote him a letter that you saved my man's life.
Green, I've received emails just like this all the time. I just don't fucking say it because I don't like to virtue signal. I get emails like this all the time. Not all the time, but it happened fairly often. Yeah, man, I was a depressed virgin, I wasn't blah, blah, blah. I get emails like this too. I just don't like to virtue signal. I don't then go and say, look, guys, I got this email that says that I saved this guy's life. That means I'm above criticism. You cannot criticize me because I got this email. I just don't do that because I think that shit is super lame. Like, again, so he's not the only one that's getting those kinds of response. Like, if you go through my DMs, I get a lot of really positive messages, man. Again, I just don't virtue signal like he does.
I have clients who I've helped done that for as well. So actually, I'm surprised that Rollo's only gotten one email doing that. That's actually not that many.
But you'll never hear me say, Rollo, how dare you criticize me because I am saving lives? You don't think that's going too far? Bro, I'm saving lives. Like, if we're talking about going too far, like, who's gone too far here?
Mm-hmm. In this case, Rollo did go a little far, saying that you stopped him from saving life, whereas I don't think somebody came and saw your video and they killed themselves. But I look at the bigger picture that both Rollo and you, Alex, you both are saving lives. So come together. And I
want to, but Rollo, that leads me to the second point. Rollo won't come on and have a discussion with me. He won't do it. I'd be happy to do it. I'm not the one that's being the hindrance here. He won't do it. So
the thing is, there's not much to discuss about because most of the things are the same. We all know the base red pill knowledge. How much of his stuff do you agree with out of 100% already?
Probably like 60% or something like that.
60%. Okay, so that's enough for a debate.
I agree with most of his descriptions, but I disagree with his prescriptions that he claims he doesn't do. Let me ask you this, because you're giving him credit, and he gives himself credit for the good that comes out of his book. So if you give yourself credit for the good, then you're taking responsibility of how people react to your book. That also means that you should take responsibility for the bad as well. Yes or no? You can't just pick and choose and be like, well, I take full responsibility for all the good things, but any of the bad things, no, that has nothing to do with me, right?
Yeah, you have a point.
So he's responsible for some of the bad as well. Do you agree? You agreed with that right there. I just want to make sure.
Within context, if someone goes and does something really crazy, come on, like that person was crazy to begin with, but
why?
Because
why can you take credit for the good things and say that my book is the reason why these guys didn't commit suicide? And if somebody does something heinous based on his book, then he doesn't take responsibility for it. How does that make any sense?
Are there examples of this?
Yeah,
of people reading his book and then I wish I didn't become red pill.
Oh, there is, buddy. You just walked into man. Look, that's why I feel sorry for you, dude. You're defending somebody who's undefendable.
Don't feel sorry. I'm on here to debate you guys, and you guys are here. I follow both of you guys, and we're giving the audience.
No, we appreciate you coming on.
Yep, good information.
Look, you really don't think that somebody used Rollo's book, or because look, you're right. Rollo's book, The Rational Male, has had a tremendous impact on the manosphere. It's like the Bible of the manosphere, right? The Bible of the red pill, right? Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, some of the toxic stuff that comes out of the manosphere, a lot of it can go back to Rollo. And again, it's fine if he's just throwing the studies out there and stuff and not making any kind of moral claims. But he is making a moral claim, and actually, just by very virtue of him claiming that his book helps save lives, that's a moral claim right there. He's saying that there's something fundamentally morally good about this book that prevents guys from killing themselves. You are in a normative framework after that. You are in a moral framework after that. Do you agree?
No, he's describing the result of that some of his book has on some of the clients based on their feedback. Like when they write to him, when people write to Alex.
Do you agree that he is saying, when he says, okay, do you agree that him saying, oh, this book prevents lives is implying that my book is good?
Yes.
Okay, that's a moral claim by definition, right?
Yep.
Okay, got it. I just want to make sure that you did that because I
want to change gears real quick because I want
to hold on 1 second. Alex is really important, all right? So one more thing. So people do use his book for bad things as well, all right? So do you know that we're not going to mention his name for demonetization reasons, but the incel guy who shot up everywhere in England pretty recently. Okay, his channel subscriptions were actually public, and he followed tons of manosphere guys who shill the Rational Male nonstop and talk about the ideas in those nonstop. Does that? Now, is Rollo responsible for that guy shooting up everybody?
So he followed a lot of black pill thing from
and red pill. He followed Richard Cooper. He followed all these other guys too. Fresh and Fit. He followed a bunch of them. Is he responsible for what this guy used? Because he definitely used those things as justification. No, without a fucking doubt. Especially if he watches videos and talks about this stuff. Is Rollo responsible for that?
No. Because
okay, I totally agree. Rollo is not responsible for that. Similarly, he's not responsible for people who end up not killing themselves.
He's not responsible.
I would add that I might even disagree. I think there's partial responsibilities where you could influence things, but my whole thing, I want to get back to the initial argument that Green had. So the initial point you said, look, you've gone too far in, this live stream that you've been doing when you're criticizing Rollo. But as we've kind of seen, Rollo has gone way further than I have, right? So, I mean, is that even a question? Like, who's gone further? Me saying that he's old, which he objectively is, or him saying that I am literally implying that I'm literally killing lives? Like, I'm literally preventing him from saving lives. Like, who's gone further in this little, saga?
So as I'm always honest, and that clip until you played it, I had not seen it. So up until the saga, that comment is farther than your comment of calling him old. So I will agree with you that he has gone farther in that sense. But
right. So then, given that, what is the problem with me criticizing some of his bad ideas?
The problem is that there's not much to debate on. You said you disagree with 60% of his stuff, but reality. No,
I agree with 60%. I disagree.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, you disagree with 40% of his stuff, and Kevin said he agrees with most of his stuff. In reality, it's not much for debate, man. Like gentlemen 18 and up that come in the spirit, they know if you have a little bit of a head, you know what good things to take from Alex, the texting game, the travel game from Kevin and White Pill, the red pill game from Rollo, how to mix it up and improve your life. If you can't do your own research by that on your own, then hey man, you have some mental problems that you should increase your reading comprehension, things like that.
You're describing like literally 90% of the manosphere, but you're saying there's not much to debate on. We have gone through, we're less than halfway through his video, and we're going for 2 hours. These are all things that we disagree with. Plus, when you have a discussion face to face, you kind of go into more stories and stuff like that. I could disagree with Rollo for hours and days. Like there's more than enough stuff to disagree with. 3 iron rules, I pointed out why I disagree with them. That is a debate in of itself. We're not even getting to any other content. So do you really think that if me and Rollo were in a room, we could not find anything to debate about? Like this would just be a circle jerk. We just agree with each other. Like there's really nothing that me and him could debate on. Like this has been going on for 2 hours and we're halfway through.
Yeah, I understand. There's little things you can debate on, but it's all under the roof
not
of
little
self-improvement. Self-improvement, better yourself, optimize yourself. We get it.
No.
It's just like, but let me ask this
nearly as
question.
interested in that. He's really not interested in that.
Do you not want to see the debate? Like, would you not think it would be awesome if I debated Rollo?
I actually made a comment in this live stream that this is good that you're debating Rollo. You're not debating, but you're playing a video about him. I actually made a comment that it was good because now some new 3D technique can come out of this, that you guys can clash and something new can come out. But I didn't see anything new come out. It was kind of like the same, things that have already been repeated before. Your content by itself, Alex, is good. Rollo's content by itself is good, but when you're clashing, you're kind of coming from a different, I don't know, it's just, there's not much. It's a lot of smoke, but there's not much meat in there, you know what I mean? There's not much fire.
I don't want to recap the whole 2 hour thing, but there's a whole bunch of points that were made. Like, I don't know, where do you want to start with that? There's a whole bunch of things. Well, should we start with, let me pull up my notes. Okay, let's go through iron rule number 3. Rule number 2, never under pain of death, honestly, dishonestly reveal the number of women you've slept with or explain any detail of your sexual experiences with them to your current lover. That's his rule number 2. I fundamentally disagree with that. And I made my point why he's wrong about that. So, like, that is a 20-30 minute discussion in of itself. And what would be better than me, doing this way would be actually me and him had a debate face to face where he could.
But Alex, that rule is for people that are coming into and don't have much experience. But people that have experience know that it's a good time to tell a woman that you have had experience if you're trying to prove social value. So his book is for people that are coming into the space and new to the space. You don't want to tell a woman that you're a virgin. You have to see the frame where. Which
is exactly the point I made in my initial response video, which Rollo then responded to. So I literally said in that video, exception is if you're a virgin, you probably don't want to flaunt that. So I literally had said that. So honestly, like, just my honest assessment is that you're just like looking for ways to justify Rollo. You're like, yeah, he's probably partially wrong about that. But what I think he meant is this. Like, we just read the iron rule. Like, I don't think we're even disagreeing on the fact that he's wrong about the iron rule. But you're like, oh, well, I think what he meant is for this audience. But that's actually what I said in my initial response video.
Green, you say that you're not simping for Rollo. Tell me something you disagree with Rollo
on. Something that I disagree with him on?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe about how the, prospect, maybe about marriage, like about getting married in the U.S. Like if not, like when he did it in his time, it was all fine and everything, and he's still married, successfully married, but doing it in 2021, and especially going forward, that's something that I would probably not do.
So you agree then with us that him being married for 25 years sort of tarnishes his message overall because he's not in this dating marketplace.
If he's giving advice on getting but that was back then, like the people, that was the normal thing to do, to get married and things like that. So it's hard to say because
I'm talking about now. He's giving prescriptions. He's giving prescriptions on things that you should do in your dating life, and then also talking and basically saying, "Oh, well, here's evidence based on the girls that I see on Fresh and Fit," and yet he's never dated any of them. He's never dated any modern women, so he just thinks that girls on Fresh and Fit are how most millennial women are nowadays. That's our critique of him being married. We're not just being like, "Haha, he's married. What a loser." No, my parents are married, right? I have great respect for my parents, even if they give me dating advice based on their wisdom or whatever. I will respect it. It's more so when they assume that they know what's going on in a space that they haven't even interacted with. Mm-hmm. So that's our problem with Rollo. And Green, at the beginning, you were saying when we brought up the marriage thing that takes away from our message, but now you're agreeing with us. Are you agreeing with us? Or
no. Rollo has had videos on how to vet women if you wanted to go down that route and how to do it with less risk, because there's never no risk involved, and he talks about it. So he has videos on this topic. for people that are interested, in
now, do you think he's hypocritical by being married himself and saying if it was nowadays he wouldn't get married? Like if he could do it over again, he wouldn't be married, and yet he's married now. Do you not see the contradiction?
No, because he's mentioned that there's never no risk in marriage. It's just kind of how to bring the risk very much down to a very low level, and then take the chance if you want to, but how to bring the risk really down. But he's married, and he knows that he has risk. He talks about it, and it's worked out for him. But it's not going to work out for everybody, depending on how they vet the woman. But
Green, you said you have
to not get married. Oh, go ahead, Alex.
You said there's two things that you disagree with. The first one was that by criticizing him, we're taking away blah blah blah. I think we kind of disproved that. We went too far. He went further. What is the second thing that you said that you disagree with us on that you want to talk about?
Yeah, I don't want to take up too much of your guys' time, but I'll be brief on this. One thing is we have to be a little more upfront about where we're located when we use game. If we're overseas or if we're in America, we have to tell the audience, and maybe we have mentioned, you guys have mentioned this in many other streams. I'm sorry, I haven't watched every single stream, but when I'm reading a lot of the comments, we need to be upfront where we are in the world. Where we're.
Have I not been upfront about that I live in Miami? I mean, I only talk about it in like every other video. Like, am I not upfront?
No. You have. But then when we have Coach White Pill, that's saying that he's in Vietnam and he's implying that it's hard to get girls in Vietnam. And when I asked him in the chat, do you speak Vietnamese? And he said, no, I don't. But you're still able to, get women there. And I know the whole Google Translate, thing. I've traveled overseas also. You gotta let the audience know that. You gotta let them know everything.
But Coach Whitepill is not on the stream. I mean, I've had
not just that.
He's a nice guy, and I like him, but he's not on the stream. Like,
he's a cool guy, and me and him were going back and forth in the stream, and that like this doesn't have to do with you. This was my second thing with Coach Whitepill. I was just saying.
So this criticism is not directed towards me in any way.
No,
it's a criticism.
Yeah, it's not towards Rollo and you guys.
It's toward me and Coach Whitepill because we're business partners. So I'm happy to answer it. So I don't really understand. We are very open with what we're talking about in Vietnam. I remember seeing in your chat a while ago, I tried to address it. So are you implying that because I live in Vietnam, I shouldn't be giving prescriptions on what you should be doing dating-wise because my dating experience will be different?
No, you should say it's a lot easier here in Vietnam than it would be in the United States.
Well, so you think it's easier? That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Oh, now it's freezing for some reason. You're freezing, Kevin.
Here's
Yeah, it's like super frozen. Let's just give it a second to unfreeze.
Is this better? Am I back?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, apologies. All right. No, it's way easier to get laid in the U.S. Way easier. And it depends on what you're going for too, right? Because sexual marketplace is going to change depending. And also, like, I think it's just a giant code for guys to be like, it's so much harder to date in the U.S. Are you fucking joking me?
No,
you know how easy it is to get laid in the U.S.?
Get laid with who? Hot women or what type of
women?
women?
Hot women.
There's a bunch of
hot hoes, dude, in the U.S. It's so easy. Over here, they're conservative.
I would actually on this one probably.
Come on.
I would on this one probably agree with Green.
What do you mean? Come on, man. Hold on. You're saying more about yourself if you think that dating women in
I've
the
been
US
to I've been to about 14 countries. I'm currently in Colombia. Alex, you've been many places more than I have, and I've read some of your posts.
Not too many, man. I've only been to like 14 or 15 countries as well. I've been to Colombia, though, but I will say Colombia is definitely a lot easier than the U.S. Like, I have no doubt about it. I've never been to Southeast Asia, so I really can't comment on that. I've never been to Vietnam either, specifically. But
let me say this too. One more thing. It's like, dude, I've only dated like a few Vietnamese girls. I live in these expat areas where it's basically, we call it Cracker Town over here in the city that I'm in, right? Mm-hmm. So the vast majority of girls I still hook up with are Western girls. Mm-hmm. So I don't really understand. Are you saying because I'm just going to go off of your premise? Look, I will agree with you, even though I don't agree with you. Like, I'll just extend an olive branch here and say, okay, let's just say that Vietnamese girls are easier. Okay, even if that's the case, like the vast majority of girls I date are still white girls, Europeans and Westerners more specifically. I think 3 out of the last 4 girls I hooked up with, 2 were American, and 1 was Canadian. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
even
think we're going so off topic here about which country it's easier
Yeah.
to get laid.
no,
Yeah,
but he's
let's-
coming in here with an ad hom attack, and I want to.
No, it's not
address
ad-hoc.
it.
No. What I was saying that Coach White Pill. What? Okay, just because you hooked up with American Canadian, and doesn't mean that it's easier. That's just what you did. Okay, but still, the fact remains that it's easier. And I'm just saying, educate the audience. Not you, Alex. Not everything, but Coach White Pill. When you guys get on, educate. Hey guys, I'm here. It's Vietnam. Is killing here. Change your Tinder to here. You're gonna kill it. Just give the audience that knowledge. You know, these are new guys coming in. They haven't traveled. They don't have passports. Give them that knowledge. It's
We
not
do.
even,
Yeah. Tell me you don't watch my videos by not telling me that you don't watch my videos. You don't watch my videos, bro.
I watched like some of your videos, your most viewed videos, that because that came up on the YouTube, and my apology if I haven't watched everything and you have addressed that. It wasn't much of an agreement. It was just more of a let's get the audience apart. Let's get them moving and jiving.
So basically, you
traveling.
created a straw man of me and started attacking it, and then when I debunk your straw man, you're like, "Oh shit, I guess I didn't watch."
No.
my videos."
I was telling Coach White Pill. This wasn't about you. This was going back and forth. Coach White Pill, and I told him, I said, "You're in Vietnam. Do you speak Vietnamese?" He said no, and he said it's not my problem that you can't get laid. I was like, hey, tell the audience that you're in Vietnamese. You don't speak the language, and you still get laid because you know it's hell of easy. I said, tell the audience that. That was my main thing.
Wouldn't you say that it's tougher if the other girl doesn't even understand Vietnamese? And there's an entire culture that has a predilection and shames the
I'm gonna take
actual
a
women
piss.
themselves for
No,
the women
person-
actually the women actually get shamed for hooking up with white guys.
No, that proves it's easier that you don't even need to know the language. Of course, if you know it, then you'll get laid more. But it just proves the point that you don't even need to know the language. But I mean, we know that. We know Coach White Bill, Kevin. We all know that. That was my main thing. It was to that statement.
It depends on sexual marketplaces. So this is something. It's so interesting you bring this up because this is something a lot of guys happen. They will come over to Southeast Asia and think they're just going to get all this pussy and shit. But they don't realize that they're competing against Chads like me who end up seeing 10 of them at once. And they all want to see me and they could give a fuck about the fucking, short, overweight beta dude that because the issue is you have it's a sexual marketplace and it's actually oversaturated now. You might have an argument if this was like 20 years ago, but not anymore, dude. If you go into like Saigon, Vietnam, you will see a bunch of like 6'5" Dutch Chads walking around. That's your competition.
Let me quickly interject here.
Yeah, let's talk about something else.
Yeah, because let's just assume you're completely right about that, Green. I can't comment because I've never been to Southeast Asia. Let's assume you're completely right. It's still at the end of the day would have nothing to do with the topic.
Let's bring it back to Rollo. So do you have a second critique that doesn't have to be that's not an ad hom of me and Coach Whitepill? It actually has to do with Rollo.
So that was an ad hom, but no, those were my two critiques. The one about the Rollo and the second one about the travel. That was my input. Thanks for having me on, guys.
No,
wait, hold on. I want to ask you one more thing. Is it okay?
Yeah,
sure. One more thing. Okay. I want to bring this back to the Morpheus thing that I talked about before, and
Sure.
Rollo having responsibility for when he red pills somebody for there to actually be something for them to do afterwards. Now, does he actually have to give the prescription to the people he wakes up from the red pill himself? Not necessarily, but he needs to suggest the right people at the very least, right? Do you at least acknowledge that? Because, like I said before, if we take the scenario with the Matrix, I know you say that
he
it's
has
not
a panel of
analogous.
people. He has a panel of people. He has Rule Zero, Dude Party, where you have guys expert in finance, expert in relationship, long term. He has a panel where if you do follow Rollo, you will be circulated within that tunnel, the immediate tunnel. Yeah.
And how does he decipher who has the right prescriptions?
Well, the audience deciphers it. They to an extent, they say, "Oh, bring this guy back on. This guy helped me. This guy changed my life. This guy made me money. Blah blah blah." Because in the beginning they had different people coming in and out. Then they became stable.
But
course.
how do they determine that? Because you say that they go into this, like you say the rational male is for beginners who don't know what's going on. They get red pilled. How do they have the intuition and understanding of who is the right person to go through for prescriptions? It's based on what Rollo's suggestions are, right?
Well, the panel that Rollo's on is, I don't know how they decide who's on the panel, but it's not just his opinion. It must be everybody, obviously, too, because those are all other successful guys on there, like Entrepreneur and Car.
But this is why we are critical of Rollo, because he doesn't have the fundamental understanding to, one, give prescriptions because he hasn't been in this game for a long time. Two, he cherry picks data. He cherry picks a ton of data, right? And even if we had the same descriptive claims, because he doesn't have the personal experience to back it up through his own lived experience dating millennial and Gen Z women in the age of social media, in the age of dating apps, it makes him unqualified not only to give prescriptions himself, but also he doesn't know the people to actually look for to give those proper prescriptions, which is why he actually unironically takes Fresh and Fit seriously. And he actually thinks that these guys like actually give dating advice because he actually doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand it. It's because he's a grandpa that hasn't been in the dating sphere for 30 plus years. He just sees what he sees on the internet. He actually doesn't have the personal experience to understand how these things act, how these concepts actually play out in real life. And so he ends up backing up people like Fresh and Fit who have no idea what they're talking about. And then the entire manosphere gets these toxic prescriptions where they actually are doing the wrong things. Right?
You don't see he never challenges his beliefs ever.
Yeah.
He only wants to talk to all enablers, people who agree with him. I'll debate anybody. Like I had you on. I'll debate. My initial goal is to have Rollo on. I'll debate anybody. I'm confident in my beliefs. If I'm proved wrong, so be it. Then I'm wrong. I don't give a shit. He doesn't do that. He doesn't want to challenge his beliefs. He only wants to talk to people who agree with him. That's the issue. So that's the problem. Why his beliefs are, not really.
And look, Rollo. Look, if he took it from purely just like a descriptive standpoint, and he was like, hey man, I don't know the prescriptions. I think these guys know what they're talking about, but let me explore all the different options here, right? The best way for you to explore all the options to see who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about is to let them have debates, right? And then choose the winner, and then based on that, take somebody more seriously or another one. How are you supposed to do that when you are against debates? Like how the hell are you supposed to do that? How do you compare ideas? How do you know the truth? You know the truth by comparing ideas via debates, which is something he refuses to do. You don't see a problem with the fact that Rollo doesn't want to debate these ideas?
Let me just quickly clarify that he wants to have selective debates. So he has no problem debating feminists because then it's going to be – that's a pretty easy victory, against a feminist. I could easily debate a feminist myself either. He doesn't want to debate someone like me or like you or like any number of guys.
Debating people who he thinks would be equals.
That's going to be a complete different debate. So he's going to spend 2 hours, shit talking me or shit talking my ideas or my criticisms, moving the goalpost, making these like crazy virtue signaling that I'm the one that's actually, I can't believe he actually ended off with that. Like I'm like hurting lives and shit like that. Such a crazy argument.
Do you not have a problem with that, Green, that he doesn't want to debate either of us?
So at this point, how far everything's gone, I would say in order for him to debate now, I think it's coming to a point where his audience and the audience of the manosphere wants it, then maybe it will happen. But I feel like it's gotten too far to a point where
it'll never happen, Green.
They should have a debate because it's a reaction on a reaction on a reaction on a reaction. And
so shouldn't we talk it out to squash all this?
I agree.
Isn't that justification to be like, we agree. So it'd be
face to face. Yes, I agree with that. It'll never happen though.
And then the beef will be squashed after we have a good discussion. Don't you agree?
At this point, yeah. I mean, y'all should have a debate because.
Okay, good.
It's gotten far, but
I wanted you to say that yes, we should debate, and that's it. That's cool. So, thanks for coming on, Green. Do you want to?
Yeah, Green. We appreciate you coming on. I know we were a little anime at times, but we do appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think it takes a lot of balls.
That wasn't you. It was just me. It was just me that was.
Yeah, no. That's
just how I am. I don't care.
But it does take a lot of balls, so we appreciate that. And you have more balls than Rollo. I'm just gonna say that.
I'll give you that.
Because he won't come on. So yeah, man.
My suggestion is though, dude, like, look, don't tie your horse completely to him, man. It's not a good look to simp for a guy you never even met, to be honest. Like if my own fans started to simp for me in comments too, I'd be like, look, if it's logically sound, fine, but don't just come to my defense because you're a fan of me. Anyway, that's just my suggestion. But thanks for coming on, bro.
Yeah,
closing thoughts, Green.
And I just want to say also thanks for having me on, Alex. I like your channel, Coach Rexpo. I mean, Kevin, I'm following your channel. I like some of your videos, and part of the reason I got on here was to give the crowd of tonight some value. You guys have provided a lot of value. Give them another perspective, and maybe some new ideas have come out of this. And it's been a pleasure. Thanks for having me on, man. Thank you.
Yeah, likewise, man.
Thanks for
We
coming
really
on, bro.
appreciate it. It definitely takes a lot of balls. I'll fully acknowledge that. And thank you, man. It was a good discussion. I'm glad you came on.
Thank you. Take care, bro. Bye.
Take care, man. Have a good one. Okay. All right. So that was good.
That was an interesting one.
Yeah.
It's like the comment section is like, oh, Kevin's getting in his feelings. Like, guys, it's because it was so fucking funny. Like, I wasn't angry. I was like laughing. I hope you understood that. Like when I was like, oh my God, the thing, I was like, because
you got animated.
Yeah, but it's like, dude, how do you not see that that's directly analogous with the Morpheus thing and Rollo? Morpheus literally calls himself the godfather of the red pill, right? Again,
you know what's funny?
you
and I had completely different issues with his arguments. Like we were coming at it from like almost two perspectives, which I think is a good thing. But we like our subconscious focused on two completely different things. So I was taking issue with him saying that basically, like I went too far, that we're going too far, and that, that basically, we're detracting from people benefiting from Rollo's work. I was like, no. Versus you were coming at it from more from like the, is Rollo really about the red pill type of perspective? So I think that was good. Yeah, well, we can do one more quick one. We've gone for 3.5 hours, but I'm alive and by all this action. So we will have one more person on who disagrees. Also, I want to quickly just go through. We're not going to go through the rest of the video because this is going to be a 10-hour live stream. I'm going to get no sleep for tomorrow. But I want to just quickly sum up all the things that are said because I have very detailed notes because I do my research. Thank you very much, Rollo. Okay, so let's crack into it. Some of the stuff, I guess you're going to have to just kind of take word for it, but you can just watch the original thing and then see, what I'm saying. So we kind of left off as where Rollo was talking about the, men having no attraction floor. I'm really surprised that like that's his argument. But anyway, so he's going to cite a study after this that proves that on average, men are more likely to lower the standards. So there's going to be a study that suggests on average, men are more likely to lower the standards. That is not the same thing as men having no attraction floor. Those two things somewhat related, but it's not the same thing. You can, I'm not disagreeing with the fact that men on average are more willing to lower their standards. Like again, that I don't even need research on that. That's common fucking sense. But men have no attraction floor. So the vast majority of men will fuck anything. No, and no. Then there's a part where he gets really butthurt. So my notes are just so butthurt, ... Then we get into, so I'm talking about hypergamy. And I take, so with a lot of the stuff he says, it's not like, I don't 100% disagree. I maybe like 60% disagree. And I just think he completely overblows it. So hypergamy is a good example. I'm not denying hypergamy. I just think he heavily overblows it. I just think he exaggerates the concept. But I'm not saying there's no such thing as hypergamy. No, I just think that some chicks are way more hypergamous than others, and you can, you should not be paranoid that your girl is going to trade up. Like, like you guys see my girl Nair. There's never thought in my mind like, oh shit, what if another YouTuber comes along with 200,000 subs, who has more hair, like fuck, she's going to trade me up for me. That no, she's heavily emotionally invested at this point. So like that plays a huge role, which I feel like he doesn't mention.
I think. Can I mention something really quickly?
Yeah,
so, I think the main problem, and let me know if you have this problem with him as well, because I think the main point of contention is we agree with a lot of his descriptive claims. It's the prescriptions we have a problem with, and more specifically, you can look at the term like hypergamy through two different lenses. You could look at it through like an alpha male lens or through a beta male lens. So if it's through an alpha male lens and you're already objectively in that top 20% SMV wise and you have game, you're like, hell yeah, this is great. Like I'll be able to have sex with a bunch of women. But if you
love hypergamy.
Yeah, exactly. So if you look at it through a beta male lens, though, you're like, oh my God, this is terrible. I'm not going to get no girls. Only the select few guys are going to get all of them. But
99% of people who are watching his stuff are that's not an attack on his audience. It's just basically like the alpha guys. They don't really watch this content. Like they're just busy going out and they're not watching Rollo's like 2-hour long live streams. Like they don't have time.
No, they're not, because it's all like rage bait stuff. you know, like women are hypergamous. like they're always just going to go for the guy with the most resources and the best looking guy. It's like, okay, yes, for most people, even if you have like, bad genetics or whatnot, at first that's going to be pretty disheartening. But you understand that just by virtue of being red pilled, how a lot of guys end up giving up, unfortunately, a lot of them just become like these guys who just cope by, watching Rollo streams. There's a big open space for you to enter that top 20% of your local sexual marketplace to be able to find success. Because if you do have red pill knowledge, and this is why I want to redeem the red pill, right? If you do have red pill knowledge, that gives you an advantage over guys who have zero red pill knowledge, right? Because you know some of the things to look out for. But the issue is most of the guys that get red pilled, unfortunately, turn like Cypher. They turn black pilled and they give up because they understand how tough the journey is ahead of them to self-improve. So if you're one of those few people that actually use red pill knowledge to actually improve your life, you can definitely get into that top 20%. It's just the issue is people like Rollo with their rage bait content and also Fresh and Fit as well. They use red pill concepts to fuel rage bait because they know that the vast majority of their audience are like more beta male dudes, right? So they are going to be more interested in clicking the rage bait type content to give them more views. That's what they're really motivated by. Like I said at the beginning here, I think I said at the beginning here, but basically I believe that Rollo and Fresh and Fit profits off of keeping men weak, and then we profit off of making men strong. That's really all it comes down to. We still have a lot of the same descriptive claims, but when we see something like hypergamy, I like to think, good. Like now you have something to be like, okay, well, if I want to succeed in my dating life, I need to do what it takes to become a high value dude. And most guys, unfortunately, they look through it at a beta male lens instead and say, oh shit, this is really, really tough. So I'm just going to give up and go MGTOW.
So I agree with that, but in addition, I do think he heavily overblows hypergamy and how how common it is and whatnot. But so anyway, so let me just kind of get through this. So in my initial video, I say that Rollo, if hypergamy is such a fucking fact of nature, then why has your wife of 20 years not traded up? He's like, 25, thank you. Like as if he called me on something like, oh, dude, like that's a game changer right there. It's 25 years. And then he says, yes, I am the best option. And he's not actually kidding. Like you look at stories, I am the best option. And he talks about that. And I wouldn't have brought this up unless he did say he's the best option. Like he's a skinny dork who's constantly butthurt. Like he's not the best option. Like at all. Like there's better options. I'm not the best option. There's way better options to be. There's guys cooler than me, but I think it would be a way better option than him. But it's neither here or there. We're also competing at different age range. So no, the reason your wife is staying with you is not because you're the best option, bro. The reason she's staying with you is largely comfort. She's very comfortable with you. You guys, have a lot of, she's heavily invested because she spent 25 years with you. You guys have children together. So there's reasons why she's staying with you, but they're not because you're the best option. That's silly. Like, does he actually think he's the best option for his wife? So then the next thing he says is that it's also largely an age thing. So he says, as women get older, they look for different things. Element of truth there, right? Women do generally tend to look for different things. I think he tries to almost make it seem like hypergamy kind of wanes. So, like women are very hypergamous when they're 20, and then they become less and less hypergamous as they get older. Okay, but in that case, there would be no successful marriages of people who got married young. Like people get married at the age of 20, 21, 22. Those would all lead to divorce, right? But they don't. A good amount do. A good amount of all marriages lead to divorce, but not all of them. So again, I think he heavily overblows this concept. Then we get into where he accuses me of using extreme examples. That's literally all he does. And the big theme is Rollo accuses me of a lot of the stuff that he literally does himself. He's like, a lot of straw man arguments, but that's like literally 2/3 of this thing. So that's just pretty funny.
Psychological projection. Yep. And I want to add one more thing. I'm sorry, one more. This is the reason that a woman, let's just agree that like women are always hypergamous. The reason that they wouldn't leave, that his wife, for example, wouldn't leave Rollo for another higher value guy is because of the fallacy of sunk cost. Basically, the sunk cost fallacy is, I have so much time and ego invested in this one thing. I don't want all of that to go to waste. Therefore, I'm going to try to make it work out. Now, do I think that's necessarily a bad thing? No, but that kind of does debunk his idea of monkey branching. Monkey branching exists if the guy you're dating from an SMV standpoint is like a 3, and then you monkey wrench to like a 10. But if it's like from a 5 to a 7, just because they've developed a life together, they have a child together, they're married, all these other types of things, the pain of leaving Rollo would be far greater than the pleasure of leaving him for a top tier alpha male. So that's why.
Well, I would argue there's really not much pain there. Probably, the pleasure was probably. Like, can you imagine? Like, he's so angry and butthurt during the stream. Can you imagine, like, what he like after that? He went to his wife. He's like, you just like, she's like, okay, Rollo, let's do our breathing exercises. Deep breathe in. Let's fucking die. Okay. I take some artistic liberties. All right, so then let's keep going. So he says that Clout Dictionary is my good friend. I've literally talked to the guy once in my whole life. It was on a stream. I don't even have his number. I fundamentally disagree with him on a lot of things. I'm definitely not a black pillar, so don't know why he's making that connection. It's the same thing as he's saying with Anthony Johnson. And the question I have for the audience is, if someone's willing to make such a bullshit argument that is so easily disprovable, like that Clout Dictionary is my good friend, like that is, how many streams have I done with him? 0. How many like projects do we have together? 0. Like, how like so easily disprovable. Do you really think he's being fair and objective when defending his work? Like, do you think he's going to be when he's going after my social circle, whatever, he's going to be over exaggerated, but when he's defending his work, he's going to be more fair? No, he's going to be even more biased because he's getting very defensive, and you can see that in his attitude. Then he says that I have no friends, so that's another massive projection. Then we go back on the traction floor. So again, I don't know why he's making this argument. Such a bad argument. It's such a bad hill to stand on. He's saying like, oh, men don't have an attraction floor. He cites the study where, again, men on average lower their standards for casual encounters. Okay, that's not the same as men having no attraction floor. So again, this is the pattern that you're seeing. He takes a study and then he uses it to make a giant leap to a conclusion that's largely unrelated. So yeah, all the statistics that he claims don't prove that at all. Like, if he wanted to say that men on average have lower standards than women, I would agree, and that would be the end of it. But he's saying that men have no attraction floor. I have an attraction floor. Kevin has an attraction floor. We have a penis. We're men. I know other men who have an attraction floor. Thus, your argument is flawed. So he's just completely moving, the goalpost here. And he says why? So he's talking about dangerous men. He says, why is it that criminals on average have more children than non-criminals? That has largely, so this is I think it's attribution error or something like that it's called. But basically, because criminals usually come from lower socioeconomic groups, and poor people generally have more kids than rich people, and rich people generally don't go to jail because they get good lawyers and shit like that. So this is just poor interpretation of the data. And then we have. Then he accuses, men only care about women being hot and single. So I take issue with that. I say, no, guys who are in scarcity only care about that. But guys who are in abundance, they care more than just hot and single, at least when it comes to anything more than casual. And then he accuses me of being, this guy's all about relationships. Basically, that's what he implies. Like, literally 99% of my contents have to get laid. But then he accuses me of not doing my research. Interesting. Okay. So what else do we have? Moving the goalposts kind of starts were also made me bitter and resentful. I'm cheesy police strategies. Wouldn't just keep projecting. You can see how. Okay, so then he is going again about the conspiracy theories. Me working for Anthony Johnson. He's just, I don't know why he's really stuck on that. He also talks about like good social skills. It's pretty funny when he literally has none. So there's a lot of ironies here. If you watch him on Fresh and Fit, you can see that he really has, no motion skills. And then I want to really focus on the ending. I just want to quickly comment on this again. There's such emotional manipulation here. Like, it's so emotionally manipulative. That's just like basically, how it felt to me. I think that's how it feels to most people. I am saving lives. And these guys who disagree with me, they're hurting lives. That's your argument, dude? We're hurting lives? Let's assume that's true. You're saving lives, we're hurting lives. Shouldn't you then want to really, really come on and kick my ass in a debate so you could save more lives? I have 73,000 subscribers. You can save 73,000 lives because I'm responsible for killing those people, right? So you should want to come on and save their lives. Like that's his argument. So talk about going too far. Like that's the epitome of going too far. Like I'm literally killing people. How does it get further than that? Like I don't even see how that's possible. So yeah, he's just basically what he's doing. Again, to me, it's super obvious. He's trying to take the moral high ground in this argument. There's no moral high ground. This is just a debate of ideas. No one is. I'm not above him morally. He's not above me morally. We just have different opinions, right? But so very emotionally manipulative. A lot of virtue signaling. Also, he accuses me of trying to shut him down. No, I'm a huge free speech advocate. I don't want to shut anyone down at all. And if I wanted to shut him down and silence him, I would not be giving him access to my 73,000 subscribers, right? Because that just me actually increasing his voice, not decreasing it. So lots of logical fallacies there. And yeah, we are through with this epic fucking shit. Does anyone else want to come on and debate? Do we have any takers? We can do another quick one. Do you have anything to add to all that, Kevin?
Yeah. So one of the issues too, this is what a lot of sophists will do. And again, sophist is somebody who just says whatever they need to win a debate. Usually that it's not logically sound. And that's exactly what Rollo does. He's doing something basically. There's a school of thought called consequentialism, where basically you justify moral actions based off of the consequences. By itself, it's not necessarily like a terrible way of thinking, but that's not an argument to say, oh, well, we need to preserve what I do because I help save lives and you guys kill people. It's like, okay, well, get into the reasons why. Like you just giving a bunch of descriptions that isn't, and this is one thing too. This is because if what you could find in the rational male can only be found in the rational male, maybe he'd have a point, but he doesn't. A lot of the stuff that he got in the rational male, he got from like, what is his name? Don Imus, and I think his name is Don Imus, and the radio guy, and Patrice O'Neill. Like they were talking about these types of things without actually putting labels on them way before him. And Rollo's not the only red pill guy. Roosh was. Somebody shouted out Roosh V a while ago, and Royce as well. They were talking about this shit. I think some of them actually before Rollo, and it's like Rollo's basically just taking all the credit because those guys aren't part of the red pill space anymore. So it's not like all of these ideas are 100% like that Rollo can take credit for. And even if you could take credit for them, please point to me how they prevent suicide from happening. Because like I said, other guys have taken these ideas that they learned from the manosphere to commit mass shootings. Okay, so if you're going to take responsibility for that, for suicides, then maybe you should also take some responsibility for the mass shootings as well. I'm not saying that they should. I just don't think you should take credit for preventing people from committing suicide just based off of descriptive claims. Now, if you're making the argument that you prevented them from committing suicide based on you giving advice and prescriptions, then that's fine. All the power to you. But also that debunks Rollo because he says he doesn't give prescriptions or advice, right? That's why this guy's there's so many contradictions, man. He just wants to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to talk a lot of shit and say whatever he wants, and then conveniently take credit for when it benefits them, and then also not take credit for people who take his work the wrong way, right? You can't have it both ways. That's what hypocrites do. You need to take a moral stance of actually saying, okay, do I take full responsibility for how people enact the things that happen in my book, or do I not take any responsibility at all? If you don't take any responsibility at all, that's fine. But then don't take responsibility for when somebody says that, oh, their life was saved based off of my descriptive claims. Because again, like I said, if you're taking that stance and you're only looking at it from a descriptive standpoint, then you also have to take responsibility for when people read your book and have the bad interpretation of it that leads them to things like violence or more commonly things like nihilism and the black pill.
I actually have no problem with him taking credit for saving that guy's life. That's fine. Just don't then go and say that I'm hurting lives, because I have just as many emails I like that as you do. I just don't virtue signal on my channel. Like, you'll never hear me talking about that because I think that's so fucking lame.
But here's the fundamental difference, Alex, is you do give prescriptions saying here's what you should
Well,
do. So it's okay for you to take credit for that. Rollo claims to not give any prescriptions or advice at all. So because he claims to not give advice or prescriptions, and again, advice and prescriptions are synonymous with one another, because of that, he doesn't have any right to claim any kind of moral responsibility, good or bad, right? But then when it's convenient for him, he will say, oh, this is morally good because it helps to save lives. It's that fundamental contradiction that I have a really huge problem with. Yeah.
There's a lot of contradictions. There's a lot of twisting arguments to serve his purpose. Yeah, I mean, there's so much to, you know, which we basically covered. You know, again, like I said, straw man arguments, moving the goalpost, basically anything to win the argument. But I think, like, again, going back to this, like the Green, he came in pretty fucking hot. But I think near the end, you know, we're like 80% the same page. So he took heavy issues like, oh, you know, by criticizing Rollo, you guys are, you know, basically, you know, detracting from his good message or hurting him. But then he's like, yeah, you know, he's not above approach. So yeah, maybe criticism is good. Maybe he was like, oh, you know, at this point, what's the point of debate? Well, actually, a debate should happen. So I think when you can have a conversation with someone, you can change their minds. Maybe not forever, but at least in the moment. So I think there's a lot of value in having discussions and debates. And the fact that Rollo just keeps making excuses not to do it, I think that's pretty telling in of itself. Because you'll never see me doing that. I have no problem debating anyone. I'll do it.
Yeah.
And I think his fans have to stop making excuses for him. Like, if you think Rollo is really right, then you should want this debate to happen, because then he will kick my ass. Yeah. I figured.
Could you put one of the comments on the screen if you don't mind? Because I think he actually articulated better than I did. Justin Redmond. He said, I think what Kevin is saying is that Rollo can't take responsibility and deny responsibility. Just in case anyone missed that point. Yeah. So yeah, that's exactly, that's the argument I'm making. It's like, you can't just take responsibility for something when it works out for you. And then when it doesn't work out for you, say, oh, this has nothing to do with me. That's all I'm trying to say. But yeah, man, I think in regards to like the debates and whatnot, like, I know it got heated with that Green guy, but you know, I look, when you go in debates, you are trying to seek the truth for sure. You want to hear the other guy out, but I'm kind of, if I'm being honest, I'm kind of sick of people coming in, and then when they start to lose the argument, they just start agreeing with you, right? And I called my shot beforehand. I said, guys, this is what's going to happen. He's going to start losing the argument, and he's going to just start agreeing with us, even though he disagreed with us at the beginning. And that's exactly what happened, right? It's because we actually have logic and reason on our side, and they don't.
Can you explain, Alex, why you find debates productive? Doesn't really benefit for us to learn valuable game. Just seems like a way to keep drama and clickbait for views. Okay, so watch the beginning of the live stream. I disproved this whole clout chasing argument. This thing does not really work well for me in terms of clout. In fact, it probably hurts me. So I kind of really went into that in the beginning. So it's certainly not for clickbait views. I think it's an important community service that I'm doing. Again, it's less than 2% of my total content. The vast majority of it is on practical, you know, game strategy. But, you know, I take like 1 or 2% of my content and I use it to criticize bad ideas that are popular in the community, because I think that's the only way this community will move forward. I think I just don't know how anyone can be like, you know what? Yeah, I just don't want to see this debate. Like, I think everyone wants to see it at this point. I think my fucking grandma in Israel wants to see this debate. She doesn't even speak English. She's gonna be like, oh, you kick his ass. Yalla.
Also, how do you find out the truth if you have nothing to compare it against, right? It's like good versus evil. How do you know what good is if you don't know what evil is? How do you know what evil is if you don't know what good is? So with politics, for example, right? Why, when you watch your favorite Republican debates, commentator, so if you watch like a Republican commentator, like I don't know, Ben Shapiro, why is so much of his content talking about the Democrats? It's not because like he's clout chasing for the Democrats. It's because you get to have an understanding of what Republican values truly are when you compare it against Democrat values, for example, right? And vice versa, if you're on the left. If you follow one of the leftist commentators like Kyle Kalinske or something, half the time he's talking about the Republican and the Conservative Party. It's not just because he hates them or he's clout chasing. It's because in order for you to understand how important the values he espouses are, you have to compare it to the opposite, right? It's the same exact thing with this. In order for you guys to understand how valuable the information is that Alex provides, I provide, we have to show you the opposite of what is bad. So you have more perspective on what's at stake and why this is so important and why what they do is so you shouldn't do it. Because if you don't make those distinctions as well, people are going to take some of our advice and mix it with the bad advice that they get from other people. And then their dating lives will suck. And then they won't know who is what parts of the advice that they got was terrible and what parts were right. Right. So when you have debates, that's your way of kind of figuring that out to make sure, okay, what are the best ideas that rise to the top?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I like this. If you only hear one side, you're blind. Yeah, I have no problem bringing in people on this channel who have different perspectives than me. No problem at all. So Green is actually, he believes he's kind of like, oh yeah, well, everyone's gonna, they're gonna see all kinds of content anyway. He's an exception. I don't think he's a new. Most people who are Rollo fans, they stay on his content because if you watch, like when Rollo did that video, for example, about me, all the comments were in his favor. And if you watch the posts and when I make videos on him, largely all the comments are in my favor. So the difference is that he shadow bans people who disagree with him. I don't do that, right? So I actually have like negative comments. So there's not that much of a crossover. There's a little bit of a crossover, but it's not significant. Most people are just hanging out in their little echo chamber. Most people don't like to challenge their beliefs. That's why, for example, in the presidential, vast majority of people are going to vote Republican or Democrat. Now, what happens? The candidate could take his shit on stage. They'll still vote for that person. That's the team they're on. There's not that many independents. Maybe like 10% or something are independents.
And just like Frater IAO said a while ago, I think you put it on screen and said, if you only hear one side, you're blind. Yeah. So yeah, you could see that evidenced by Green when he was on a while ago. There's a reason I asked him, saying like, what are some things you disagree with Rollo on? Implying, okay, well, this is my kind of a litmus test for you to understand our position. So he clearly didn't understand our position because he was a straw manning us the whole time. And so that's one way. And then when he said, oh, the marriage thing, I disagree with him on that, even though at the very beginning of the debate, he was agreeing with it, right? But that just goes to show you why debate is so important, because unless you can argue the other side. Look, guys, I can argue Rollo's side and play devil's advocate extremely well, because that's something that I'm actually trying to do. I'm actually trying to seek the truth. And because of that, and I actually am trying my best, you're always going to have your subjective biases, because I'm trying my best to be objective. I can actually argue the other side better than they can. I could probably argue for Rollo better than Rollo can argue for himself. One, that's just how terrible of a debater he is. But two, because he has a lot of cognitive dissonance, where for me, I don't have that bias. I can try to look at it more objectively. And if you can't argue the other person's side, if you can't steel man the other side, you don't have an argument, and you're just arguing off of feelings and not from facts.
I mean, he says he's all about, facts, but did you see how triggered he was during the whole, we got through about an hour, but trust me, it doesn't get any better throughout the rest of it. He's so fucking triggered and butthurt and angry. Like, look at the difference between how I'm talking and how he's talking. And again, we're not talking about who's a better speaker, who's a better presenter. We're just like, look at the difference in my facial expressions and how I'm communicating and how he is. He is so fucking triggered. And he's not even the one that got accused of, enabling people to kill themselves, right? Like, so I think the accusations that were made against me were like way harsher than the ones that were made against him. But like, who's triggered? Right? I think that's kind of telling in of itself. Who's willing to have a debate and conversation? Who's not? And again, the point isn't that Rollo is wrong about everything. No, he's just wrong about some things, and those things should be ironed out. And if you think you're right about everything, then you have nothing to worry about in debate. But debate will never happen. Like, we all know this. There's like less than 1% chance he'll agree to it. Someone asked, what are you going to do, Alex, when you run into Rollo, Myron and Fresh walking down the street? Are you going to call them out to their face? Well, no, I'm not going to get into like a fight with them or something like that. Like, this is largely intellectual for me. I don't have some kind of personal problem with Rollo. What happens if I say I'm going to be like, yo, what's up, Rollo? What are we doing in the debate? Like, that's what I'm going to say. Like, pretty much something like that. And he'll probably get super emotional and reactive and butthurt and be like, no. I'll be like, dude, calm down. Facts, not feelings, as your friend says. That's probably going to be something along the lines of that, Yeah. So, but I'm not going to like fight the guy or something like that. Like, why would I do that? Like, I don't wish him any ill or something like that. I just think he's wrong about some things. But, I did think he took it way too far when he, said that I'm responsible for, people dying. I'm trying to get him canceled. Those are really, really big accusations. Like that's on par with like rape accusations. That's a serious accusation. He's saying that I'm a secret agent for Anthony Johnson. Why is he saying that? Because that will discredit my arguments. Those are big accusations. I'm not saying he's a secret agent for Fresh and Fit. I'm not saying that because he disagrees with me, he's killing people. Who's making the big claims here? Who's not willing to back up their claims? Who's banning who from the comment section? I'm not banning Rollo from my comment section. I'm not banning his fans. Unless someone's spamming, I'm not going to shadow ban anyone. I'm not afraid of, disagreeing opinions. So I just think this looks really fucking bad for Rollo right now. Like he's digging himself a grave, just like Fresh and Fit did a month ago. Like you would think he would watch that whole debacle and be like, okay. Like having a God complex probably doesn't make me look that good. Like he literally has the biggest God complex ever. Like he just thinks he's God.
He calls himself the
lives.
Godfather.
Jesus complex. Yeah. He thinks he's saving lives.
The Godfather.
Anyone who gets him is evil. Yeah. So I just think this is a really bad look for him. All right. So we're coming up on 4 hours. I am pooped. If we have any last questions, we'll answer them. We'll maybe go for another 5-10 minutes. Yeah, he said he called you a retard. I don't care about that. That's not a big that's not a big thing to me. That doesn't affect me. But I think none of this stuff affects me. I don't give a shit. I'm not losing sleep over this. I can get butthurt over this. But saying that I'm trying to get him canceled and I'm hurting lives, those are much bigger accusations than just saying I'm a retard. So do we have any last questions? We'll just quickly answer before we call it. Rollo would try to avoid you if he saw you. Definitely probably true. Yep. Red pill is mostly conjecture of bitter men trying to make universal laws from limited anecdotal experience. Yeah, I mean, to some extent, that is the case. The other point to make, let's say you had in the fitness industry, let's say you had a guy who hasn't been to the gym in 25 years. He's skinny and weak. He can't bench 20 pounds. I think I made this point earlier. But he is criticizing other guys who are professional bodybuilders based on something he read online. You think there's something wrong with that picture? You don't want to take, fitness advice from a guy who hasn't been to the gym in 25 years. Why is this, why is the, manosphere any different? He's been out of the game for 25 years. At the very least, it means that he might be, a little off about some things. Like, is that a crazy argument to make?
Mm-hmm.
Alex, you microneedle hairline like me? Yeah, I do microneedling. Okay. Do you have any last questions? If we don't have any questions, we're just going to call it. I just want to see if there's anything we need to answer. At least Rollo is humble and takes criticism well. As clearly.
What? Did you guys just not?
No, he's being sarcastic. He's being sarcastic.
No, I don't think he is based on his.
No, he is. No, I know this guy. Yeah, we all know he's.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if there's any other questions. Okay, you get another Real Source Data Scanner podcast. I have invited them. They don't want to come on, so I tried. I was talking to Julian a little bit. At least I had RSD Alex on a while back, so that was a good podcast. But yeah, the active RSD guys will never come on. Julian politely declined. They're not going to come on, no matter how popular the channel gets. I think they would just probably. Yeah, I don't think we have any questions. So, yeah, guys. In conclusion, follow me because I'm saving lives. When you subscribe to this channel, I will save your life. And if you guys don't hit the like button, don't subscribe, don't show your support, then you are actively part of the problem and you are hurting lives. So, yeah, on that thought. Thank you for coming on, Kevin. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man. Anytime.
Thank you guys for joining. We got tomorrow we're finally going to change gears. So tomorrow we're going to do an in-person live stream with me, my girl, and Indian PE, and she's going to ask us questions. So I'm excited to see what she has in store for us. It's going to be a good time. So check that out. We finally fixed some of the technical issues. So the quality is going to get better and better. We're kind of new to the whole in-person podcast thing, but we're definitely going to master it. And we're going to show you guys the other side. So we're not just going to have on like clout chasing chicks. We're going to have on normal, attractive girls. So you guys are going to see the other side of women, unlike Fresh and Fit. All right, guys, everybody. Hope you enjoyed this epic 4-hour saga, and good night.